Chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random World Chess Championship presented by Brave. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today is my good friend, Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, how are you, buddy?
Hey Robert, I'm doing awesome. Yeah, it's first time I get to do commentary on an event like this. I've always been a huge fan of Fisher Random, so just to see it up close is really exciting.
Yeah, we are seeing it up close. We will have video footage of the live playing hall. We'll get there eventually, but Jeffrey, you just said you have always enjoyed Fisher Random, so let's explain to everybody out there. Some of our viewers may not be familiar with the rules of Fisher Random, how the game works, what it's like, because honestly, it's quite similar to chess, except for the fact that the pieces start in a different order in the back row.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have eight pieces shuffled, and basically, I think you need the bishops on the opposite colors and king between the rooks. Otherwise, all positions are legal. And yeah, it's still in chess. Black and white, they start in the setup, still symmetrical, and all their standard chess rules apply.
For sure. So don't you worry. You can still castle your kings. The bishops are in opposite colors, like Jeffrey mentioned. And there's a few specifics of Fischer Random that we will point out, further along in the show, just to give you some pointers and help you get better yourself. But let's talk about the specifics of this event here. This is a world championship. The players have a lot at stake here, and there are two separate round robin groups. And there are matches, 2 games each. It's a double round robin format. So if Jeffrey and I were competitors, we'd play each other in one mini match of 2 games. Then later in the event, we'd play each other in another match of 2 games. And the reason why it's 2 games, that way you get white and black with the same position. So Jeffrey, pretty exciting stuff. The top 2 players from each group will move on to the semifinals. And with the 2-point scoring system, that doesn't really change all that much because, it's 2 points, 1.0, same as 1/2 0.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to trip me up a bit later because the format is a bit confusing. However, I'm going to try to think like a Hikaru for a second because he's going to look at this match format and think, how many points do I need out of 6 games to qualify me into the knockout? So you get 2. I'm guessing plus 2 will probably secure. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. With 12 total games in the group stage, that should be good enough. And we should talk about the groups themselves because we have 8 worthy contestants in this Fischer Random World Championship. We see in Group A, we have the number 1 player from Iceland, Gretarsson. We have the world rapid champion, Abdusattorov. We have the reigning Fischer Random World Champion in Wesley So, and the World Chess Championship challenger for 2 times running in Nepomniachtchi. So, Jeffrey, when you look at Group A over here, what catches your eye?
Yeah, it's a very interesting group. I think Wesley, as the defending champ, he should be the favorite here, but it could go either way. I'm really interested to see what Abdusattorov brings to this mix. He had an amazing qualifying run, so yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen.
That's true because some of the players were invited. Others had to work their way through tough qualifying fields to get here. And Wesley So, he really does not need an introduction in classical traditional chess. But here in Fischer Random, he is the world champion. He defeated not just Magnus Carlsen, but also Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vladimir Fedoseev, and Peter Svidler to win that world championship 3 years ago. And Jeffrey, it wasn't really close in those matches.
No, not at all. Especially that World Championship match against Magnus. I think the match could have lasted 12 games, but it was done in 6. Just to put that in perspective, let it sink in for a second. He won 13.5, 2.5. It's like, imagine basketball or football. You're leading so much at halftime that the match is simply over.
I'm pretty sure I watched the Mavericks Suns game the other day, and there was a big halftime lead that did not stick. So, not to rub salt in that wound over there, Jeffrey, but big halftime leads don't always win you the match.
Yeah, but okay, that one, in Wesley's case, it did.
It certainly did, and sorry to do that to you, buddy, but we do have to talk about Group B because there are some exciting names there as well. We start in the upper left. Matthias Bluebaum, the strong German player, he qualified in the chess.com event, as did Vladimir Fedoseev in the bottom right. But I think all eyes will be in the bottom left and the bottom right here. Hikaru Nakamura, he is the biggest chess streamer on the planet. He showed that he can play over the board as well in the candidates and other events. And Magnus Carlsen, he has given up his World Chess Championship title in the future, but he would like to get another one here in Fischer Random Chess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still believe that Magnus, he's a favorite in any tournament that he sits down. The only thing is, okay, there might be something that could potentially distract him, but if he's locked in, I think he's still the favorite here.
And by the distraction, you mean that the fact that the king and queen might not be next to each other, right? That's what you're talking about. Distraction over the board.
Another distraction. Maybe Hikaru might also be distracted a little bit. Yeah.
Well, that would give the other players a chance in the field. But Magnus Carlsen, he was the runner up in 2019, Jeffrey. He only lost to Wesley So. But in 2018, he won that head to head match against Hikaru Nakamura. So he does have experience in this match format, and that can come in handy here in the 2022 version.
Yeah, that's right. He did beat Hikaru in that match, and I'm super looking forward to their mini match. I have a feeling that they're going to play it safe, but we'll get into that, I guess, a bit later on.
Yeah, and what Jeffrey is sort of highlighting is with two different groups and two players going through from each group, you may not have to take too many risks if you get out to a hot start. And well, let's talk about the matchups that we are about to see unfold because each day brings two different matches for the first 3 days. Then we get into the semis and so on. But today, our first matchups are Gretarsson from Iceland taking on Wesley So. We have Nordibek Abdusattorov against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Matthias Bluebaum against Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen against Vladimir Fedoseev. Jeffrey, as you look at these four matchups, which is your favorite?
I've got to say, the Abdusattorov Nepo looks like a mouth-watering matchup to me. I mean, two fierce competitors, fire on the board. Just, I expect fireworks there.
I expect fireworks everywhere. I mean, I'm just looking all across. Magnus against Fedoseev. We know how strong Fedoseev is. You do not want to take him lightly. And with Abdusattorov against Nepomniachtchi, if I'm not mistaken, Jeffrey, if I'm remembering correctly, that was the matchup that decided the World Rapid Championship where Nordibek beat him in the tiebreaker.
That's right. Yeah, very good memory. And quick note about Fedoseev. I saw the Big Fish playing a lot of training on chess.com prior to this event. So he's taking this seriously. I hope all the players are taking it seriously because you're gonna need your A game.
Yeah, you certainly will because you cannot take a single game off against this caliber of opposition. So, Jeffrey, we've are getting into a Fischer random format here. The pieces will be a bit scrambled at the start, and we can see the players in the playing hall here. They're all getting set, getting ready for today's action. It's going to be a pretty grueling next 3 days. You play 4 games of this rapid format. And it's the time control also is a bit odd, right? Where you get 25 minutes to start the game with no increment, but then when you reach move 30, you finally get some increment, an extra 5 minutes. So that is another thing the players have to balance.
Oh yeah, you make a really great point about the time control. We might have actually glossed over that. So essentially, I think it's more traditional to have extra time after 40 moves. All right, there we can see it. So yeah, like you said, 25 minutes, no increment, and you only get increment after 30 moves. So yeah, I think we're going to see severe time trouble, is my guess, because it is a unique format. And also a big question, can the players, do they have access to the move counter?
Ooh, that's a very important question because otherwise, how do you know when you're about to reach move 30? I imagine the answer has to be yes, because you're not going to just be sitting there and counting one by one. But that's a very good question that we will get the answer to. And I mean, Jeffrey, do you like the format? Do you like this no increment until you reach a certain move? Because I kind of do.
Oh yeah, I mean, and for us it's great. For the players, I imagine it's quite stressful because you're not really used to playing without increment. I think it's sort of a modern time control, I would say. Um, but yeah, I don't know. If I was playing in this, I think I would probably play really fast in the beginning, fearing like the potential time trouble near the end.
But isn't the issue with playing quickly in a position that you're unfamiliar with? You may make a mistake as early as move 5, which you wouldn't if you were playing a traditional setup.
Yeah, very true. But at the end of the day, I think you just have to hope that it goes okay and you know what you're doing somewhat.
And soon we will learn the position to start today's action. The players, they do know the position. So they will be working with their seconds without engine assistance. This is actually quite important that the players, they can look at positions, analyze a bit, but they are not eligible to consult an engine before the games. Obviously, you cannot consult an engine during the game. That is the rules of chess, but they're really on their own. So whoever comes up with the better ideas, Jeffrey, is the player that will be at an advantage. So without engine assistance, with a random starting position, in a sense, that should give players who are not good theoreticians a better shot.
Yeah, and it really should. And this is sort of the game before the game because I think this part should not be underestimated. The preparation leading up, as you said, nobody has probably seen this position in their life before. And I'm also curious who has a second here. Do you have a scoop for us, Robert?
I do not have the scoop. I imagine that Magnus, he typically travels with Peter Heine Nielsen, so I'm guessing he can just talk with him about it. Whether it's Hikaru with Chris Littlejohn, I don't have the the scoop, but I'm just assuming based on history that there will be a bunch of these players consulting a friend and second to help them work through the starting position.
Yeah, Chris Littlejohn, he's from Dallas. We're good friends, so I can say this that Hikaru probably shouldn't bring him to this exact event if there's no access to engine assistance.
Well, we actually do have the starting position, so we now know what the players will be looking at for their first two games of today. Reminded everybody that there will be two separate matches. First, for example, Matthias Bluebaum will play against Hikaru Nakamura in a two-game mini match, and then we'll play another opponent in the second half of the day. But we have the starting position. The broadcast as well is on a 5-minute delay. We are being informed just to ensure fair play. But Jeffrey, without further ado, here is our starting position.
Yeah, let's dive right in. So, first thing I notice is it kind of resembles this normal starting position. I see Rook A1, Knight B1, Bishop C1, King E1. Um, I could really see this like transposing to some kind of Spanish potentially. Like I imagine the knight will go to G3, white will castle, Queen E2. So we could really like I think E4, E5 is very likely, and we could see this sort of Spanish or Italian maneuvering game.
Yeah, I can see that. I think what I like to do when I see a Fischer random position for the first time is look for undefended pawns. And right now we have the H pawns without a defender. So not that easy to target. It's not like there's a bishop on B1 ready to open up to that pawn. That blunder happens all the time in Fischer random. Jeffrey, I know I've made a mistake where someone plays move C4 and I play C5 and oops, there goes my pawn over here. But these pawns are loose but not easy to attack. And the other things I notice is the knights are on separate sides of the board because typically when knights are together, you kind of want to castle towards that side because they form good defense. So what else? You made a comment about how the setup looks pretty normal with the queen and bishop in separate starting squares or replacing each other. But anything else immediately catching your attention?
Yeah, good points. I mean, I myself have also fallen victim to this bishop takes H7 stuff. Um, right now, I'm just trying to decide like, would I start with E4, D4, C4 for white? I guess F4 is also possible if you want to be adventurous. But right now, the most principled to me is 1E4 and sort of just playing like a very slow um, Italian, Spanish. As I said, I imagine you'll play C3, you'll put the bishop on B3 most probably, and sort of go from there.
Yeah, I like that. You're already going for the Lopez structure without playing bishop b5, bishop a4, and bishop back. You can play c3 and get your bishop out right away. So sometimes in Fischer Random, your queens get caught offside, which is not good. But as you point out, you can make a move like f4, or even if you play e4, the queen already has access on the diagonal. So I'm not really worried about the queen. We're not worried about the light square bishop. The dark square bishop is a normal spot. So the knights and the corner, I think they kind of have to jump out to g3 and g6. Nobody likes knights on the rim. They often become dim, but it seems like they have a very natural launching point. So yeah, Jeffrey, I agree with you. Nothing too outside the norm from this starting position.
I have one interesting inquiry already, though. Like, let's say if white were to push 1e4, would you consider f5 for black as a response?
Oh, something you would never do in a traditional starting position, but here you can play f5 with the queen trying to activate along the f file and land on the f5 square. That's actually a very interesting opening decision, and there's no Scandi, so John Bartholomew is going to be pretty upset about this, but there is no Scandinavian. That's a bishop, not a queen. So that's a really interesting point, that f5 is a viable response from black on move one. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
mean, the thing is about, like, I don't see any advantage for white. If you start d4, d5, I don't see, like, the knight on g3. I don't know. It feels very solid there for black. c4 also doesn't feel right to me. So yeah, I'm curious as to what these players come up with.
Well, you're selling me on e4. I'm definitely in agreement with you. I mean, I could see an argument for a London system because this bishop in the London can go out on this diagonal as well. So I could see that, right? Instead of d4 c3, you could put bishop c2 instead of playing d4, bishop f4, e3, and then bishop d3. So it's kind of similar in that regard. I'm not sure. You're a big London player. Maybe there is something a bit different about this position. And one other option, and you can laugh at me if you think a bad choice, the move g4 is often reasonable in, especially with the rook behind it on g1.
Yeah, that's a funny idea. Normally, it's with the bishop on h1 though, so you can open the long diagonal. But to your point about the London, my only concern is you're gonna get hit with knight g6, and then if bishop g3, your knight on h1 is stuck. So I don't think we'll see a London this time around, but it does appear in some other setups.
And I'm pretty sure what's just appeared is a featured chat saying the London system is such a great opening at all times in all variants. I will disagree with that statement, but we see the first move is played in Gretarsson against Wesley So. It is e4, unless that's a ceremonial first move, in which case someone just put the move on the board and maybe taken back. But the players, we can see them on camera here clapping, must mean that announcements are over. Look at Fedoseev, by the way, Jeffrey. I know you're objective commentator and you focus on the chess, but that suit, that is eye-popping.
He's ready to go. He looks fresh, looks spiffy, as the young kids might say. And yeah, we do see d4, d5, h3. Yeah, I was wondering about this. I think Magnus wants a quick e4 break here.
Wow. So if we look in the bottom right, Magnus played d4 and c5 is played by Fedoseev. Okay, things are already getting electric early. Gretarsson plays a king's gambit, but with a queen on f1. We see f5 as a response by Hikaru. Jeffrey, maybe you should take down his title as the. And then the top right, Abdusattorov, he played d4, d5, knight g3. So things on all boards are already interesting with only 25 minutes, no increment for the first 30 moves of the game. You're going to have to make some quick decisions. And is that rapid time control? And it may be uncomfortable with your pieces a bit scrambled. And look at that top right, Jeffrey. D5 and F5.
Oh man, I think we're off to an excellent start. I love this. We have 4 fresh positions. And Fedoseev, I mean, he instantly blitzed c5. I'm surprised he's thinking here though, because I expected, like, this is a typical Benoni. D5 seems a logical response, but he's a tank now.
What a move that is. And I'm just looking across these games. I just don't even know which one to focus my attention on. I was just seeing Bluebaum's knight exit the corner, go to g3 to attack Hikaru's queen as a tempo gaining move. And just I'm I'm stuck, Jeffrey. I'm going to be honest with you. Look at Magnus's face there. He's already deep in thought, trying to figure out the position. As Fedoseev has yet to respond.
Yeah, I don't know where to start, but I think we should just pick one game and feature it.
Okay,
So,
so let's go to the game between. Which one would you like to start with? Actually, I'm gonna be kind and let you
oh my
choose.
gosh. Oh God. I mean, they're all interesting. Like this is impossible.
All right, fine. I'll choose. I'll choose. Let's go to the game between Nordic Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi because we have a game of Fischer Random checkers going on where Nepomniachtchi putting all of his pawns on light squares. So if we bring up that board when we have a chance, we'll see that Jan putting these pawns on the light squares, controlling the center in a stone wall type of way. And Abdusattorov, Jeffrey, he's just playing like it's a normal 1d4 in a classical game.
Indeed, he is. Initial impression for me of like it's actually hard for me to say, but I kind of like this approach from Jan. I think he wants a quick initiative. Against Abdusattorov, I know personally you don't want to let him get his attack going, so I like the aggressive approach. I imagine maybe he wants to put the knight on d6, like via f7. And his only piece, I think, is the bishop on c8, as in a typical Stonewall, but maybe he'll bring it out with b6.
Yeah, no, this bishop on c8 will remain behind a wall of pawns. And I think it's important to note, Jeffrey, the knight's on g3 rather than f3. So oftentimes when you see pawns two squares away like this, the square in between is one that your opponent tries to take. But the knight's on g3 and not in a square that reaches e5. So Jan is just saying relying on a stone wall, a trusty stone wall structure, and it's a bit different. And those nuances they can be easy to overlook. I know I have many times, Jeffrey.
Yeah, and I really like that you highlighted the knight on g3 because as I look at it, I could see it becoming a really bad piece in the future. So this seems like a crossroads here for Nordovik. I see two potential ideas. One is an instant break in the center with f3 and e4. I'm not sure if this is a good moment, but it's something that I would have definitely considered.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there. F3 and E4 is a viable strike in the center, and that would, of course, you need F3 first before you play E4. But then the position opens up, and well, I think White will likely castle queenside after the bishop on D1 moves out the way. And I don't like the look of that king on E8. I'm not quite sure where it's going, but if the queen moves away from F8, then castle's kingside is likely.
Yeah, one annoying thing is I want to play knight f7 d6, but after knight f7, Nordovik might take on d5 and force me to recapture with the c pawn, which feels a bit iffy.
Right. Yeah, that's not what you want at all. So, it's not going to be an easy choice for Jan because you point out knight f7 to d6 looks like it's a very natural idea, but there are some drawbacks that will need to
I'm
be worked
wondering
out.
if I go knight b6, how will you react?
Um, Knight to b6. Well, I guess that forces you to do something with the c pawn and maybe c5 just to gain more space.
Yeah, and I was gonna say like knight c4 there. Get interesting.
Yeah, you're just trying to jump into the position. I see that. And well, it looks like knight g6 and bishop c2 was played quite quickly. But while this position remains locked up, we have four matches going on at the same time. So let's hop back to our four board scene if we can for a moment, and then we'll see maybe some other games are looking particularly noteworthy. And we have a look at the camera view from the playing hall. That's clearly Magnus Carlsen's game. So why don't we head on over to that game shortly? I'm just giving a quick scout of the other positions. Nothing too major. Closed positions, Jeffrey. So Magnus against Fedoseev is queen on d6. What in the world is that?
I was about to say the exact same thing. This is so funky. Um, and I expect nothing less from Fedoseev. He's known for his unique style of play. And yeah, what is this? Queen d6? Like, it looks so suspicious.
Hmm. I'm trying to figure that out myself, and I'm saying sound like I'm thinking, but in reality, I'm just questioning the decision making of Vladimir Fedoseev, and that's not something I do lightly or often because Vladimir is so strong. But this queen on d6 is you don't like queens blockading pawns.
No, it feels like a typical Benoni, but with a queen on d6. And normally any Benoni is bad, so I imagine that a queen on d6 Benoni should be really bad.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks wrong. I just have to put it that way. And the pawn on h2 is tender. We were mentioning how the h pawns, this is the bottom right hand side of the screen, but those h pawns are loose in many positions. But is it worth taking it? That's a different question.
Yeah, I think it's clearly bait from Magnus. We can just show it really quick. Queen h2, knight g3 was the idea, and actually you would be forced to play queen h4 because rook h1 is threatening to trap the queen, and Magnus would just pick up h7 with a dominating position.
Yeah, no. So f4 was just played by Magnus. He's shutting down that diagonal. We will pull up individual games shortly, but for now, I guess we will stay on this four board scene because all games are looking interesting this early on. Um, but we have Magnus. Look at that. He's twiddling with a piece. Is that the spare queen that is put next to the
That
board?
is the spare queen. Yeah, I so I don't know about you, but they're like sometimes I'll because I do this too. Like sometimes I'll just intentionally capture something so I have something to twirl around. But yeah, it helps when you have a spare queen, I guess.
Mhm. Look at the audience, by the way. I actually didn't quite realize there would be a sizable live audience at the venue in Reykjavik, Iceland. But Iceland, they love their chess there. They actually have so many grandmasters, a surprising amount. Maybe besides um, Israel, maybe Iceland has the most GMs, per population, relatively speaking.
Yeah, I heard the same. I heard the same. I think obviously since the big Fischer Spassky match, there was a boom there. And yeah, I believe they do have the most GMs per capita. So really nice to see a good turnout over there.
For sure. And we have brought up the game between Magnus and Fedoseev here. We just want to scroll back just quickly to show you that this pawn on h2 was hanging, and that's what Jeffrey and I were referring to. Queen h2 would not have been a good idea. Magnus was sacrificing a pawn to play knight g3, rook h1, and trap the queen, or at the very least win this pawn back on h7. So this would have been a very bad decision for Fedoseev. Do not go pawn grabbing too early. Instead, we saw knight g6, f4, and bishop a5. So Jeffrey, as I look at this position, I still feel like Black's pieces are quite a bit out of sorts, but there's already pressure on d5 with his knight on c3 pinned.
Man, I mean, if I had this position with black, I'd be absolutely terrified. It just looks too easy for white. Like it's gonna start flowing. White's gonna play bishop e3. He's gonna castle. He's gonna go knight g3. You have to worry about e5. You have to worry about f5. I I'm gonna make an early call. Fedoseev is gonna get blasted here.
You think so?
Yeah, I
You think
really
he's
think
just
so.
going to
I normally
Ooh.
don't do this, but this is just looks horrendous.
It does. And the reason why is the king still in the center. I guess black can just castle kingside. But if you go about and do that, I think white will just continue with development. Bishop to d2 could be played at any moment. But what is the downside of being pawn hungry? What if I just take this pawn in d5 right now and say, prove to me that you have enough compensation?
Yeah, I just assumed Magnus had something good planned, but now that you've played this move on the board, it's not so trivial. Do you think I don't actually like ED for some reason, but I'm trying to make castling work, like a double pawn sack of some sort.
Oh, so you're saying that if bishop takes, pawn takes, take on
Uh-huh.
e4, black is up 2 pawns, but probably worse for the wear. I think white can even play knight g3, scoop this one, and you're attacking all sorts of pieces. And f5, f6 is on the docket as well.
I'm dark squares long term could I mean that could just prove to be your demise.
Yeah, this looks really unpleasant for Black if you start grabbing all the pawns. And he has done step one. E takes d5. And Jeffrey, you called it. Magnus castles. And if you keep taking pawns, you are going to be in big trouble. And we see the evaluation bar, Jeffrey, already above plus 1.3. So a huge advantage for Magnus Carlsen at the moment.
And yeah, it's 1.3, but I feel like in a practical game, it might be even more because look at your queen side for black. How do you have any time to develop? You have to react to what's going on in the center. You have to get castled. I don't see any way out of this.
Oh, it's not favorable at all for Fedoseev because he's lacking in development. He's only grabbing pawns, and you could say, "I'll play d4, close the center up," but White continues to press forward there with move like e5, eventually f5, and just well, we're going to see just this. E5 looks very strong, Jeffrey.
Yeah, now the tricky part though is you might get into a sort of spot where so many moves look attractive. Like to me, there's also knight d5 with the connected with knight coming to g3 and f5. Like imagine having the knights there.
Oh my gosh, you're just bullying Black in this position. I mean, the knight's hopping right in. Knight d5 looks excellent. And after knight d5, knight g3 to follow, as you're pointing out, I don't really know how Black is going to stop that very easily. So, two great options here for Magnus. And to your point, without increment until you reach move 30, it's only 7 moves into this game, 18 minutes. It's a complicated position. You have to be careful about getting in time trouble.
Yeah, this is the big difference between regular chess and Fischer Random. It's possible to immediately get into a losing position after only 7 moves. Obviously, in a real game, I don't think Fedoseev would be faced with such a task. But yeah, I want to. Okay, maybe knight d5, black goes knight e7, which is kind of a saving grace. So I like your suggestion now a bit more with e5 and knight e4 and try to hop into d6.
Although I'm not, going to let you just leave your option because I still think your idea of just giving away pawns in the center is perfectly fine. Because if black takes the second pawn, there's a check along the e file, bishop f3, and I feel like white's play is quite obvious.
Yeah, hard to argue with that. But yeah, we'll see what Magnus wants to do. I think he'll spend a little bit time figuring out what is the most precise way here.
For sure. So, I mean, have Magnus on camera. He's trying to figure out the correct continuation, and he is slightly behind in the clock. And it's going to take getting used to, is what I'm trying to say. Just playing in the flow of the position, knowing that you need to reach move 30. You're not taking note, right? There's no notation happening here. So, all of those little individual elements, they really add up. It can cause discomfort for players.
Yeah, shall we check in on a game that we haven't yet seen?
We maybe can go back first to our 4 board view just to. And e5 is played by Magnus Carlsen. His advantage is up above +2. That's bad news for Fedoseev. But maybe we can get back to our 4 board scene, and that way we can check out all of the action as it unfolds. So,
Yeah, I
okay,
mean, okay, where do you even go? Where do you even go with the queen here?
I I don't know. Queen E. I don't want to go Queen E7 because of Knight D5. I don't want to go Queen E6 because there's going to be some F5. Queen C6 is
Queen.
Bishop F3.
There's
Jeffrey,
nowhere to go. You're gonna get hit with tempo basically, regardless.
I feel like you asked me a bit of a rhetorical question here. So, um, yeah, we are seeing Fedoseev trying to work this out right now, and he is on the clock. Magnus still holding that queen in his hands. So this is a situation for Fedoseev that I don't think he wanted to get into heading into today.
I think, yeah, I'm trying to think what I would do with black. Maybe go like queen e7, and again you give white like the choice of 3 good options.
Hmm. We see just a close up. I actually love the fact that there are spectators because it's really nice for the players to be able to celebrate their chess with fans. And as we were talking about earlier, Jeffrey, Iceland is such a country that loves chess so much with a rich history. 50 years ago was that Fischer Spassky match.
Hmm. And yeah, to your point, I just played in an event without spectators, and it felt somewhat empty, like not the same amount of excitement. In the U.S. Championship, that is.
Right. And well, while we speak of Iceland and their love of chess. I mean, Hjorvar Gretarsson, he is playing in this event. He is taking on Wesley So, the champion. I mean, we still do have Magnus and Fedoseev on screen here, but Gretarsson, he's trying to make his country proud. He's taking on Wesley So. That's no easy competition for anybody. But I'm looking at this position, and we will pull it up here, where Gretarsson with the white pieces already looking worse for him, Jeffrey.
Yeah, he's just got this isolated pawn on e4. Black, on the other hand, very solid, two pawn islands. And I like the queen on c5. Like everything looks solid. He has great control over the e5 square, which seems like an important point. Yeah, incredibly pleasant position for Wesley here.
Doesn't this look like a fantasy variation of the Caro-Kann or something like that, where white gets this isolated e pawn, hopefully some play around it, but here it just looks to me like black is going to continue bringing pieces towards the center, and if you can blockade an isolated pawn, you should have a nice position.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned the fantasy. I had this game against Christopher, my only win actually in this U.S. Championship, and it was basically this exact same thing. Although seems like Wesley has an even better version. I'm honestly curious as to what happened here because I think it was just an e4 e5. Let's see if
Yeah,
we
we can
can
just
back it
walk
up.
through it. It was a king's gambit with a queen on f1, so that's always helpful for that decision. And then just a slow approach by Wesley, taking advantage of what you pointed out early on, that this
Aha.
diagonal is good for black.
Yeah, this might have been overlooked slightly. Although, can't you just go bishop e3? What's the problem? Okay, yeah, this seems reasonable too.
So this all happened, just some trades, and Wesley kept trading, brings his knight out with tempo. It's not like White's in any danger over here, but after
Whoa, wait.
there,
Why to g3? Why not e3 here? Queen e3?
Queen e3 was almost certainly better because that prevents d5. If you play d5, I take and have a discovered check. Queen g3 allowed d5, and I'm guessing this is not something you see every day in traditional chess, but queen b4 check threatens to win the house, and that is what Gretarsson overlooked. And by the way, he might have forgotten that he can castle because he went c3, whereas castling takes care of that threat on b4.
Oh, yeah, that is. If he really didn't know he could castle, that's not a good sign. It's very important to know castling rules, I think, in Fischer Random. I get confused with this as well, but hopefully, yeah, it seems like there would be no reason to play c3 over castles there.
No, especially if you're going to castle now, you've just wasted some time and allowed Black to coordinate his pieces in a way that establishes the blockade. So I believe that Gretarsson unfamiliar, and maybe that's one of the downsides of not having to qualify your way through. He is the local invitee. We understand that Iceland, Reykjavik is putting up quite a lot to host this event, and we're very appreciative. But some players, they were allowed to just work, without even participating in a tournament, get to go right through to this event, and Gretarsson's one of them. So maybe he lacks the experience that a player like Bluebaum or Hikaru has.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful that he's put in some training here because these sharks that he's about to face are probably gonna try to come after him a bit.
Yes, I mean that's what happens in these fields, right? You look at the potential opposition, you're like, yeah, I don't take anyone for granted, but if I'm going to have to take a risk, it's going to be against that player. And Gretarsson, he is much lower rated than the other players in his group. And right now, he's on his back foot. So Wesley has a bishop stare down to figure out. I don't think you want to take on b3. That seems like it could only help white with a takes b3 as a response. And
Yeah,
so, what would you do here, Jeffrey?
Yeah, I don't really want to take on b3 like you said, but I don't want to let him take on e6 too and sort of give me another pawn island. So I consider I don't really want to play this, but maybe queen e7. Just, okay, but he does go ahead and take. Okay.
I don't like that decision. I mean, of course, I still prefer Black's position, but I think that after A B3, it gives White a little bit of something. That semi-open A file, a mobile pawn structure on the queen side, and so I feel like that should be at least a nice little plan for for White. Excuse me.
Yeah, but certainly Wesley's still for choice. Was there one game? I don't think we've seen what's going on in Hikaru's game, right?
Okay, well, we will head right on over to Hikaru's game. I just love that the camera is still zoomed in on Fedoseev. Okay, it just changed views as soon as I said that, but it was just locked in on his suit, and you can only see now the sleeve of his suit. But he's in big, big trouble against Magnus Carlsen, who's well, he knows that's a Magnus look like. This is interesting because I know I'm winning.
Yeah, I've unfortunately for me, I've also seen that look. As you, I mean, the good news for Fedoseev though, he's looking sharp. That suit, it's sparkling. Unfortunately, his position maybe not so much, but yeah, it's always nice to look good.
It is indeed, and maybe we will look at that position in a bit. But first, let's stop with Hikaru Nakamura, the biggest chess streamer. He is one of the best players on the planet. He proved that over the board once again in the candidates, and he's particularly adept at Fischer Random. I think it suits him quite nicely. He is a player, as we know, Jeffrey. I mean, you've played him so many times during the Rapid Chess Championship and all these events. He likes playing B3 and sort of random openings anyway. This evens the opening playing field.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is very well suited in the 960. He's always been the kind of player who just wants to play chess, just wants to get a game, not really that interested in proving much in the opening. And here I love what he's done. This was the e4 f5 game, right? If we could just run it back and see how they got here.
Yep, I'll just take it move by move. Knight G3, queen goes back. D4, let's expand in the center. And this looks pretty normal for both sides, but already the advantage is in Hikaru's favor, and the semi-open F file gives him some pressure.
But you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a Caricon Advanced where black plays f6, white takes an f6, you take with queen, excuse me. And yeah, this looks extremely attractive. I like where Hikaru is putting his pieces. I love e5. I think he's got a great game here.
Yeah, it just looks fantastic for black. The only thing you have to watch out for is some potential hanging pawns. But after knight c to e7, your bishop looks a bit silly for now. But c6, and then this bishop has a diagonal to work with. So that is quickly what happened. And Hikaru took on d4. That was a big moment. He didn't have to take this pawn, but he chooses to, and then sinks his knight into f4. And look at his pieces, Jeffrey. He hasn't moved his bishops, but you can just see that they're going to jump out in this position in various ways. And I'm liking the look of it for him, but white remains solid, and Bluebaum is not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bluebaum, he's an extremely solid player. And IG2, I think he's trying to simplify the situation, which seems correct. Like his time is also getting low, right? Is it 9 minutes only for 15 moves? So we could see some time pressure. He'll need to be well aware of that.
Yes, without increment until move 30 is reached, you get an additional 5 minutes plus that 5 second increment. And with knights staring down on your king side, that could be worrisome. I do like that move, knight e2, because of that. Let's trade some pieces, make me feel a little safer. And Jeffrey, let's not forget that not only can white castle king side, like black did, but he can also castle queen side. So if he feels like he can parry off Hikaru's threats, maybe play g3, castle queenside, start throwing pawns forward over here. Maybe he can launch an attack of his own. I'm not sold on that, but it is a possibility.
Yeah, I'm also a bit spectac. I don't think there's much of an attack, but there's almost no way you can castle kingside here for white. As you can see, all of black's pieces are pointing that direction. So that's
Right.
a sign that you should probably go the other way. And On the queen side, it's actually relatively safe.
Yeah, because there's no c5. That's very important. That typically black wants to storm some pawns up here, but the c pawn is very, very important defending what would be a loose d5 pawn. So I think Carlsen queenside is next, and Hikaru on the clock. He is ahead by a few minutes here, and it's a big decision because he can just trade pieces, play bishop c7. That all looks good and fine, but that does give white the time needed to castle queenside. And once white castles queenside, Jeffrey, let me ask you, would you start even potentially preferring white's position at some point, or do you still think black is in charge?
No, white is never better here, but if he does get safe and we see a lot of trades, then we could see like a very even position. So I'm trying to also work out how to keep the pressure on from black's perspective.
And I just got distracted, not because what you were saying wasn't great stuff, but I saw the prizes pop up on screen right below our faces. And Jeffrey, $150,000 first place prize, and then runner up $85,000. Can you imagine if you're Wesley or Hikaru and let's say win first here, get $150,000, fly to Toronto right afterwards, play in the global chess.com global championship, win another $200,000. That'd be quite a couple weeks for you.
Yeah, that's the dream. But I know, I mean, I was joking a little bit with Wesley at the end of US championship, and he was rightly so. I think he was quite worried. Like, this is tons of travel. He just played US championship. He flew to Iceland. Definitely some jet lag. He's gonna fly back immediately after. So it's taxing too. Like the prizes he's gonna earn is well deserved.
Definitely. And well, Hikaru, his knight in the center looking good here. No complaints about any of his pawns. His pieces will develop. I agree with you. I do like Hikaru's position. So maybe we can check back in on the still world champion Magnus Carlsen. He is the focus of the live camera. He is taking on Vladimir Fedoseev. And honestly, every time I look at the camera, it seems to be focused on Fedoseev and not on Magnus because he looks very worried. And, well, he should be worried here. Although Magnus is like, his face doesn't exactly seem to indicate that he's winning. And the advantage, at least according to the engine, Jeffrey, is overwhelming.
All right, but a huge decision here by Fedoseev to play f6, which looks incredibly ugly. You allow an immediate win of an exchange if white wants, but I don't think you want to trade your knight on d6 for that rook on f8.
Yeah, just going through that sequence, the knight f7 check would fork the pieces. So yeah, that would just to show everybody what that looks like is that after f6 and Fedoseev looking dapper. Yes, indeed. Love our featured chat. But Jeffrey's point is knight f7 check is a fork, and after rook takes, bishop takes. I think you're indicating, no, I gain material, but it does give black time to make moves like d6 and finally complete the development along the back rank.
Right, yeah, I think this is a very instructive moment that a lot of players get over materialistic. Just like I try to keep things simple and think about not necessarily the value of pieces, like 5 is greater than 3, but I feel my knight on d6 is worth more than 5. So I for a good way to sort of it's actually not as easy as I thought though. Like I'm trying to find an alternative to that, but haven't seen it quite yet.
And Magnus might play bishop c4. I guess the problem is you can't protect e5 enough times. There are three pieces staring right down e5, and Magnus plays queen
Ooh.
g3.
Wow, that looks very creative. I haven't gotten the point yet, but I imagine it's something like fe5 f5.
Yes, it must be. Let's just put that on the board here. F takes e5. Give me that pawn. f5, says Jeffrey, and Magnus will say the same because this king is in danger. If you back this knight up to e7, thank you very much. Here comes bishop h6, and you're just getting checkmated. Your king is wide open. So you have to go forward to block that bishop. But even so, I will take it. I can even sack the exchange, but why
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that when I can
I'm
just.
considering as well.
But this looks very painful, and the knight will not be kicked out of d6. The only way it leaves d6 is if I give you this kind of check. So this is not good at all for Fedoseev.
Yeah, and in this position, you can start setting up some mating configurations. I'm envisioning bishop c4. You bring the rook to h4. You can also bring reinforcements like rook e1. That's a juicy open file for the taking. So this looks probably a winning attack here.
Well, that's why Fedoseev, he trusts Magnus, did a little bit of calculation himself, and plays queen to e7. And with this queen on e7, now there's even more pressure on this
Wait,
pawn
wait,
on e5. Yes.
wait. Is there bishop c4, king h8, queen takes g6? Almost, not quite, not quite.
Oh, God, but I have to show that. Jeffrey's idea is queen g6, pawn takes, and rook h3 checkmate. If I could play rook h3, it's mate. So rook f3, apparently there's a way out, and it has to be
There's
queen
yeah, it's queen
e6.
e6. Yeah, there's only one move, but it's quite sufficient.
But you know what? Let's change our move order. Instead of sacrificing the queen just yet, can we start with rook f3 and then play queen
Yes,
g6?
absolutely. The only one. Ah, no. Look, if knight g5, you can play maybe either fe or knight f5. Knight f5 is an idea here.
Just bring the knight to f5, says Jeffrey. And even if this is captured, this
You
is
win the
mate.
queen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
win
win
the
the
queen.
queen. You can't stop the checkmate because the bishop covers f7, which is the only square the queen could go to keep g7 safe. This is beautiful harmony of the pieces for Magnus Carlsen. And here it comes. Let's see. Will he play the move rook f3? He only has 7.5 minutes remaining on his clock and 14 moves to make to reach move 30 before gaining extra time. But rook f3 is such a beautiful checkmate idea.
I saw Magnus. He gave out like an exasperated sigh there, but all right, he sees it. Yeah, rook f3. But it was like this. It was a sigh that's like I don't like my position, not like I'm about to mate the guy.
Well, rook f3 is played. He has found the checkmate. We see him take that drink of water. You know that means he enjoys his position. And for Vladimir Fedoseev, the big problem is if you look underneath Jeffrey and myself, the rook on a8, the bishop on c8 have not moved, cannot move. They're stuck in place. They're not helping defend that king all the way on the other side of the board. And more of White's pieces are launching this attack. And we see the arbiter in the background, just making sure that everything is going steady here. And Fedoseev, he looks great. He's dressed great, but his position is anything but great.
Man, I feel like these arbiters are smart. Like this arbiter seems to anticipate Fedoseev is about to throw in the towel so he can come in. Like in the U.S. Championship, they were also like anytime my game was close to being a draw, they were lurking. So they're definitely they're monitoring. I feel like they're monitoring all the games and anticipating when they'll end.
Well, maybe if the arbiters are listening to our commentary, hello, how's it going? No, they're not allowed to do that. But we see
I mean,
Magnus.
yeah. Well, I think we saw this coming from a mile away. Like since that opening, Fedoseev he chose the Benoni. He put his queen on d6, which I think I've never seen before. And yeah, this is what you're gonna get when you sort of play overly adventurous.
Okay, so queen takes g6 is legal now and good after b5. So Fedoseev is desperate. He's like, let me develop these pieces. Let me distract White's pieces away from the attack. But queen takes g6. You cannot take this queen back because of Jeffrey's cool checkmate with rook h3. What's that checkmate called? What's this pattern called?
That's a very good question. I don't think I know.
Maybe somebody in the chat can inform us grandmasters what the name of the checkmate pattern is. I know how to do it. I just don't know what it's called.
Here, I think you can actually play bishop d5 too, right?
Yes.
Because what did black exactly accomplish?
Magnus says nothing. You know, as his name tag falls off the table over there, he's just like, yeah, well, you know, this is just easy at this point. Every one of White's active pieces causing Black's king problems. And crazily, this knight can't move. There's no safe square for this knight. There's not a single piece that can protect the knight. There's no queen e8 or queen f7, obviously. The White pieces cover those squares. So queen takes g6 is an unstoppable threat. That's wild.
Truly is, yeah, no squares like you said. And the only move I see is knight b4, but I think you just pick up the rook on a8 and shouldn't
You
be
don't
enough
get
compensation.
no. It's
Yeah.
like, yes, I stopped you from checkmating me, and it's like, well, you're down a rook, so that's not exactly such a good thing after all. This is, I think, a completely lost position for Fedoseev. We may see him play a couple moves. He takes an e5 with the pawn. allowing queen takes g6. So what is his idea after queen takes g6? Magnus plays that
Yeah, rook
immediately.
f6, knight, but knight f7.
Also, queen e8 should be sufficient.
If you
Just mean
want, yeah, if you want.
trading off queens, you're going to be up a minor piece.
But wait, I go knight f7, you have to take on f7, right? So. Oh, okay, I see his idea. He wants to get e4 there at the end.
Wait, knight f7. You're saying
But
the
I
rook
can
has to
wait.
take.
I can take back with the bishop still. I can really taunt you.
Oh, you're a bully. I thought you were a nice guy. But Jeffrey's point is you still can't take this queen because it's checkmate along the H file. So, oh goodness, Jeffrey, that's nasty.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see that on the board shortly. And yeah, just to show, like king g8, I have many good discoveries, but knight g5, by far the best one, which would finish.
You're just mean man. But Magnus says, let's
Oh,
trade queens. Let's get a piece to the other side of the board. Queen e8, forcing the queens off the board and up a piece. It is sufficient.
yeah, I think this one's over. Let's see what else is going on. Can we pull up the four board screen so we can choose which one?
Well, we see the player. It looks like maybe we'll just get. Oh no, I thought Fedoseev was going to resign, but he has not resigned yet. Yeah, I'm enjoying this view though. I like to see the board from this angle here, and it is a clean extra piece for Magnus Carlsen. I think Fedoseev has what, maybe one pawn for now, but with the c5 pawn dropping, okay, he pushes it just to avoid it from falling. But this is bad news for Fedoseev. And by the way, Nordibek Abdusattorov has defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first game of their match. We'll stay on this scene as Magnus Carlsen looks to secure this point. Maybe we'll catch it on camera. But Nordibek Abdusattorov did defeat Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Wow, that is a big result. Um, yeah, it was. I believe it was that Stonewall game. I'm interested to see, but we will stay on this for now. I think. I mean, the knight's about probably gonna reappear on d6, so I don't expect many more moves.
No, look at Fedoseev. I mean, he doesn't even want to look at the board anymore. He is down substantial material. So, yeah, it's just a situation that he wants no part of. He's just playing them out just to get a few more moves in. But you can see by the body language, he's dejected, but he will get white in game 2 of this match. He will have a chance to rebound. Yeah, he doesn't look at him. He doesn't want to move. He's moving because he feels like he should, but not because he wants to.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, it's like I want to stop the clock, but maybe I should force Magnus to calculate a couple more turns. And in reality, there's nothing much to calculate there. It is a full extra piece for Magnus Carlsen. A devastating checkmating attack resulted in some material one, and so this one looks to be pretty much over. Yeah, look at look at Fedoseev. He's not looking at the board at all. And there he
Wow,
stops
what
the
a
clock.
start.
Yeah,
Great start
great
for
victory.
Magnus.
Fantastic game from Magnus Carlsen. I mean, he looked like he was in control the whole way through. And Fedoseev, he really didn't have a chance in this individual game. So they'll reset the board. Magnus gets the win. Why don't we head on over to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Matthias Bluebaum, because that one is really up for grabs at this point, Jeffrey. We see that white has castled queenside, tucked the king over on b1, and all of a sudden, I spy a little bit of an attack for white. Sure, black can pair those threats, but Jeffrey, now we're getting into a bit of a blitz scramble. 7 more moves to get to move 30. I feel like Bluebaum should be happier about his chances.
Oh yeah, this one is really heating up. So as we were talking about, white did castle queenside, and as as of this moment, I don't see a clear attacking plan for either side. Like you can't really go with your usual pawn storm. But black has to prove something, because if I'm white, I feel like maybe I can double on the e file. Maybe I can play. Actually, what other plans do I have? I was gonna say bishop f2, but it's sharp though. I think time will be the biggest factor.
And this h2 pawn, just like in some of the other games, it's hanging. Right now, black should not take that pawn. You get checkmated. But if black throws in g6, then suddenly that pawn is capturable. So you just need to look out for things like this. G6 blocks the diagonal, but it also threatens queen takes h2. And rook d8 by Hikaru. Quick move in response by Bluebaum, bishop f2. The queen drops back to h6. So the players, they're scrambling to get to move 30, Jeffrey.
And to this point that I made earlier, does Bluebaum know what move number it is?
That is a fantastic question. And how would he know? That's what I actually
feel like
really have no idea.
you can only get confirmation, right? Like you just look at the clock and hope to see it go up at some point.
There must be somebody, keeping track of this stuff, because otherwise, what are you supposed to rely on? Just keeping count every single turn? That's not really
No
how
way.
it should go. So
you couldn't
I
focus
imagine
on the game, yeah.
I imagine there is an arbiter right nearby that you can ask at any moment for the move number. So we see rook e2 played. Jeffrey, your idea, doubling on the e file, still cannot capture on h2. That allows rook h1, and the h7 pawn will fall. G6 is always possible, shutting down one diagonal, but creating problems on a second. So not an easy decision for Hikaru, who is now dropping to about 4 minutes.
Yeah, G6 it's sort of controversial, but my feeling is that it should be correct because you're playing. It's actually kind of a math problem. You're playing against the queen on d3, bishop on c2, knight on g3, but you're letting maybe the bishop on f2 get more power when it gets to d4. But shutting out 3 pieces to let one activate is okay.
I will say the other downside of g6 is h4, h5. I don't know if I can get away with h4 right away because maybe you could just take it, but I would love to throw my pawn up to h5.
Yeah, h4. Maybe you even start with a move like rook h1 so that there's even more firepower behind it.
Oh, wow. I mean, it's a slow move, but it does make sense. And I was only thinking in terms of chess principles. When I see a pawn on g6, a fianchetto structure, I know a great way to attack that is by throwing my h-pawn forward. So rook h1, that would be such a nasty move. Instead, he goes to the open file, which makes sense. And can Hikaru take this pawn on h2? Can he get away with it?
I think it's suicide because you're going to see rook h1, and then you have take on g2, and I feel like I should have some way to make. Maybe I don't actually have some way to make it work. I was going to say like some rook h7 or some bishop d4, queen g6 ideas.
It looks dangerous. I don't know if you can play this move with 3 minutes in your clock. And Hikaru, he's calculating. He looks like he's really invested in this position because queen takes h2 may objectively be a good move. Maybe the engines approve of it. And Hikaru, he can find these types of decisions, but it's so risky as this rook can slide over and start attacking this black king.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. I'm trying to calculate it right now. Maybe since he's thinking, let's go ahead and show it. So queen h2, rook h1, queen
Okay,
g2,
well,
rook h7, um, rook h7, queen g6, rook g7, queen g7. We get some sort of endgame, bishop d4. How do you evaluate this?
apparently the engine evaluates as -3, which
Oh, there's a king moving rook g8. Ah, okay, at the end of the line.
but that's a very deep line, and you have to calculate it all the way through to
He
get there. And
played it. He played
Hikaru,
it. Wow, cold ice
he's
in his
played queen
veins
takes
there.
h2. Yeah, no, he says prove your attack because if you don't have an attack, I stole your pawn. My queen will backtrack, and that's good news for me with the black pieces in game one. And by the way, Bluebaum under 2 minutes. That was the 26th move by both players. 4 moves to make with a minute 45. That is not a lot of time in this kind of crazy position.
And but here's the thing, he might not know. There is a chance that he might not know. Like this could be move 20 and he would have 10 moves to go.
That's true.
There's another important line here. So if rook h1, queen g2, bishop d4, black needs to take on g3 to stop a queen takes g6 from appearing.
That's actually a nasty idea that it will show very quickly. The point, everybody, is that this queen can't go anywhere, but I'll make a terrible.
No, you
move
can
on
take on
purpose.
f3. You can take on f3.
Sure, but I guess the point is
But
that
yeah,
this is the checkmate that Jeffrey is trying to throw on the board is a nasty bishop and rook configuration. So the knight on g3 would be captured in that sequence, which should also protect the g6 square. And now we see time is of the essence for Bluebaum. I don't think this was a sacrifice so much as it was hopeful chess. He gives away the pawn, and now he's backtracking, which is a bad sign.
Yeah, and I guess if Hikaru takes another pawn on g2, he wants bishop b6.
Ooh, opening up this, and this bishop is loose over here.
Yeah, so probably Hikaru should play a conservatively here, maybe like queen f4 or queen somewhere else. Oh,
Is it
queen f4,
bishop
bishop
g3?
g3. Oh, that would not be good. So queen back to h6 maybe.
Yeah, he looks like he moved his queen back. We'll see where it lands. Queen h6, knight to e3. So this knight went from g3 to f1 to e3. And now, if the knights get traded on e3, white has given up a pawn, but open files are good for an attack.
Yeah, I think Bluebaum, he's reacted as well as he could have. Now for Hikaru, do you start trading pieces here, like takes and bishop f4 and maybe bishop f5 next?
You would love to get that bishop to f5 for sure. And Hikaru, he does have a little bit more time, so he's using it wisely. Reminder to everybody that at move 30, it is currently now the 29th move so move 29 has just been played. So it's the 30th move after this move to get 5 more minutes and a 5-second increment. So then it becomes a blitz battle rather than a bullet scramble. Queen f8. What would you do here, Jeffrey? You have your rooks on the e file. You could slide a rook to h1 at some point. How are you continuing this game for white?
I'm not even focusing on the position. I'm looking at the clock. Is it 20 seconds for 2 moves, if I'm not mistaken?
No, this is the 30th move. So he just with bishop
No, I don't.
g5
Is it?
is reach move 30.
Oh,
Yes.
he's got it. Okay, okay, okay. So he should see 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, he had enough time to drink water. So he finally will feel like a bit of comfort. And after rook e8, by the way, I just saw the eval bar pop up in white's favor. So Bluebaum is down a pawn, but all of a sudden the engine is starting to like his position. And I think it's because that rook takes e8, then c4, dynamite move, opening up diagonals against this king.
Oh, that's so easy to miss. I was not even looking at in that direction. Wow, that would be a huge find if he could. Because I was looking at like some ideas with takes and maybe bishop h6 or queen e3 and bishop h6, but c4 did not catch my eye.
Well, I'm just trying to open this position up because if this bishop at long last can get on a good diagonal, it's a problem for black here. So with just a simple trade and c4, let's get pieces off the board. If you take and I take back, you already see I didn't expect it to be plus whatever this is, +4. But the problem is that diagonals are open and the black king's in trouble and the e-file and everything working together well.
Yeah, he has taken on e8 and now is thinking here this is a huge moment. If he finds c4, I think he flips the script completely.
I mean, what a game this has been. Really one where Hikaru has been in charge since the very early stages. And if not for c4, I do like bishop h6 as an alternative because you force queen takes h6, rook takes e8, and the very least, Jeffrey, opposite colored bishops have tons of drawish tendencies, especially with limited material remaining.
Yeah, but this is another great example of sort of how to improve your worst place piece. Most of the time you would maneuver it to a good square, but this time you're basically just opening up the position so that it can excel, and I think he's played it. Wow, what a find.
Oh my goodness. Matthias Bluebaum, he is demonstrating that he is here to fight. He clawed back, with no time on his clock. Now he gets 5-second increment with every move. C4 is played, and I would love to see Hikaru's face.
Yeah, I was
Thank you.
about to say the same thing. Oh my gosh.
And Hikaru's
I
moving
expect
quickly.
some, yeah, I expect some head shakes in 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, he's not in panic mode yet, but if I were sitting on his position, I would really be starting to get nervous here.
And that looks like photo chess, Maria Emelianova in the background with that big lens there. And that's Matthias Bluebaum on camera. He is as determined as ever. And this is what I love about qualifiers as he looks up at Hikaru Nakamura. It gives players like Bluebaum a very talented player. He's in his early 20s. He's 2650 rated in classical chess. He's very strong in his own right, but you don't get invitations to the top tournaments unless you're 2700 plus. Here, Bluebaum is showing that once you're in the field, he can fight with the best of them. And right now, Hikaru has a difficult choice.
And just to confirm, it's 5-second increment now, right?
That is absolutely correct. Yes. So both players will rely on that. Hikaru, he looked like he was going to move his light square bishop, I want to say, or maybe it was his
Mm-hmm.
dark square bishop. I'm not sure, but it looked like he was going to grab a piece close to his side of the board. And then he withdrew his hand. And he's like, I'm not so sure about that decision. So Jeffrey, not an easy choice here for Hikaru.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop d7, cd5, bishop f5. This is what I'm calculating right now. And you move the queen, and then let's say queen c3.
All right, let's bring up the board here so we can just play through a couple of the moves and show everybody what Jeffrey Zhang is thinking about. Because bishop d7, you're saying c takes d5. Yes, keep going.
Bishop f5, queen c3. And here's the issue for black. This e-file is all whites. So you're not able to contest it. And just to show a line, let's say like bishop c2, queen c2, cd5, you get the pawn back. Now I think there's queen c6, which could be potentially very dangerous.
Uh-oh. That's hugely dangerous. I don't even know how black is supposed to deal with that. So that's a problem. Maybe king g7 only move. But if that's your only move,
Rook e8? No, but rook e. Oh, you have queen c5. Because I was gonna say like rook e8, queen d6, queen a8 would be unstoppable
oh,
mate. That's
you're just
unstoppable
going
mate.
for these checkmates. I mean, it is stoppable apparently, but only barely. You're just getting away with this, but that's not what you want to face in a situation. And now Hikaru Nakamura is actually down on the clock, Jeffrey. He is below 3 minutes and now 35 seconds, and he made the move rook d7, and the evaluation bar, it's doing some weightlifting. It's going up and down here.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Okay, so maybe white has something good here, but I don't see it right off.
I don't see it either. What is the plan here? I guess there's always bishop b3 in certain positions trying to go after this king. But the king is not that weak, and the bishop will take back on d5.
Yeah, I like queen c3 feels natural, but I don't see a follow-up to like bishop 5 there.
Right, the bishop
Hmm.
just is at home on that square. And then there's no bishop b3 because queen gets out to f5 with check, and your bishop is loose over here. So to be very careful not to blunder something for either side.
Yeah, this is very tricky. Man, Hikaru, he does everything well, to be honest. Like this was a great sort of defensive regrouping that he found here with rook d7, bishop f7.
What a decision just to maneuver the piece in this way. And what is the plan for Bluebaum? There has to be something here. I refuse to believe that there are no obvious ideas. We can see the evaluation bar off to the side. We don't have the moves telling us what they are. And Bluebaum, he must also feel like he should have something against this black king. So is it like an f4, f5? Do you have time for that? Probably not, because bishop d5 threatens bishop a2.
Yeah, f4 and queen h3, I get. Like f4, bishop d5, queen h3. That
Oh,
looks like,
okay.
but that looks like computer chess. I don't
Queen
expect.
e3.
Okay,
That
queen
looks
e3.
very
Yeah,
natural.
so yeah, he gets sort of he doubles on the e file, and also bishop h6 might be in the cards.
Oh, that's very scary. Once a bishop lands here, there could be some back rank checkmates and some checkmates in g7 as well. So Hikaru can take on d5 in any of three ways. Not the easiest decision, but I think bishop takes d5 is what he'll choose.
And then after bishop h6, something like queen f7.
He plays rook takes d5. Okay. Hikaru keeping the queen on e3 tied. This
Very
bishop over here.
important that I think he threatens rook e5. And
Oh,
if he could relieve that e file pressure, then the pawn is going to start to mean something.
so I was thinking bishop b3 was like the obvious move, but you're right. Rook e5 allows the trade of light squared bishops, but there are no more pieces for white to attack with. So I do not want to allow rook e5, which may mean bishop h6 or
No, I like this better. Yeah, because I mean, you highlighted this long time ago, back when black first played g6. But when you access this diagonal, there could really be some issues.
okay. So bishop f6 played. You would love to play bishop takes a2 check. some kind of discovery and get this bishop here, and that wouldn't even work. But the point is, this bishop on f6 is safe and sound for now. And the bishop can always slide back to c3, Jeffrey. That's a long-term issue for black to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. In a practical game, it might be easier for white if he's able to keep the bishop on that diagonal.
Bishop g3. Just kicking this rook away. I guess rook e2 create some back rank problems that white will have to deal with. Actually, that already does have an issue. Here, there's queen d6. I think the game's over. So if the rook slides up to e2, queen d6 threatens rook d1 with a mate on the back rank. That's actually really cool.
So maybe, can I go like rook h1 instead? Queen d6
Probably
anyway.
But at least you're not getting, the bishop can go back to c3. There's no checkmate back there. Whereas, just to show everybody quickly, rook e2, queen d6, your bishop's under attack. And if you protect your bishop, rook d1 is winning, because after queen c1, I could take your rook and be up a bishop, or I could take your pawn, distracting you, your king from your queen. So I'm up a queen for a rook. Either way, black is up too much material for white to play on.
Yeah,
so we are
only 45 seconds for Bluebaum. Rook h1 is played.
Okay, and he finds the best move. And Hikaru should try to play a bit on Bluebaum's clock. And what I mean by that is not just to play bullet chess, because that's how you blunder away positions that are not just defensible, but maybe even slightly better for black with this extra pawn. But you should play relatively quickly. And Hikaru knows better than anybody how to play in someone else's time trouble.
Yep, queen d6 and bishop c3. Does he want? Okay, queen h6 is a big threat though. He's got to be careful.
Monster threat. Absolute monstrous threat.
That's why bishop f4.
No queen h6 for you. So probably queen f2 and then try to get to h4.
Makes sense. Hikaru might want to get rid of that bishop on c3 somehow, like either bishop e5 or bishop d2.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Bluebaum plays queen e4. So he wants queen h4 as soon as his bishop moves. But queen h4 is h5.
Shutting it down. Yeah, and it's hard to actually make a threat here for white.
And Bluebaum does not have a lot of time. So the threats seem to be completely parried. Hikaru playing amazing defense.
Yeah, I wanted some bishop b3, but it doesn't really accomplish much.
And we see Bluebaum's face here. We're zoomed in on him. Let's bring the board into focus. He makes his move, bishop to b3. He's trying to go for some tactics in front of the black king. Hikaru is tricky, yes, flop cake. But he's not just tricky. He's strong. He's not playing for tricks. He's playing the best moves. And right now, it seems that there is some kind of huge move for black. -2, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'm considering bishop takes c3. Because I don't think you can take on d5. I mean, maybe you can, though. Yeah, he's gone for it. Wow.
And queen d5, bc3, queen takes a2. All this is forced. And black will have 2 pawns and an attack for the exchange. So bishop and 2 pawns for a rook.
I think he's going to take a third pawn on g2.
Have you been hanging out with Yasser?
Yes, I have. I have, as a matter of fact.
You're analyzing like someone who has been hanging out with Yasser Seirawan. Pawn grabbing, but why not? Get 3 pawns and a bishop for a rook. That looks like not just sufficient compensation, but ample compensation. In fact, black is just much better.
Yeah, because white's king is simply too open, and I don't think you can coordinate the queen and rook fast enough. But he's gone for queen to 3 instead, so he doesn't take any of the pawns. Yet, though.
Well, the problem is king b2, there's queen d2 check, and then bishop takes a2 check will lead to checkmate. I think it actually is a forced checkmate. So we'll see. He plays king to c1. Quickly show you that. Oh, actually, don't even have time to show you as the king's running away. We'll show you after the game, perhaps, that checkmating sequence. Here goes the queen stealing more pawns. And so, Jeffrey, it's time for this king to just keep running.
Yeah, and Bluebaum, wait, is he down to 5? Can we zoom in? Is it possible to zoom in on the live board?
Well, I think he must have. No, the unfortunately the lighting is such that the is someone sleeping right behind a car. How could you be asleep during this game? Wake that fan up over there. So Queen D2 played by Hikaru. We just saw that.
Yeah, but this is three pawns to the good. I see three pawns on the queen side.
Yeah,
So
this is
any
true.
endgame is just going to be completely over.
Hmm. So look at these players concentrating. You see Bluebaum, he's now fiddling with a piece. Very common chess player action, especially during tempo. C5 pushing the pawn is Hikaru trying to storm those up the board. Okay, now the moves are coming in very quickly.
Yeah, queen e7 played. I think Hikaru just wants to make sure not to allow any counterplay here.
Wow. He just has to avoid checks. And by the way, Bluebaum made that move with 1 second remaining on his clock. We saw 6 seconds were on his timer after that move. So you gain 5 seconds per move. And the person's still asleep behind Hikaru. A C4 is pushed. Those pawns are wide awake, sprinting the other side. And Bluebaum takes on A7. Brave choice.
Might as well snap one off when you can.
And there's a pass pawn for Hikaru, but a bunch of checks happening here. Queen C7, getting behind the pass pawn and pinning this bishop. I think Bluebaum has enough. He's
Yeah,
got compensation, and I think he's on the verge of holding this.
that was huge. The queen on c7 is excellently placed. Eyeing c3, eyeing f7, and also controlling this diagonal to not allow uh, checks for black.
And Bluebaum, he only has a couple seconds. What's he doing? He's got to make
Yeah,
a
he's
move.
gonna. Okay, rook h4. Wait, he blundered, no? Oh,
Oh,
sorry. Queen is
Queen.
on e5. I'm sorry. Queen is on
Oh,
e5
Queen.
now.
Okay, we're gonna. The board is frozen to make you move so quickly. The Queen is on e5, and so the rook comes up to h4 because wait, but how could the rook go to h4 in any case?
Yeah, what's his
What was
idea on
that?
c2? What's his idea?
Yeah, what?
All right, okay, it's happening so fast. But queen d1 played?
Yeah, we will try to get the moves on our board. They're moving too quickly for the relay, it seems. Um, I don't even know what's happening here. I'm just trying to. I'm sorry, everybody. We're just doing our best here, as the moves are not coming in and the players are moving fast. So if we get a shot of the live board, that would be excellent if we can. Otherwise, oh, here they come. I don't even know what's going on here, but
Yeah, so he's giving check, so king h7. Oh my goodness. Okay, they're repeating a bit. Hikaru goes king h7. And now, what's the move here? Rook f4 played with 1 second. Queen d7 instantly. But now queen c3. So I think blue ball might pick up the c pawn here.
and Hikaru goes to pin that rook. It looks like we see their
g3.
faces.
Bishop b3 played. Can't
Wow, what
take
a
because black will promote.
what a crazy position this is. As we have the live position on the board now, I will actually just try to make the moves as well. It looks like rook e4 was the choice. Huge move, trying to
Yes.
go rook e1. I'll keep up with the players. Queen
Yeah.
c5, offering a queen trade. If you trade queens, the rook comes back to e1. I don't know if white is losing this. He takes the bishop, and c1 equals
Whoa,
queen.
no, what is that? Wait. No, the checks are covered here.
The checks are covered. F8 is covered. And you see on Bluebaum's face, he recognizes that he has just made a big mistake. He brings his queen, and the king comes up to h6. There's no queen f4 check as the second queen. There's no f8 check. There is resignation. And Hikaru Nakamura, he takes a victory in game one.
And yeah, let's quickly jump to the Wesley game. I think it's still ongoing as well. Very interesting endgame.
Okay, I will pull that up here quickly as we see the players reset the board. And oh my gosh, when an end game here, pawns are promoting. Bluebaum disappointed. He had chances there, but Hikaru Nakamura takes game one. And Wesley So with the black pieces, he is now up a pawn. Both sides just promoted, and we're focused on our world rapid champion from 2019. He is up a pawn here. He's going to try to win this game, and more time on the clock for these two.
Yeah, Hikaru Time Scribble Classic. I mean, I think he's the best at those. But in this position, it shouldn't be a perpetual, right? Yeah, I think Wesley's gonna bring his king over and then shield it with the queen.
Yeah, I mean the king for white on being on g8 is probably a pretty good thing. You want your king away from the action. You don't want to be caught in a deflection check or something that forces the queens off the board. So this is going to be difficult for Gretarsson here, even where this queen belongs.
Yeah, I mean, normally in these sort of blitz games where like both sides have only minutes, all queen endgames are winning.
You heard it from Jeffrey Zhang. In blitz, or especially bullet chess, all queen end games of a pawn are winning, and you just you don't want to make a move like queen g2 and to get somehow this if there's a check against this king. Like here, queen c4 already threatens to win a second pawn. Oh, I thought it was stopping on c3. It goes to b3.
Yeah. So okay, he's keeping it. He's holding it together for the moment.
Mm-hmm. I think I would. I don't know what to do here. Queen c2, sure. But if queen to
Yep.
h7, there's queen c7.
Yes.
Just need to avoid the cross checks. He's just hanging out, looks like, on these squares.
At some point, Wesley needs to bring his king back up the board, though, I believe.
And if the times are accurate, under 10 seconds left for Gretarsson. Not an easy choice right now. Does he bring this queen up to d5 with check? I think that's the temptation. In time trouble, you always want to give checks.
Absolutely correct. But Wesley not showing any progress so far. I think, I don't know what is like the practical thing to do. Maybe you just move a bunch of, make a bunch of random moves just to get up to 30 seconds and then figure out how you're going to go forward.
I'm thinking b5 at some point, even if it's a pawn sacrifice. It springs free a passed pawn. So king c7, queen c3 check, played. You can go queen c6 and then queen e5. So there's so many checks. I'm trying to see, when was the promotion? What move number was that? That was move 72. And we're on move 83. So the 50 move rule will have to have an eye kept on it.
Yeah, so Gretarsson, he's doing a good job so far. I still don't see what Wesley's trying here.
Yeah. And you see the king just shuffling. There's one check on f5.
But now, I mean, it's already like, for example, you could easily make a move like queen d4 and get cross-check. So you have to be super cautious.
And I'm curious when there might be a 3-time repetition, because the king seems to be going on the same squares and the queen is going back and forth. Queen f4, king b7. There's queen f7 check. Queen c4. Maybe king b8. There's not a single check after that move.
Yeah, possible.
And then there's
Wesley,
a threat of queen d8, queen c7.
oh, yeah, gotta watch out for that. He sets it up in this way, but okay. Queen b3. Yeah, queen b3 is always a safe square. That's like a haven.
Yeah, you can play king b8 just to try to induce queen to c4, so you get that check. Okay, no, don't go to the c file. There's a check.
I think queen f3 is still fine, and he's back to b3, his home.
I feel like b5 might be played at some point, but that opens up even more checks against this king.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to do it. The thing is, a pawn is quite drawish, so that'll be more of a last resort, I think.
Okay, queen to b4. This queen has to escape. Don't go to d5. You blunder the a4 pawn. So you probably go back to d1. Keep this pawn in your sights.
Mm-hmm.
But he's thinking.
He's gone to c2, queen f4. Now, white can bring his king back. This is actually tricky. I think you do, though, right?
Here it comes. The king is running back. And that makes b5 just completely unattractive. So b5, the point was to spring free a passed pawn, but if that's your only pawn remaining, then you're never going to win any king and pawn in the game.
Yeah, he's checked on g4, and I think he wants king b7. Oh no, he goes queen d7 first, cutting off the king.
Queen d5. I think it's a draw, right? Isn't this king and pawn in game just a draw?
He's trusting it.
He played it. And that is good
technique. It is, yeah.
Icelandic Grandmaster. Fantastic decision, because there's no more struggle after this move. If you know it's a draw, The game is just done. And queen c6 played. Clever try by Wesley, but doesn't matter. King c6, there's king back to d4, and they drew the game. It is over. And what a hold from Gretarsson against the Fischer Random World Champion. You see the crowd applauding him, and what a save in game one.
Yeah, nerves of steel there. I believe he was completely lost earlier in the game. We can check it on the other side, but yeah, that is. I feel like as as the biggest underdog in this field, starting out with a draw is really important for him.
Oh, that's huge for his chances here because Gretarsson, and we see the featured chats rolling in. Keep them coming, everybody. We love to hear your thoughts and your support for the players. Gretarsson, he is the local wild card. He is much lower rated than everybody else in the field, and yet he proved sturdy in game one. He held that draw against Wesley So, and that means that we have one tied match. Gretarsson, So. The other three matches have leaders: Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Nordibek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to dive into the other games, but I guess do we head to break first?
Yeah, we are about to head to break, but before we do, we just want to give a shout out to the sponsor, the presenter of this coverage. It is Brave, and Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, choose Brave. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more coverage of the FIDE Rapid World Championship brought to you by Brave.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles.
Get my coffee.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
One. Got it. Ah, shoot.
Fischer takes T1.
And welcome back here to the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage is brought to you by chess.com and presented by Brave. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, Jeffrey Zhang alongside me. Jeffrey, we had an exciting first round of action here. Or I guess we should say first game, because in these rounds, it's a 2-game mini match.
Correct. Yeah, that was just game one. And for all the players who lost game one, they must level the score here to sort of salvage anything in this match. As you mentioned, that was an absolutely wild round, that Bluebaum Hikaru game. I just want to go back and dive in. I couldn't process all of that madness.
No, there are so many things happening down the stretch of the opening games there. Of course, Hikaru Nakamura thrilled to get the victory in that one. Bluebaum was fighting tooth and nail, almost surviving. And you see the live audience, they're standing up. They're going to be seated when the games begin. But there is a sizable crowd there in Reykjavik in the venue. So it's good to see many chess fans watching their favorite players. And Gretarsson, the local hero, he is making them proud.
Really superb job by Gretarsson. I think he was on the ropes for the majority of the game, definitely losing at some point, but he held his own. He kept his cool. In time pressure, he defended a very unpleasant queen and pawn endgame. Well-deserved half point against the defending champ.
Yes. So Wesley So, the only higher-rated player to not win the game, and he'll be okay with that. He had the black pieces. But Magnus Carlsen, he put on a dominant display. That was truly stellar chess from him against Vladimir Fedoseev. That was the most one-sided game of the first round that we saw. But I actually caught the game between Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi during the break. And Jeffrey, the final position for that one, brutal.
Yeah, can we open that up? Because I think the fact that we haven't mentioned this masterpiece by Norderbeck is maybe a little bit rude to this amazing young player, Uzbek player.
Yeah, so we can check out the game for sure. So we can bring up the game between Norderbeck Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because the final position, I mean, seriously, you don't see things like this very often, 22 moves into a game. So when we can, we'll bring that in front of you. But we would love to show you the action from the first set of games.
Yeah, so one thing now I'm thinking about is, do you think you'd rather start out with white or black in this mini match?
I think I'd rather start with black just to get a feel of the position. But maybe I'm also saying that because the higher rated players all had black in game one and did quite well. But let's show the game now that you have been calling for, the game between Abdusattorov and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because Jeffrey, this is the final position. This king has just been hunted left and right. A rook is hanging. If this knight moves, there's rook d1 winning the queen. This is gross.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see what exactly went wrong for Nepo. I think when we left it, it was very early on in the opening. We saw a stone wall. I think it was after the move bishop c2.
Right.
Yes, keep going. Knight h4, a bit weird. And I think Norderbeck went for this plan, f3, e4.
Yeah, because black is sort of dilly-dallying on the king side over here. Now castling this way is not going to be so favorable now that your pawns are so forward. And simple capture and e4. This is how easy Norderbeck made it seem. Every single move had a purpose for him. Look at black's pieces on the other hand. That is not what you want to see.
I mean, but what is Nepo doing exactly? Like, this seems so disrespectful how he's playing. He played knight h4 and then g5 with his king in the middle. Like, he was just asking for it.
Well, look at this. A piece
Oh my.
sacrifice. Take me on g3, says Norderbeck. This happens. Rook e1 check. Where's your king going? If you play bishop e7, there's this move pawn to d6. Thank you very much. Pinning and winning down the e-file. And so he goes king d7. But Jeffrey, this is as bad as it looks. Just take on g3, take on c6, and then opening the position some pawn to d5. It says only plus 1.5 about, but practically speaking, this is just horrible for black.
Like someone needs to tell Nepo this is Fischer Random World Championship. Like don't play knight h4 g5 and then play a bong cloud. This is not acceptable.
Oof. This knight is hanging. Discover checks. Knight e4, bringing more pieces into the attack. I mean, what a game from Nordebek here. He just takes on d6 because h7 is with check, and then this rook is loose. And it was that simple. Now, this game was as one-sided as the final position indicates. Jan Nepomniachtchi never had a chance.
He never did. But I think he'll be seeking redemption. We know that if anybody can bounce back, it is the man that has won 2 candidates in a row. He gets white. Hopefully, he analyzes the position well with his second and comes up with a nice opening plan.
Yeah, the good thing, in a sense, about losing a game like this is the pieces are in an odd starting position, and you're like, well, it's clearly very difficult to play for black. So let me get the white pieces and let me even up this match. But the bad news is, at best, you tie. So we see Bluebaum and Hikaru Nakamura getting ready for game 2 of their match. That one promises to be exciting, but Hikaru with the white pieces, he can just try to make a draw if it's available to him, because 1.5 points will see his way through.
But how do you think it's easier to make a draw on demand in 960 or chess?
I think it is easier to make a draw in standard chess, classical chess, but I think it's also harder for black to play for a win from like that mentality. Like if you play for a win in Fischer Random, you're probably just getting yourself in so much trouble. So I think actually it's easier just to like normal moves in Fischer Random. So I ultimately easier to play for a win in a must-win situation with the black pieces in Fischer Random.
All right, gotcha. And Magnus, he will need a draw with black against Fedoseev. Hopefully, I assume nobody will be repeating Fedoseev's c5 Benoni and queen d6.
That did not look very good. We said it as soon as we saw the queen on d6 on move 3 of that game. So yeah, I don't think that Magnus is going to play that way.
And yeah, seems like we have a second before. I want to go to Hikaru's game as well, just to see the finish, because it happened so fast.
Okay, I think we do have a moment here. So it actually was even by evaluation. Rook h4 was part of the reason he lost. And apparently, I just turned on the moves here. King h2 was even better for white because the rook now covers the promotion square over here. And you can even bring your rook over to a1 and threaten checkmates against this black king. So
wow,
that was a mistake, but that was neither here nor there at this point. c2 probably overlooked that the queen didn't have to go, and mistakes happen in a scramble. We do have game 2 starting here. We see Fedoseev and Magnus on screen. Fedoseev starts with f4 for all of our birds opening fans. You can kind of be happy to see that, but it is Fischer Random, so not quite the same.
Yeah, I think that's a move we did not see. We saw e4 and d4, but not f4. So nice innovation there by Fedoseev during the break, and d5 by Magnus.
And this, I feel like, standard for black. Open up your light square bishop. You can play c6, as we've been talking about. So I really feel like it's difficult to find ways to just play for a win this early from Fedoseev's perspective. Like, what is your second move, Jeffrey, in this position? He played e3.
Does he want some reverse stonewall here? I wouldn't exactly recommend it if that's his idea.
Maybe he's hoping that Magnus somehow forgets about queen b5, which is much more powerful when there's a queen on f8 and not on d8. So I think
okay,
just...
I understand it now. I think he wants bishop f3 and c4.
So if I play c6, your whole bishop f3 c4 thing doesn't even look that threatening, right?
No, it doesn't look scary at all, but at least we have sort of an imbalance, right? It's kind of interesting, the structure we get.
Something that we didn't speak about in game 1, but now I'm thinking about, is c6 takes away the square from the knight, but knight a6 is much more viable in this type of position. Knight a3 the same, because there's no bishop ready to capture on the a file. So actually c6 with knight a6 in the future does make sense.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So essentially, there's no bishop cutting off the knight's squares, and yeah, I think for Magnus, it looks solid. Like he's got a lot of ways to develop. I think he can even try to play in the center if he wants to get a bit like sort of frisky with knight g6 and e5, or even some f6, knight f7 and e5 is potentially also an idea. So yeah, he's taking his time here. We'll see what he wants to do.
Sure. So maybe we can just sort of keep an eye on all 4 games. We'll go from game to game, see what's up there. Let's go to the game between Abdusattorov and Nepomniachtchi. We really, unfortunately, did not get to spend much time live during that game. So let's give them our attention for now. We will come back to Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Fedoseev. Don't you worry. But for the moment, we will pull up Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nordibek Abdusattorov. And Jeffrey, as we will get the game in front of everybody, it's move 6, but it looks like it's move like 15 or something. And that's what Fischer Random does to my mind.
Yeah, I totally get you. This stemmed from a French, I believe. So it was e4 by Nepo and e6. And then they both fianchettoed on the queen side, which you don't normally see in a French.
So I thought there would just be copycat chess, but as bishop f6 does Abdusattorov, the queen has access in this diagonal now. And it's frustrating when you need a win and your opponent is just kind of copying you, because where's the first unique move going to come from?
Well, but he's not copying him, right? He played bishop f6, which I like because he's fighting against d2, d4. So I actually don't see any advantage here for Nepo, right? Because if black gets, let's say, knight g6 and d5,
Whoa.
What is there even to play for?
Well, when bishop a6 and d5 was played, and after e takes d5, I'm with you. I mean, it's just a symmetrical pawn structure. Trading off this bishop does not make this king particularly weak. So I think that Abdusattorov, he's playing some excellent Fischer Random chess. He is the world rapid champion. So he has had success in these shorter time controls. And as the game continues here, we see just simple development from both sides. The problem for white, knight h5 is always met by bishop d4, and you don't have a second knight to kick the bishop out.
Yeah, as you said, Noterbeck, well-known name at this point, just a force to be reckoned with. And here, like, I already prefer black. This is an exchanged French, but I think I have the better bishop on f6. Like, I assume the light bishops are going to be traded. There's absolutely nothing here for Nepo.
No. I mean, this is not how you'd like to see your position 10 moves in a must-win game. And Noterbeck's moves are actually pretty natural at this point. King b1 is Jan's choice, and black can play king b8 if you just want to do nothing. You can also bring your queen out from f8. You can maybe bring your knight forward to f4. I don't see why not. It can't even be kicked out of that square. So, Jeffrey, I don't really believe in Jan's chances right now.
No, I like just queen d6 here, connecting the rooks, followed by rook g8.
But queen d6 doesn't have the drawback of allowing knight h5.
Oh, so you mean I don't have bishop d4 anymore?
Exactly.
But, okay.
So, like, let's...
What if I go to b5, though?
I'll take on b7 first, maybe. I don't know if this matters. Or my point is
Maybe
I'm
not.
on h5.
Okay. Yeah, I go bishop e5.
And I thought I could just start pushing my pawns, but maybe so I'll throw this in just because it's bothering me.
Oh, you have a move d4, which I missed. Nice. Maybe, does that work? I don't know if that works, actually. Because knight d4, rook d4, bishop d4, knight b5, there's queen e5. Very important. Loose pieces drop off, as you like to say.
Good catch by you. But I guess the major point is that there are some tactics up in the... Actually, after here, can I play f4? Your bishop's overloaded.
Ah, you do it like this. Okay. So, but what if I take with the bishop instead on d4?
Yeah, now we're getting into the weeds here, but it's getting really complicated, these types of positions.
Like, yeah, queen e5.
Take. Wait, actually, there's a pin here, so I can just move my knight away, right?
Yeah, but I still have c5. Okay, a little bit complex. Anyway, I agree with you. Queen d6, maybe not necessary. What did he play in the game? He
played king
b8. Okay.
And then we just see a trade in f4.
Oh, wait, but I don't like this d4 move somehow. That feels wrong.
Yeah. Why would you give the e4 square and this diagonal for white to use?
Yeah, that's surprising to say the least. Because okay, he was worried about, what was he worried about? Like queen f3, there's knight d4, so I don't even see what the threat was.
I don't think there is a threat. And I think his idea is to drive the, I was about to say it, and there it appeared.
Ooh.
Drive the pawn into d3, but I still like this for white. I'm not saying that white is better or winning or anything like that, but it now is a more double-edged position, and this pawn on d3 may have wandered a little bit too far, because let's say I make a quiet move like c3 here, and I just leave this pawn and go for it later. I feel like this could be a long-term problem for black.
Yeah, especially when you only need a draw, I would not rock the boat. Like I wouldn't muddy the waters here for no reason. And c3 was played, so Nepo liking your idea, and now I guess he's gonna try and come after this d3 pawn somehow.
He should. And black does have this move f5, which is annoying, so maybe white should play knight f5 first.
Mm-hmm. I like that a lot, yeah. And there could also be g4 stabilizing, and you go rook g3 to bring up the rook.
Well, that's clever. Bring this rook up here and go after this pawn. I feel like white is clearly happy with the last few moves. I don't like when Nordby. There's no reason to push this d pawn.
It felt like something you would do if you were behind in the match, but not necessarily ahead.
And Jan could not ask for anything more. Beautiful knight placement, light square domination, queen coming up to f3 to join the party. What is black's
Okay, there is. I
plan?
like bishop c5 though, because I think tickling your rook.
Okay, so if I just slide my rook over and keep
And
more pieces on the
then
board.
I wanted to attack on f5, but it's not even easy to do that. Like rook d5 maybe, but
And your
g4. Like
move.
yeah, what have I really? Okay, wait a second. What about knight g7? Like I'll allow you to take on c5 if you want.
So you're saying knight g7. Ugh.
Yeah, but see, at least now I think it's harder for you to attack d3. Right?
Something like this. I feel like that's a long-term weakness. I don't, and this c5 pawn now is weak as well.
Well, okay, I see some light at the end of the tunnel. I want to play f5, queen f7, and c4 something.
Wow,
Maybe
your
f6.
your tunnel
Yeah.
is one I don't want to visit anytime soon. I'd love to see you, my friend, but I'm not driving through that one. That seems like it's causing
Okay,
some
so
problems.
he went for knight h, or what did he go? Yeah, he went for knight h4. Takes g3. And now I think he's probably has to go bishop e7 because you can play f5, but you're just helping white get what he wants with knight f2.
Right. And then his pawn actually falls immediately in that case. So bishop e7, knight f2 is made by bishop c5. Very important move to pin this knight on the diagonal. Yeah, okay. Queen f3, f5, something like this. Maybe black is very much in this game. I think I overestimated white's position.
Yeah, I think the key is actually Notabek is gonna want to trade his bishop for the knight. And when you get those two pieces off, it's harder for white to pick off d3. Like you always have queen d6 if necessary.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm starting to appreciate the journey you're leading me down. So you know what? I didn't want to travel through your tunnel. Now I'm seeing a little bit more here. I feel like black's position isn't that bad, even if there's a long-term issue to deal with. So that's a long ways away. So why don't we step aside from this game for the moment? 3 other games are going on here. We have Vladimir Fedoseev is always on camera.
I don't blame the camera person. I really don't.
Every time we go to the camera, it is Fedoseev. We're zoomed in on his spiffy coat there, his sports coat. He's focused on his position. He has the white pieces against Magnus, and Magnus is taking a different approach than Nordebek did. And yes, the opening moves were different, sure, but in general, Magnus is playing a type of game. If we bring up the board here, he's playing aggressive chess. He doesn't want to sit passively and defend. He threw a pawn up to g5 already.
So Fedoseev has actually gone for this sort of reverse stonewall, but I think it was geared towards Magnus playing knight c6, so he wants to bolster that with the pawn on c3. And I have to say, this looks pretty good for Fedoseev.
And your point is that this pawn should probably be on c5, challenging the center. Knights like to be behind pawns because it puts more pressure in the middle of the board. So here the knight on c6 is not doing anything in particular. And, well, you said you like Fedoseev's position. So let's talk about what you like about it. We have 2 pawns in our 4th rank compared to just 1 for black. We have complete control over e5. This bishop on d7 is not very good. The bishop on d1 can venture right now to c2 and cause some issues maybe on this diagonal. So is that enough? That's my question for you. We can see, or I've elaborated on some of the advantages, but is it enough?
Yeah, the first thing that I want to point out, though, is Magnus's last move was a very bad sign because you normally never want to take on f4 in this kind of stonewall and give the white bishop on c1 more scope. So the fact that he had to make that trade is already it's going in the wrong direction. And now, by the way, I think the reason why he had to do it is because, let's say he played a move like h6, maybe fg and e4 was. I'm not actually sure what was the idea, but it could have been this.
Something like this does look quite spicy, and the knights are active for white, and some pawns are dangling in this position. So I could see that. And he took
But yeah, now
f6.
the current position seems so attractive for me because you have this excellent grip on the e5 square. I think knight d3 is coming up. Probably go queen e2, bishop c2, castle queenside, and long term, if black doesn't get e5, it's just a passive position.
But e5 looks like it's kind of near. Bishop e7 to d6, castle queenside, bring a rook to the e file. I don't typically like leading with the queen. I understand.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. What I'm wondering though is there like an f5 positional pawn sec idea to sort of soften up black structure potentially?
For me, that's the only way white can maybe play for something, because black's next moves are bishop e7, castle queenside, bishop d6, and rook to e8, and then play for e5. It's automatic. So that's why I don't love Fedoseev's position, is I just feel like the next few moves are much more obvious for black than they are for white.
That's a good point. Yeah, I was trying to see if f5 works, like f5, ef, bishop b3. If we could show this, because it's important. If white can make this work, it's a really huge idea. But I suppose, yeah, bishop b3, queen f7. Queen b5, though?
You're really
show
trying to
that?
make f5 happen.
Yeah, can we show that? Because this... No. I want to start with f5, maybe.
Okay, f5.
Just to see. Yeah,
here.
bishop b3. Okay, so basically queen b5 runs into knight takes d4.
Right. That's why you don't want to put your queen in line with a less valuable piece. Now I have an attack on you. You could take on b7,
Yeah.
but black is able to make... Actually, you might get checkmated.
Oh, goodness. Okay, yeah, forget this suggestion. But
yeah,
bishop b3 first, though. I think, yeah, that's the correct way. And then f5 at least is a serious threat.
agreed. You're just trying to pry open the position, and there's a short pawn chain. A pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. If this pawn were on f7, f5 wouldn't be so scary. With it on f6, now I'm just trying to chisel away. But I think after bishop b3, I could even think about knight a5 in some positions, just to get rid of this pesky bishop. But now it's starting to get more tactical, and that's the good news for Fedoseev. I still feel like Magnus should be happy. Even queen f7, castle, bishop d6, these kind of moves, they do sort of play themselves. But I'm with you, Jeffrey. Bishop b3 at least causes black a little bit more concern.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this develops. But can we go to Hikaru's game for a second? Because I think he has no g pawn, if I'm not mistaken.
Hikaru has no g pawn, you were saying. So let's go right over there. Wait, what? So it's... Did the king start on d1? Hold on, let's see. No, what? The king didn't even start on d1. How did this happen?
Yeah, that's an interesting start by Hikaru.
Bluebaum did to Hikaru what Hikaru did to him, opening up the f-file very early in this game. And just simple development so far. And this is a problem.
Well, yeah, both sides sort of have a concept. f3 is very weak, but also e4 is a nice square for the white.
Right. I'll highlight that in blue, whereas f3 is an issue. So bishop h5. Uh-oh. Light squares are vulnerable, and that's why he played king to d1. He had to stop knight c2 check.
Yeah, but this is sort of like artificial castling. I think it makes a lot of sense because the king on c2 is very secure.
So bishop e7 somehow is a huge mistake. Black is half a pawn better, and then bishop e7 is played, and then it's like plus 1.4 or something.
Seems like he had to act quicker. Because if white is able to get what he wants, it's positionally just much better.
But how? I mean, I see f4 threatens f5, but I can just play bishop f7 at the end, right? Like I take and bishop f7 or something.
Oh wait, so you mean it's concrete? Because I assumed that white could just play natural moves.
Well, I don't know how else white could be better in this position. Like he went a3, and then
Yeah, I like
immediately it
A3.
goes back to.
Oh, it goes
f4.
down? Okay, then I guess you're right.
Like
Okay.
I'm only knowing that because I've done commentary with an eval bar and no moves long enough to know that like when it goes to plus 1.5 out of nowhere, it's got to be something. And I would never really want to play f4, but this looks just bad for white.
But both sides have trumps. Like again, as we highlighted, knights look good on e4 and d5, but maybe that's not the most important thing in this position.
I love the f file for black. And what you want to do later is play c6 to kick this knight out, and then play d5 to kick that knight out.
Right.
Long story though.
Yeah, I guess the key of this position is that black doesn't have any weaknesses. Like g7 is never weak, you can push g6. Meanwhile, you just double on the f file and sort of pile up pressure. You have this c6 d5 long term, kicking out both knights. So yeah, now I'm starting to understand why black is for choice here.
Fischer Random's so odd. It's so difficult to wrap your head around like the proper plans from the starting position, and that's what gives Matthias Bluebaum a chance with the black pieces. We were just talking about this. Would you rather play in a must-win situation Fischer Random or classical? And I think Fischer Random is the way to go. So we'll see if Bluebaum can make this work. We have not looked at the local heroes game. Gretarsson drew game 1 with white against Wesley So here in
Oh
game
my
2.
Goodness.
This looks really bad though. He's down one pawn and his king's in the center.
Yeah, let's go back. What happened here? d4 d5. Okay, so yeah, we got this Caro-Kann.
So the best move here is knight f6. Oh wait. Knight from h8 doesn't go there. And look at that. Bishop b6 and immediately white is plus 1 like 0.7.
Yeah, the move that I would really try to make e5 work. Like we saw this idea in some other games, but just like before c3, like with the intention of queen b4 check. This is what I would try to make work.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
d5, queen b4, knight c3, and then some sort of gambit style play, knight g6 and castles and go.
Yeah, I see your point. Just go after the pawn, castle, and say you're ahead in development, and white has some issues to solve if you're going to keep this extra pawn. I buy that. What I don't buy is what happened in the game. c3, queen e2, no e5 for you. Your king's in line with his queen. Bishop back to c7, moving the same piece twice in the opening, and now white's simply castled. So f4 is ready. You're just losing time. Knight f6, knight g3, and look at this move. That is a big question mark. h5, just giving away this pawn, and the threat is knight takes f6 check. So you have to move your king away, and he goes king to d8. And Jeffrey, this is really bad news.
It feels too desperate. To me, it just feels desperate. Like I understand, I think he really disliked his position because knight g6 was a natural move, but white would always play f4. And yeah, that's why he felt the need to check a pawn with h5, but it's hard. You're not really going to convince me with this one.
No, you're simply down a pawn. Your king is less safe. White's king nicely tucked away on g1. This is really, really bad. And for Gretarsson, he's down under 9 minutes on the clock. He's down a pawn. He's playing Wesley So. He had a good save in game 1, but game 2 is just a nightmare thus far.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can try to do for black is to go on the h file, but white can even just keep the knight on h5. So there's no attack. You have a more unsafe king. It's just a clean h pawn to the good. So yeah.
Okay, so Wesley So looking to repeat as the Fischer Random champion. We'll leave him to it over here. Should we go back to maybe Nordicbeck and Jan Nepomniachtchi's
Yes.
game? We haven't been there in a while, so I'm going to take us there right now because look at this position where I feel like I'm looking at a totally different game.
Yeah, and I mean, Nepo, he was reckless in the first game. Seemed like a solid start now, but somehow he's been provoked to push all his pawns up, and I'm seeing queen b4, I'm seeing knight c5. Like, what the heck happened?
I'm just going back to where we left off. He went b4 at this point. a5 was Nordicbeck's choice. What a move, by the way. It looks like b4, the threat is to go b5, and he welcomes it with a5.
And I love how he maneuvered his knight. Watch what he does.
Okay, watch out. Your king is going to be checked. So it goes back. f5. Bishop c5. Getting rid of this knight, saying you're going to be left with this terrible bishop. c1, knight c8. Takes, and here it comes. Knight d6. c4.
Oh, and this is pure class. Look, this, I mean, how do you not play knight e4? But the whole trick, Nepo's only idea is to sack and play c5.
Beautiful recognition by Jan Nepomniachtchi and by you. And that's why the knight doesn't go up to e4. Why else would you go knight a7, knight c8, knight d6 with a pawn f5 besides knight e4? But you can't get away with it. White just barrels through the c file, bishop coming to e5. And yes, a rook is 5 and a bishop is 3, but the rooks don't have any open files. So the bishop is actually very powerful here. And that's why instead the knight dropped back to b7, a fantastic choice, a knight retreat. Knight c5 is harder to make work with all these pieces covering the square. So Jeffrey, Nordicbeck Abdusattorov, he may be a teenager, but he's showing the class of a veteran player.
Such a mature move, yeah, showing awareness of your opponent's ideas. And now his idea, I think it's just queen b4. And Nepo, he's trying to figure out how he can.
You seem just perplexed right now. I'm watching you evaluate, calculate, and you're just like, I don't see this.
Yeah, okay, he tries rook e5.
He wants c5 and to sacrifice an exchange over here.
Okay, it's still very complex. Like, yeah, at some point we are probably going to see c5 and the position will start to explode.
So I guess we should just show. Let's say I make a normal move like g6 to defend my pawn and c5 happens. What is the actual evaluation of this here? I like the look of it for white. That's an unsafe king. But white's king is not very safe either. So if this queen ends up on the b3 square, which we can go to via f7, that means that black will have very good chances to force a draw at some point.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he needs. So a move like queen f7. So no more bishop e5. And
because just check, and at the very least, you can just repeat these checks a bunch.
yes, that would be a draw. Okay, wait. So he's gone queen b4 instead. This is a slightly different version.
Mm-hmm. You have to.
But wait, is he gonna trade queens? Is he gonna trade queens here?
Oh my goodness, queen! Think about that, right? You've just given away a rook for a knight. So you're taught the rook is more valuable, black is ahead material. So you're taught not to trade when down material. This is a wonderful decision because that's a rook takes c5. If we get this queen trade, f5 is hanging. And if you defend f5, then there's bishop coming out to e5, hitting c7. You defend c7, here comes b6. That's not just an attack, but a pin. And you get this pawn, a5 hangs next, d3 is weak. Wow, this is some great stuff by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
It's honestly, it's a crazy level of understanding because I just find it so counterintuitive, right? You're down in material, you need a win, and you go for an endgame. It's hard to do, but now that okay, let's. I still think it's very reasonable for black, but you might have to go with your own counterplay, like through how do you get counterplay? Because the e file would be shut off.
I'm wondering the same thing. And if you allow the trade here, after AB4, this king walks up and just wins that pawn immediately, and then it's an outside pass pawn. I see the evaluation as minus 0.4. I don't care. I think that actually white is more likely to win this game.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. So okay, I guess you take on c5 and then you play some sort of calm move, like I don't know, king b7 or something, just stopping the bishop b5 b6 idea.
We don't do calm
And
over here, but let's king b7.
exchange. It's still an exchange, I guess. Yeah.
And it's exchange for a pawn. If I take this one, I might not even take the pawn because that could potentially open up more files. Like I'm already thinking, is there a way to open up lines for these rooks and get a rook to here, but there's always bishop e5 and maybe everything gets closed down too quickly. So queen c5, by the way, was just played.
Oh wait, I see a super clever way in that line, I think, to open something.
Tell me.
So let's say king b7, rook takes, rook d8, bishop e5, and I want to play g5.
I was thinking about that, but what if I just take it?
Rook f8, rook gf8, and you have to concede a file, I think.
Oh. But even if I concede a file, like I'll play h4 and you're not going to attack any of my pawns really, and I could get a pass pawn over here. Is it that bad?
No, it's not
There you
clear.
go.
Like rook f8 and
Some
h4
kind
or
of h4.
something. Yeah, no, it's still very unclear.
I think it's one of these positions that once you get here, you're still unsure how to assess it. So from
Yeah.
a distance, you're like, it's very forcing. So do I want to allow it? He plays rook d7, just defending the 7th rank preemptively. And that's actually good because it allows rook to e8 after rook takes f5. g7 is defended. So I actually really like that move, rook d7. It's a good start. But after white takes, there is bishop e5. There's also calmer moves as well, like bishop c, like king a2 and bishop c3, things like that. I don't think there's any real rush in the position for white.
Yeah, I think it's hard to resist planting the bishop though right away on e5, and if white gets time to bring the king in, king b2, king c3, then black might start getting in some trouble.
Yeah, and this a5 pawn, long-term weakness. This bishop can retreat at some moment, and you may just drop this pawn on a5. So I think that Jan Nepomniachtchi has chances in this game. We're already on move 33, by the way, so they're getting increment, and they already are gaining their 5 minutes. So no time trouble in this one. The players will keep on going from here. So that means we should probably go to
Yeah,
a game
can we
that is
go
not as
to
far along.
back to Magnus? I see a temporary p-sec was played.
Ooh, okay. Here we are. We left off around here. I'm just going to show how we got here as we see the players on screen. There was bishop b3 instead of knight a5, queen f7, castles, bishop e3, knight goes in, castles. All of this is very normal stuff. Bishop d6. And after knight e7, here is knight d to e5. Very interesting move, Jeffrey. I think a lot of people would think, oh, let's go knight f to e5 to open up against this queen. But actually, after takes here, knight f5, this queen's under attack, and there's no bishop takes f5.
Correct. And I think I like this transition because white's dream, in a perfect world, is to get this good knight against bad bishop. The bishop on d7 could be a tall pawn in the near future. So he's trying to get some trades off. If he can carve out the e5 square for his knight, it's even better. But yeah, now Magnus, he has a tough choice to make.
Yeah, no, this is a great decision. I like what you're pointing out. When you look at positions and you try to figure out what am I going to do, evaluate what trades might work out in your favor. And this bishop, light squares, can't attack anything. This knight can hop into the game from f3. So knight f5 now, this was the essential difference we were highlighting. The bishop can take, and then you take on d6, you get your piece back, and with it, a better position. So a big choice of Magnus Carlsen, who's down to 6 minutes and change for 12 moves to make here. Jeffrey, this is not an enviable, I should say, task for Magnus.
Totally agree. Fedoseev has done an amazing job getting chances, and I would give him a serious chance of leveling this match.
For sure.
Queen
And
G7.
Fedoseev, the big fish. He took a drink of water, and again, the camera is just zoomed in on Fedoseev today. This is the Fedoseev cam.
It seems like it's always on him. So actually, black is still not threatening to get his bishop out of the way, so you could just play a move like G3 if you wanted.
I like it. Jeffrey is explaining to everybody that, yes, this piece can be captured, but think about it. Can it go anywhere? So no, the trade is not forced. So maybe just play a slow move like G3 and then say to black, all right, your move next. Figure out what to do. So this looks good. And why don't we take a peek on over at the local hero? Well, unfortunately, that game looks like it's concluded.
Oh,
the king
what a
ran away, but it got checkmated anyway. So let's go just a few moves back where we left off. Oh my goodness. Bishop B3, rook H8, check.
Wait a second. Okay.
King B6. I think he was too brave in this game. He could play King D7, kind of hang out for a little bit, but King B6, allowing the very quick storm of his king, he missed rook takes A6, which is a beautiful find by Wesley So.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing that added to the Puzzle Rush database. Just a lovely little, simple but nice finish to this game.
Sick. That is sick. They just bring that king up. Rook A6, a good spot here. Allows mate in 1. So that is a nasty finish. Wesley So takes his first match against Hjorvar Gretarsson. So let's keep going back within the games that are still in play. We are just looking at Fedoseev and Carlsen. Maybe let's take a look at Nakamura's game against Bluebaum, because Hikaru, he won game 1. Here in game 2, it looks like things are all even. So it may have been dicey for a moment there, Jeffrey, but now with just queens and rooks and 4 pawns aside, this is just a level game.
And there's a back rank mate threatened here as well. So the only move to keep queens on the board, which I think you have to as Bluebaum, is Queen H8. At least just to keep the game going a bit.
Although then white can try to trade more pieces with rook F3, because you can't actually take on F3, you get back rank checkmate. So it feels like pieces are coming off no matter what you do. And if we're being realistic, and Hikaru Nakamura has, I'm going to say, 0 chance of losing this game.
That's a very fair assessment. And can we just go back, because this was promising for Bluebaum at some point.
So around here, Hikaru went queen G4. The queen drops back to F7. F4, big move.
F4, yes. That is just getting rid of that backward pawn, and also no more F3 square for black.
This still looks good for Bluebaum. And that, oh my gosh, look what he overlooked. So he went knight F3, hoping to play G4 next and just plant this knight in enemy territory. He missed this move, knight F6, which is
I'm not actually sure. I'm not sure he missed it, because I think he wanted this, right? He wanted this. Because he still has a pass pawn. Oh, no, H5 falls. Sorry. I didn't see H5 falls at the end.
Yeah, so he ended up giving away his pawn. Still should be slightly better for black, apparently. But now there's mass liquidation, rook E1, and then take on G5, take on H2. So I think he just traded off too many pieces, Jeffrey. Yes, black still had chances throughout that tactical sequence, but when the skirmish finished, it's clear that, queen takes E3 was played. That's a draw for.
Yeah, I believe the game has been agreed. Can we just confirm that?
It's done. The draw is in the books. Hikaru Nakamura wins this first match against Matthias Bluebaum.
Not without its drama, though. That first game, I think Bluebaum will be regretting promoting. I think if he had traded queens, it was within the drawing margin in game 1.
He also will regret this moment, Jeffrey. He could have played G4 first. There was no reason that he had to play knight F3. So if he played G4, he keeps the advantage going, and he can play for a win, and his king is safe. White's king is weirdly on C2, so a missed chance, not to win the game, but at least to give himself a better opportunity to win. So unfortunately for Bluebaum, he suffers a match defeat, but Hikaru, he proved once again, time and time again, he proves that he's able to see through the tactics in the critical moments.
All right, shall we go back to the Nepo game?
Let's do just that. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. Norbek Abdusattorov with black. We're on move 40 already, and the king came up to c4. I believe you have to be careful about your rook being a little bit loose on d5 with the b takes c6, so probably the rook has to step back. But then bishop d4 check, and this pawn is loose. What's going on?
Yeah, just a quick note. I feel like Norbek is sort of a young Nepo in terms of like his time management. Because it's very rare to be up on time against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's famous for just blitzing out his moves.
Yeah, it is rare to see that. So it's kind of in the vein of Nepo and MVL types, just playing at a blistering pace. But now that we're here, Jeffrey, it says zeros on the evaluation bar because, of course, all end games are just equal, duh. But in all seriousness, what do you rate Nepo's winning chances as?
I thought it was much higher before I saw this move that Norbek just played, because I think he wants to go King b7 next and start opening files for his rooks.
Mm-hmm. So if the files get open, the rooks get going, that gives chances for black to be active instead of passive. But what if, is there a way that white pushes this pawn to b6, for example, or does that close the position too much?
I think you might have to, because if you allow the c file to open, just imagine in some position like rook c2 will be slammed down, and I feel like you're better off going, yeah, this bishop d6 like you said.
Something like this, try to get a protected passed pawn. The bishop can always slide to c5, and the king has just gone back to b7 after bishop d4 check. We may, in fact, see this variation. So after king b7, you could simply play a move like bishop c5, because after pawn takes, actually, no. Can I get away with that? No, I can't. I made a mistake.
Maybe not. Yeah, I like b6.
So does Jan.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
my
the good
idea.
news,
So go ahead, Jeffrey.
okay, the good news for Norbek, he has a lot of time here. Like, I'm surprised how fast he's played this game. It's not like it was some boring game. There was quite a lot of stuff going on. So props to I guess both players for just playing very intuitively.
What I'm concerned about, though, for Nerdybek is eventually g4 and f5 is a necessity. Let's create a pass pawn. d3 is loose. a5 can be targeted at some moment, like a rook e5 type of maneuver. So I just feel like he's got problems all across the board. And how do you solve them? The rook needs to stay on the 7th rank, otherwise his rook comes up. So he goes after this bishop, but his bishop will go to c5.
It's a lot of ideas. I'm with you. I think in a practical game, this is not zeros. For sure. First of all, white's never risking here. And second of all, as you said, yeah, there's so much to worry about.
The good news, though, is the clock that you've mentioned. Nordybek Abdusattorov ahead on time, and maybe after bishop c5, Jeffrey, there's like rook d5 and sacrifice your rook back for this bishop. And just to sort of show what that might look like is if I get here, and what's a random move I can play, like rook e3? Well, actually, that's too good of a move. Like rook e1 or something. I was just thinking, can I get into this end game here? And the answer is no. It's still much better for white, but I was just trying to give back some of the material. But with this pawn being weak and white so close to it, I guess it's much better.
My guess is there's not going to be a way to bail out. So you're just going to have to sort of try and hold all the glue with your rooks. But at some point, this g4 f5 will come. And then, like, it's just incredibly difficult to play this position with no counterplay.
Not fun. And I think black just has to go on a yo-yo string, like rook d5, rook d7, back and forth. There's nowhere for this rook to infiltrate. The white rook can't get in because if you go to e7, the rook goes back to d7. So
all right, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but we got to head over to Magnus, the Magnus
Let's
game.
do it. You don't ever have to apologize wanting to go to Magnus Carlsen's game. We're heading right there. Magnus doesn't look like a happy camper, does he?
Yeah, that was a very funny facial expression he made. Wait, so he sacked an exchange or he blundered it?
I don't know. The camera's always in Fedoseev. I know nothing else besides what Fedoseev is looking at, how his suit is looking, but it looks like
Wait, I think Magnus blundered.
I'm getting to that point. Let's see.
Like, this is all solid,
Oh
and
my
then he
gosh.
just plays.
It's a one move blunder, everybody. This rook is defended enough times here. He goes queen g6, allowing knight e5, simply forgetting that the rook needs a defender. Oh my gosh.
Wait, but that's like a beginner tactic.
Yeah, that's shocking to see from Magnus Carlsen, who now has his head in his hands. He is very upset with himself, but let's calm ourselves down, Jeffrey. We've reached move 30, which means that Fedoseev doesn't have to worry about getting flagged, 5-second increment. He's up on the clock anyway with the extra 5 minutes. Um, it's a knight and one pawn for a rook. So with the queens on the board, there could be checkmating attacks and things like that. With the queens off the board, it could be a winning endgame. So I guess you're the super GM here. Help me out. What is white looking for? What is black looking for?
Well, I think, as you sort of were insinuating, if you ever reach an endgame, it's just over because with pawns on opposite sides of the board, the knight cannot contest with the rook. Simple as that. The next thing I see is white's king is very safe, so I'm not worried about that. I think you just slowly make some threats, and the fact that endgames are always winning are going to make this position unholdable.
Okay, so the endgames will be winning for white, so black should not be trading queens. How about the fact that this d4 pawn is isolated, and maybe once we get out of the pin, there could be a knight f5 or a knight c6. Is the king on c1? Is it going to run to a3 at some point? How do you see this game continuing?
Yeah, I like either to start with a move like queen f2 or king b2. I love this idea of tucking the king on a3 because it might be difficult to check. And then, yeah, like the pin on the seventh rank seems pretty nasty here.
Okay, so we see that white has some time to spare. Maybe black will try to move this king out the way. I'm not really sure where you go because king e8 doesn't exactly look like you're getting any safer. You may find yourself not just a victim on the seventh rank, but a back rank checkmate at some point as well. Yeah, I'm not very happy if I'm Magnus Carlsen to see this position. It feels like if you just maybe choose the odds here, like what, 80+% that white wins this game.
Agreed, somewhere in that neighborhood. And oh man, Magnus, he looks distraught. He cannot believe what he's done.
It was a one move mistake. We're going to just go back to that moment again because here, queen g6, it walks right in to this problem. When there are many pieces on the same line, think about what happens when the piece in between them gets out the way. Now, knight h4 may look good, but allows not just queen g7, but also rook takes f2. I understand I give up my queen, but I get a second rook with check, and then also the knight that's on g6. So there are too many pieces in the same line. Knight e5 check is the way out. The queen no longer defends the rook, and that was an elementary mistake for someone of Magnus Carlsen's caliber.
And I like that Fedoseev is taking his time here, trying to be precise. I think if he plays this correctly, he should be able to level the match and secure one match point.
This would be huge for Fedoseev's chances because he can compete with anybody. He's a combative player. He has defeated all the best players in the world in quicker time controls, especially. And so if Magnus Carlsen gives him this opportunity to tie the match, he may regret it at the final standings of the group stage. But rook f6, so he actually voluntarily releases the pin, Jeffrey. I don't really like that decision.
On the other hand,
F5.
yeah, it stops knight f5. He's attacking h6. Maybe he wants h3. So I can sort of reason with this move.
So I think h5 looks pretty natural here, just to save your pawn. If I'm Magnus.
Yeah, h3, and then you have to play queen g8, but it's probably okay.
Queen g8 to keep e6 defended. I mean, if I can keep e6 defended and get my knight out to f5, all of a sudden I'm believing in black's chances to hold this game. It's a long story. I know I'm just talking about some moves here, but if we just play these moves, queen g8 forced, as Jeffrey's saying, you need to keep e6 defended. And then my next move is knight f5 and pawn h4. It actually kind of feels like white does not have the easiest time making progress.
Yeah, I much preferred that rook on f7 now that I'm looking at this. Not sure.
Right. I mean, I'm just trying to find where the breakthrough is going to happen from. And that's the good news for Magnus. Even though he blundered, he can sit and be like, hold up. How do I lose this game exactly? Like, if you don't see the conclusion, then you start believing in yourself a little bit more.
Very true. And okay, he's trying to. I don't actually see another move besides h5 because you definitely can't give up h6 for free, right?
No way. There's no. Although, after Queen G8, are you actually giving up H6? That's maybe what he's thinking about.
Whoa.
Because the rook takes there's knight F5.
Aha. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a move, but I don't see any reason why you would play it.
I don't either, but you asked me why he's thinking, so I had to come up with a response to you, even though
Okay,
I played H5 in a second.
yeah, you threaten knight f5, I guess. Oh, by the way, it makes sense to keep the pawn on h6 because then knight on f5 would defend and attack.
That's true. And you don't give up maybe this G5 squared later in the game. Like trying to infiltrate is not easy right now for white. So maybe keeping the status quo with Queen G8 makes sense. And Magnus, he's on the clock, he's thinking. And just to show you why H6 can't be captured, give you a visual. Here runs right into knight F5, and now black is better. That's a fork. And if you take with the queen, then this queen comes down to G1 with check. D4 is hanging, and this king is actually quite exposed. You see that actually it's already even on the evaluation. So Queen G8 possible. Instead, he plays H5, which he could have done in 2 seconds, but he takes his time and plays the move. And Jeffrey, I know I said 80+% for Fedoseev. Not much has changed, but I'm starting to believe in Magnus' chances more.
As am I. Yeah, that percentage for me has gone down quite a bit. I didn't like rook f6. Now that we've seen the knight come to f5, and that rook actually starts to feel a bit stranded too.
Wow. And D4 is a target. What do you even do here if you're Fedoseev?
Yeah, he might have to back up.
But okay, if you have to back your rook up, it's clear you've made some mistakes
Right,
in the last
right.
few moves.
Yeah, I think you might have to admit that. I'm just worried, like, let's say you allow knight f5. I don't know, let's play king b2, knight f5, queen e5. The rook has no squares. So black makes a way to move queen e8, for instance. Or h4. Yeah, I like h4 better. And now, what exactly do you want to do?
I wait until your queen moves, so I sacrifice the exchange. It's the only thing I can think of because there are zero promising looking moves at this point. Like let's say king a3 is played. Like, can I just like I don't know, make a whatever move somehow?
Yeah, queen
Even queen
e8, I
e8.
guess.
But I was worried about this.
Right, yeah, but this king c7.
Yeah, I just felt like at the end of the day, white's up a pawn here, so you're pretty happy about that.
Right, this one would be very hard to evaluate, but considering like Magnus Bernard in exchange, I think he'd be relatively happy with this.
For sure. For sure. I mean, the position is just looking like it's more manageable for Magnus, and Fedoseev's lead on the clock. It is diminishing. He plays king b2. We will undoubtedly see knight f5 and then h4. These moves seem quite easy to play. There, Magnus knight goes. The queen goes up to e5. So
Oh,
we're
so we're
calling the
getting
shots.
this.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we go back just for a brief moment because I think the other match is about to end. Things have gone
Okay.
terribly wrong for Nepo.
All right, let's go to that game between Jan. Oh gosh. No winning chances whatsoever for Jan Nepomniachtchi and only losing chances at this point.
Yeah,
If I just
by
move my
the
rook
way,
here, you can't move.
yes, white, you can never play king a6, you can never push a pawn. I was gonna ask, is there any like what's the tiebreak? Is there merit to winning 2-0 over 1.5?
Probably, if you're because the top two of each group advance. So I'm guessing there's some benefit to having more game points, but we will find the answer out to that question.
Oh, rook e8. I think he's gonna win a pawn here.
Yeah, this is just because you push that pawn to d4 at some moment for black, and rook a8 check is also a threat. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't see how Nepo's going to avoid the sweep. Okay, maybe king b4 is not that clear because some rook and bishop endgames have drawish tendencies.
And we are getting confirmation that match points, determine the standings, and then game points are the first tiebreaker. So yes, you should win 2-0 if you can. And well, why not play on here? Just take this pawn. You have no risk whatsoever if you're Nordibek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, he's got this match win locked up, thrown away the key. It's in the bank. And for Nepo, I think he might have to sort of motivate himself that this half point might come in handy later on, so just keep fighting.
Yeah, but he should have had that mindset earlier, like Bluebaum did. Just agree to a draw and call it a match.
Yeah, wait, let's see what happened because we thought that he could never lose. Like I even said, I thought no risk. He seemed like he had a dominating position despite being down in exchange.
Okay, shuffling, not much happening here.
Okay. This was like a fortress for black, actually.
Yeah, no, it's just an impenetrable defensive stance. And then he went rook e5. And then rook d7 and bishop c5. Back and forth we go. And he took on d5. So this is where he said, I need to break the balance. And after this, he's now losing, or at least much worse. I don't know if lost.
Yeah, I don't know what he saw there. Like to me, it seems pretty obvious that winning the a pawn isn't really getting anything. But okay, he had to try something.
Now he's dead lost for sure.
Yeah. Wow, what a very impressive start here by Noterbeck.
Yes, winning 2-0 over Jan Nepomniachtchi. Game is not officially in the books, but it might as well be because this is hopeless. You lose d3, you lose the game. So let's go back to the game between Fedoseev and Magnus Carlsen because this one is clear. So let's go. We are deep in. Wait. Okay, I think the the eval bar is still hovering from the last game, so we will just get that fixed. I don't even know how, honestly, but the eval bar is definitely not correct.
Wait a second. So Magnus has done it in a way that you can't even sack and win both pawns.
He has done it in a way right because he keeps everything under control.
You can't get this position with black to move. You're gonna have to move king, and then I give checks.
Yeah. So
wait a second.
Let's focus in on the players here. We see Fedoseev. I mean, look at him. We have him on camera always. He is determined, trying to figure out what to do, but he's probably not very happy with what's going on.
Yeah, I would guess that this is a draw now. I don't see a good way to proceed.
You see anything at all? Any possibilities?
Well, so that live board, I guess that's the finish of Abdusattorov. He has 1-2 zip. This is the current one. No, I don't see anything, do you?
No. And I'm trying to think how to prolong the game. Even if I don't see a clear win, you need to find a way to create tricks, traps, make your opponent's life uneasy. And yeah, I'm not seeing any of that because if you go king back, I always have queen check and queen back to g8. Like as long as this queen can go back to this g8 square, I feel like there's no progress to be made. And the queen covers, can't draw my arrows, covers d5, which is very important.
Indeed, holding all the glue together. And Fedoseev is motioning something.
Have the standard camera on Fedoseev here as he tries to work through the position. But Jeffrey, I mean, what can he do? At some point, he probably has to give up his rook for the night because the rook is trapped in here.
But your king is simply too open. If you win h4 somehow, I don't even see how, but let's say you do, I think I would have counterplay on your king.
Right.
Okay, okay, he goes back.
Queen E1, which makes a lot of sense actually,
Yes.
because you're attacking A5 and H4 if you ever want to play Rook takes F5.
But yeah, this is a very good try. So the queen is still tied down to E6. Hold on. So if I take on D4, which pawn do you take?
Probably A5, I guess.
But then you have no checks, right? So I'm thinking if I can do something.
Queen G1 after that, something like that.
Something along those lines, yeah, because Rook F7 is only one check. Magnus, no doubt, calculating it.
Big moment here for Magnus Carlsen. He doesn't have to take this pawn. He can keep the status quo. He can make a move like B6, for example, just to defend that pawn.
No, but B6, Queen E5 back.
Aha.
This is what I wanted to get the same position with your move.
You're a mean man.
Well, he's the one that played Queen E1. I didn't see it.
True. Vladimir Fedoseev coming up with a good try. And by the way, both
Oh,
players
wait.
under
I
2
see.
minutes.
Oh, sorry, you were saying?
No, I'm saying both players under 2 minutes.
Uh-huh. I think Queen E8 is possible, but I'm wondering if it's good. Like Queen E8 threatening Queen E7. You can move your king.
It's a tough moment here. I mean, you can see Magnus trying to work through the complications as he now is going down under a minute and a half. So it's going to get up to a pure scramble with the 5-second increment. But Jeffrey, you have a lot of experience playing blitz. 5-second increment in a position like this, it may not be enough depending on how tricky it gets.
Yeah, okay, so he's gone Queen E8, and I was looking at King A2 or King B2 here, just avoiding the check.
Okay, you don't
But-
want to run into Queen E7.
Yeah, sorry, you said something about the time control. I was too focused on the position. So yeah,
No,
the
you're good.
the 5-second increment, it is a lot. Yeah, players are used to 2, so 5 should be like you're relaxing on the beach. But okay,
You
still, yeah.
I would say you are for sure, but aren't you still looking at this position like it's sharp? If you need to win the game, you need to find something that just doesn't, immediately allow a draw or hang something.
All right, Queen G8 back. So what is his idea though? If I take, oh, he wants Queen G7.
I'm just going for a D4 that way. And the rook is
Very
still
clever
trapped.
play. Very clever play by both.
But it feels like Magnus should be very happy with the last bunch of moves.
Well, I mean, Fedoseev, he's trying. Okay, looks like he's got another idea up his sleeve. Calculating.
Trying to figure it out, but not easy.
Queen G5, Queen E5 is Queen G2, and we've essentially had this before.
And the queen back to G8.
Yeah. All right, he's gone King C3.
This way. I'm
All right,
almost...
which angle should we go? Because I don't think the board's updating.
Yeah, I can see if refreshing works now. So King C3, you said was played, and where'd he go?
Oh. B6, King D3 was played.
Okay. I'll just put those moves in.
King D6, whoa.
Allowing Queen E5, but going right back to D7 is his plan.
Yeah, still.
Ooh.
B4.
And I was wondering at some point if Black can think about Queen G3, but I don't believe that's actually going to work out. The rook can slide behind the pawn.
Yes. So, oh man. Oh, okay, Magnus under 20 seconds.
Okay, let's see what he does here. It says zeros. Magnus, he's looking at both sides of the board. He sees something just by his eye movement.
Yeah, I don't see anything. I maybe AB? I don't know. Okay,
Queen
he plays
C8. He
Whoa,
wants Queen C4
okay, Queen
check.
C8. Queen E5? Did he blunder or not?
No, King E7. He's allowing Rook takes F5.
He's allowing Rook F5?
There's
Wait,
queen
he's
c4 check.
banking on. Oh my. Wait, he's banking on perpetual here.
I think he has it. Queen c4.
No,
Where's
that's
the king go?
insane. You don't calculate this though. I mean, it's just pure intuition. But maybe
He
he's
has
right.
queen. He has queen a2 checks, queen b3 checks. There's queen
Oh
checks
my
everywhere.
goodness. That's
And
the
there's a
key.
mate. There's a mate. If you run to f4, you get checkmated with queen g3.
What brilliant calculation under pressure.
Queen c1 he played, not even allowing that king up the board, but there's nowhere to go.
Now he picks up the rook.
He could have made a draw on the spot, right? Is he playing for a
Yeah,
win?
but he might be playing for a win now.
Oh, he's up a pawn.
His expression.
But,
Oh
I mean,
man.
this camera needs to like stay put. It's moving all over the place. I have no idea what's going on here. It is impossible to. It's like
Okay, I'll tell you what's going on. I think Magnus, he's deciding whether or not to repeat moves because he can play for a win. He's deciding it. He should.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to if he doesn't want it, right? And looks like he's
Yeah,
agreeing for
all
the
right.
draw. He wins the mini match here, and he just he can't believe it because he's still thinking of knight e5 check.
Yeah, I think he won't be proud. I mean, certainly not of that one move, but can certainly be proud of how he defended afterwards, just keeping his composure, and I think he defended flawlessly after.
Well, Magnus Carlsen, he makes his way to a match victory. I want to say through because I'm so used to having 8 players
Yeah.
and being elimination. But no, nobody is out. It's a double round robin. So let's take a step back, take stock of what just occurred here because Nordibek Abdusattorov, he wins 2-0. Magnus takes it 1.5 over Fedoseev in the bottom right. Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So did the same against Matthias Bluebaum and Gretarsson, respectively. So we know our current leaders in Group A and B.
Yep, all blood, no 1-1s. A lot of great stuff so far. I think the biggest surprise has to be the way Nordibek dispatched Nepo 2-0. Never really felt close. And I'm curious to see how Nepo bounce backs.
Big moment there for some of these players. And you see the playing hall, the venue, lots of spectators. There is going to be a pause in the action now because the matchups are switching. New starting positions will be chosen at random. And so there will be a bit of a break. So we want to, remind you of a few important events coming up because after this one, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, they'll jet out of Reykjavik, Iceland, and head to Toronto because the Chess.com Global Championship is coming to a head in Toronto. The live finals begin Wednesday, November 2nd, with $500,000 on the line between these 8 players. Who will come out on top? After the upsets we have seen throughout this tournament, it is truly anyone's game. Do not miss a minute of the CGC Live Finals, including a special guest appearance from the Fabiano Caruana, streaming here on chess.com. Type the command CGC Finals in the chat for details, and we shall be right back for this Fischer Random World Championship coverage brought to you by Brave.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. but the still-mated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then Doc, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the Doc chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
Welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship brought to you by Brave. We just had some exciting matches and want to give you just one of the highlights of them. This is our Brave move of the round. So, Jeffrey, we had Nordibek Abdusattorov. He swept Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it all started in this position.
Yeah, so here we see extremely provocative play in the lead up. As you see, Nepo nowhere near castling. He's got his bishops there on c8 and d8. And Nordibek has just blasted it open with e4. Nepo plays the most logical response with f4. I think you have to close it down. And here you might think, all right, just drop the knight back, play the game. But no, Nordibek bravely sacrifices his knight with ed5, opening up the e-file. Nepo has to take on g3, rook e1. And as we saw earlier, bishop e7, not possible on account of d6. So king d7 was, I think, the best try, but the attack just played out beautifully.
It did. It all started with that decision to sacrifice the knight that was under attack. The king on d7 is without defenders. And after knight d6, another good move, knight to e4, and white came crashing through. There was nothing that Jan Nepomniachtchi could do, because after knight d6, you either lose your pawn h7 with check and the rook is under attack, but bishops attack you from all angles. Jan Nepomniachtchi resigned. Nordibek Abdusattorov won that game and the next as well. And that's your Brave move of the round. And it's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com. So we've talked about Nordibek Abdusattorov. He is up. He won, against Jan Nepomniachtchi 2-0. So he is atop his leader group, but he's joined by Wesley So in Group A. So I guess, Jeffrey, would you consider it a surprise that Nordibek won in this manner, or is it just a young superstar making his presence felt?
In this manner, I would say yes. That he won, not really. I think I said it coming in, he had an impressive qualifying run to Reykjavik, where I believe he beat Anish Giri in the final. And he's already shown like he can fight with anyone based on his results over the past year. So, yeah, I think I'm curious as to what is the round 2 matchup. If we could head there, does he play Wesley next?
Yeah, we'll head to the matchups right after showing the other group first, because there are 4 other players. They are also going to have new opponents in the next matchups. But Nakamura, Carlsen, the lead. I don't think anybody is going to be surprised about that.
No, not at all. And it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was the most convincing, but most importantly, they got the job done, each with a 1.5-half victory. And when they play each other, I sort of alluded to this at the start. I think they'll want to play it safe, because a tied match might be, I think it's a very reasonable result for both.
Yeah, 2 players make it through, right, from each group. And if you're the winner of Group A, you play the second place finisher in Group B. So there may be some jockeying for position that becomes important later down the line. But as we see for round 2 of today's matchups, it is Hikaru Nakamura against Magnus Carlsen. That may be the 4th matchup on screen, but I think all eyes will be on that one, as well as the Group A matchup between Nordibek Abdusattorov and Wesley So.
And I think in the playing hall, we see Peter Nielsen. He's getting scanned. All seconds do not have access to devices. Very important. So no engines here to analyze these positions.
That's a player you know very well, by the way, Nikita Vityugov, the Super-Grandmaster from Russia. Jeffrey played a match against Nikita during the pandemic. A very, very strong player, and he is there with Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, Nepo's right-hand man. And who else can we see? I don't see a second for Wesley. I don't see a second for Nordibek.
Yeah, I'm looking for Ivan Sokolov somewhere, because he coached the Uzbek national team. But no, I don't see it's Hikaru. I was like, who is that walking around? That would be an excellent second, but unfortunately, he's his own first, and he is playing in this event. Hikaru Nakamura, he made his way through the qualifiers, but we have all players there kind of hanging out, getting ready for the position to be revealed. We have Wesley, Hikaru, Yorvar, we have Matthias there, and Peter Heidi Nielsen, the tall man against the wall. That is Magnus Carlsen's trusty trainer, his main second. And well, while we have the players just waiting for the position, let's remind you of who some of these players are. Not that they really need to be introduced to you, but Hikaru Nakamura, who is playing here in Group A. Actually, he's in Group B, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, he is a force. He qualified his way through online. He won the lead chess qualifier. So he is in the field. And Jeffrey, the only player from 2019 to defeat Wesley So in a match.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. I believe in that 2019 tournament, he was ousted by Fabiano, I think, quite convincingly, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, he's always obviously just a huge monster, especially in these fast time controls. I think the 25+0 suits him perfectly fine. And yeah, wait, who's being scanned right there? Do you see?
I'm trying to figure
That's
that
a
as
second,
well.
right? That's not a player.
Yeah, but who is that? We're trying to figure this out. Okay, you got to turn around for the. Ow! The camera person needs to. Okay.
Oh, is that Donchenko? Wait,
Was it?
let me see. Let me get a better look at it.
That looks like
Yes, it
Donchenko.
is.
Yes,
Yeah.
from Germany.
So
But
maybe
is he working with Bluebaum? That would make sense.
I would assume. Yeah, I would assume.
Okay, so
That would be
now
funny. It'd be funny if it was someone else, right?
if he was working with Fedoseev or something. Yeah, not impossible, right? People don't only work with people from their country. I mean, Peter Heine Nielsen is not from Norway, but he's from nearby Denmark. And you see that Hikaru and Peter having a word over there. So, yeah, we have many seconds talking to their players. And the position, it looks like it is being announced. Very hard to see from our vantage point. Oh, great job zooming in there. Is that a queen in the corner?
Queen, I believe so. Queen, knight, bishop.
Rook. King.
King on e1 yet again.
Rook, and we're going to get a bishop in the corner. So there's going to be a queen in one corner.
Wait a second. Why are they I feel like the positions they generate are too similar to the normal starting position.
You mean a queen on a1 and a8 that's too similar to the starting position?
No, but look, knight, bishop, king, knight. Normally you shouldn't have so many pieces in the same spots.
Yeah, but it's selected at random. They're not intentionally choosing this position. It's just out of a generator. So this is the position that the players will have. It is going to be difficult for them to work their way through it. And while the players, they get a break to talk to their seconds, to start studying the position without engine consultation. So they will be on their own with their human minds. And with that, I think that we should take a quick break ourselves. And when we return, we'll take a deep dive into the position, make some predictions, and then the games will be off. So we'll be right back for more from the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage brought to you by Brave.
Have you come to play? Pay your $5 and get in the chair. How are you?
My name is Jude Akers. Chess has given me a life, and that chess table, which evolved to a place where no one wanted to be, has totally given me a world. You might cry about all the things that happened to me as a kid. Don't cry. I sailed through everything. The moment I found the first book of chess by Joseph Fleming, I was gone. And I bought a plastic chess set in a drugstore, ESLO company with a little manual by Frank J. Marshall, the legendary grandmaster. I put it on my bedspread and it gave off rays. I was gone, a gone pecan. And it literally will keep you alive if nothing else is going right. Chess has the power to, literally, as Taras said, make people happy.
And we see fans in the playing hall in Reykjavik, Iceland, for this Fischer Random World Championship. It is a sight to behold. Iceland, such a beautiful country that has hosted many chess events over the years. Is the annual Reykjavik Open. Jeffrey, have you ever played in Reykjavik?
Unfortunately, I've not gotten the chance to. It's always been sort of like an idea for me, but never found the time to go. But shout out to the organizers over there. It looks like a beautiful venue. As we've mentioned already before, I love how many spectators are there. So yeah, it just seems great.
Well, while the players are not yet seated, I feel like we have a good chance to talk about something that you and I have talked about off screen. And I feel like chat would be interested in this discussion. For this event, Gadakomsky tweeted that he felt it was not right that 4 players were invited to the field and 4 players had to qualify. He feels like that's way too many invitees for a world championship. Jeffrey, what do you think about that?
Well, I feel equally frustrated as my colleague Gada does. So I mean, all right, Wesley and Magnus, of course, I understand that that's perfectly fine. But then why Nepo exactly? Like I understand, he won a couple candidates, but I don't see what that actually has to do with Fischer Random. And for me, if you wanted to invite someone, I think Fabi would have been a more logical choice because he won this very high level 960 event in St. Louis. And
Is
then
it because Jan Nepomniachtchi was 3rd place in 2019? So he did finish in 3rd, and it was a wild card FIDE Invitee, if I'm not mistaken. So I just think that it's a little strange in a way that FIDE is trying to do away with the wild card in the candidate cycle, but then they're implementing a wild card in a dynamic, in a variant of chess that we don't have much history in. So we don't have much data to say who actually are the best players. So why not have it played out over the board?
True, maybe a bit inconsistent. And especially, I feel like this is such a, for me, I mean, personally, it's a very serious event. I think Fischer Random could be a huge part of chess in years to come. So I would hope that there would be more spots available to qualify through. I guess a quick, yeah, it's nice to have a local hero here, but again, I feel like it's such a big event that I would like to see that open to qualification.
I think even Magnus would probably argue that he shouldn't be invited to this. Like, he would have had to qualify because Wesley makes sense. I understand that some people have a problem with any sort of wild card, but when there's a host country putting up a lot of money and providing a venue, I understand giving a wild card selection in that regard, even if I have my doubts about whether it's necessary that they do both. But okay, that makes sense to me. But Magnus is the best chess player. He should be in every tournament ever. That makes sense. But in this case, I think he should have had to qualify. So it obviously is not a knock on any of the players in the field, Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. Like he very well may have qualified if he had to, but he clearly didn't have to. And Magnus the same. And I just think that an 8-player world championship, 4 of the players predetermined without having to qualify, it is too much. So I agree with Gadakomsky.
Totally. Yeah, it just feels a bit much. And yeah, I think we do have the position that they're going to play up on the board. Let's see if we can bring that up.
Yeah, we do. Okay. Well, enough of the extracurricular conversation, but here we see that there's a queen in the corner for both sides. You were saying that this resembles chess a little bit too much.
Yeah, well, also the more annoying thing is the last position did too. So I don't like how, isn't it a 1 in 9, 1 in 8 chance that the king lands on e1, and of course it's there again. And then I also see the knight. Didn't we have a knight on b1? Or okay, it was slightly different, but we had the bishop on c1 and knight on b1 as well. So yeah, it's very, very similar to the last one. What are your thoughts on White's first move here?
Well, I think you're right that it is quite similar to chess. It's not like there are 2 rooks in a row and the pieces are all out of sorts. But I'm noticing these pawns that I'm going to put in red because those pawns are all undefended, which means that if you're not looking out for them, they can be targeted and you could find yourself in big trouble quite quickly. But for White's first move, maybe a G pawn push just to open up this bishop on H1. I typically like doing that, or playing in the center with D4. What about you?
Like what you're saying about the diagonals. So we have the queen in the corner and the bishop in the corner, and I noticed a lot of the times players like to open those up immediately. So I could also say B3 is possible, B3 or B4. And like I said, G3 or G4 too. I don't love D4, by the way. I don't love E4 either, because I think you might get hit quickly along the diagonal. That's just my feeling.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I mean, I was just trying to expand quickly while shutting down your bishop and hoping the rook behind it was good enough. But I see your point that you are sort of, it's like a Pierce, a modern type of situation where there's a bishop lurking in the corner, aiming towards the center. So it could backfire.
Wait, I noticed a funny. No, it's not so funny, but
I'll
think
still laugh. For you, I'll laugh. Don't worry.
I like B3 bishop B2 here. This is what I think I would. I'm not so sure, but it's the most natural way for me.
Yeah, I think that's good. You know.
Right.
No, I got you though. I mean, it makes sense. Your queen's in the corner. You're lining up the bishop. You're forming a kind of battery there with the bishop leading the way. And by the way, we do have players shaking hands. So let's see what's happening. There's a ceremonial first move, and I think B3 it is. So we have, of course, the vintage Hikaru move B3 that is likely to be played. And handshake, and they're off. Jeffrey, you're the prophet now.
Daniel can take a back seat. Yes.
Yeah, he's kicked out for now. But no, Daniel, of course, busy commentating the women's candidates, and he will join for some fun Fischer Random commentary in the near future. But B3 played by Hikaru, and Jeffrey, no move from Magnus yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought you should respond with B6, and after bishop B2, knight F6, and sort of we'll probably get a double fianchetto. Whoa! Wait a second.
Oh my gosh, that is a huge move.
Wait, did I see this correctly? G5?
G5, giving up the bishop in the corner because the queen will get trapped over there. Let's dive right in.
How is it getting trapped?
Queen takes.
How is it getting trapped?
Queen H8, knight F6, Queen G7, right? Only move. Rook G8,
Yeah.
Queen H6, only move. And
Are you kidding me?
Just this?
Are you kidding me?
Queen's trap.
You push the D pawn? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Who came up with that, Peter?
I don't know if it's Peter or Magnus, but either way, Hikaru Nakamura is caught by surprise because G5 on move 1, not what you expect when there's a queen on A1, just to put that position back here. There's a queen on A1, making it seem like the G pawn push is impossible. The bishop is hanging in the corner, but the queen bites off more than it can chew if you take it. Hikaru looks disturbed. So I think, Jeffrey, if I'm Hikaru and I'm caught in this kind of situation, I may just try to stabilize. That is the priority now.
That would be the natural reaction. Yeah, something like bishop b2, take, and get a normal game. But I'm blown away right now. That's an insane level of creativity to even consider the move g5.
I love it, right? Do not have engine consultation. They were not studying this with the computers, which could show g5. They had to find that on their own, just talking before this game started. So one more time, queen h8, free bishop, but the queen is not free because after these series of moves, the queen only is g7, rook g8, the rook is defended, the queen can only safely go to h6, and then when this d pawn pushes, you've taken away the h3 square at the end of the diagonal. So the queen is in fact trapped on h6 what a find by Magnus and his team.
That is nuts. And can we go around the horn quickly while Hikaru still, I mean, he has to take a second to respond to this. Let's see, what are the other openings?
So we have, should I just choose whichever matchup I feel like going to?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I'm just curious.
All right.
Like, imagine we see, okay, yeah, this is more what I expected. Yeah, something like b4 knight f6.
Somehow, in the next round, I feel like more people will play g5 because they saw Magnus do it. But here, knight f6, very normal stuff in this one, castles and d3. So I like Black's position at first glance. I mean, this setup here looks like it's not great for Wesley.
Well, it reminds me of a Niefeld, and usually in this type of, I mean, sort of setup, White likes this double fianchetto and sort of playing on the queen side later, maybe he'll go for c4. But as of now, he's quite a bit behind in development, so maybe some concrete problems to solve for Wesley.
Yeah, because his knight now is on the rim over here. Queen a5 check at some moment could be a nuisance, so the bishop for now can block that check. So b5 is defended. That's the most important thing that Wesley has just done here. And maybe it's shaky, but honestly, most Fischer random positions are shaky out of the gates.
Yeah, there is upside here for Wesley. If you get bishop g2, knight f3 castles, you're actually going to be much, much better. Because this diagonal, the control over the diagonal is huge, and Black won't be able to stop c4. So it means that Norderbeck needs to come up with something concrete in the next 2-3 moves.
Yeah, maybe he'll have to start with c6 just to make sure d5 is extra defended while putting pressure on b5. But yeah, you're right that maybe in the long run, c4 will break open the position favorable for the bishop on h1. So let's keep going down our list of games here. Norderbeck and Wesley, that will be an important match to follow. We have Gretarsson taking on Jan Nepomniachtchi. Both of those players lost their opening match, and Jan gets the white pieces in game one. And all right, this has a little bit more normal development.
Yeah, Jan opting for the queen's pawn opening here. Oh, he started with g3. Okay, so then d4, d5.
He made the mistake, Jeffrey, of listening to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say this looks kind of like a pedestrian approach to me.
Well, with no cars speeding by, the pedestrians get the right of way, and maybe he's happy just to play this one slowly. There's a knight on c6. This can become like a Catalan with his bishop fianchetto here, and with a knight on c6, you have to watch out for a timely c4. Not yet, of course.
Right, knight 6 is interesting. Immediately attacking on d4, knight f3 logical response. And I guess no, I don't think he can get away with e5 here. So I'm just assuming that Black's gonna finish his development on the king side as well.
Yeah, and then go ahead and castle. There's also maybe queen c8 and bishop h3 and just trade off this fianchetto piece.
I like that.
The question.
Yeah, I like that idea.
This bishop can also slide into e4 at any moment because there's no knight coming to c3 to kick it out. So I feel like actually a bishop e4 might walk right into knight b5 and this knight venturing back. But the point is, with the knight on the rim, there's more central control for Black.
Yeah, I like both bishop e4 and queen c8. Let's take a look at our last game, Fedoseev playing against Bluebaum.
Okay, pulling that one up right here. And we see, this looks like the Wesley So game against Abdusattorov with colors reversed.
Indeed, it does. It looks exactly like that. No, not. Wait, does it?
Yeah, because I guess there was a knight on f6 for Abdusattorov, so he didn't get g6 as well.
Yeah, but anyway, the position on the board, yeah, I like the way Bluebaum is handling this.
Yeah, just getting us up to speed. Pretty standard, well, as far as Fischer Random goes, standard approach from Bluebaum here. And is White going to play a4 just like Abdusattorov? No, he plays c4 instead.
Yeah, it was between one of the two breaks. I like c4. It feels a bit more right because a4, b4 maybe was annoying, and you'd be left with the backward c pawn. So c4, and now as Bluebaum, how do you react? Do you take it? Do you ignore?
I think you take it. I think you just trade and then continue normal development. Knight f6, castle out of there, and Black is doing quite nicely. White still has to play g3, and then actually you don't even play g3. You can castle right away, but at some point you will play g3 to open up your bishop on the long diagonal. And I feel like Black is quite solid for the time being. So nothing to write home about, but seemingly a good start for Bluebaum.
And let's jump right back because Hikaru has declined Magnus's pawn sacrifice and now is I think he's offering one himself.
Whoa. So we last left off after move 1 with g5, and now we're here with last with e4. You see on the bottom right underneath me and Jeffrey, the queen and bishop are aligned against that pawn e4. Why can't he just take? Let's just see how this happened. b3, g5, trade of bishops, sure. b6. So no, you can't do the same thing. That's the problem, is you can't play your g pawn because the queen will get out. I'll show that later. But f4, g4, and he's not allowing Hikaru to play e4 without giving up a pawn. So Hikaru does that, and Magnus is now a pawn ahead.
But I actually kind of like this for Hikaru because he's going to get g3 with tempo, opening up that long diagonal, and then I think he's going to castle queenside and try and find counterplay on the e file.
But Black will castle kingside, right? So of course Black won't castle
kingside.
Yeah, with the bishop.
Kingside.
Yeah, kingside.
Kingside with your pawn on g4, really?
Kingside, Jeffrey. I'm not afraid. I'm afraid of castling queenside. If I castle queenside, there's a bishop chilling on h1, right?
Well, but I think you can cut. You can play c6 or something.
Maybe.
I don't know. That felt okay. We'll see. Maybe. But
I'm going
92. All right, let's play some moves because I'm curious how this goes. So 92, knight f6, or
sure. Yeah, let's go there. Sure. G3.
All right, I'll play g3. Yep.
I'll go back this way.
Okay, castle long.
Oop. Castle that way. I was in castle short, but maybe you have a point that d5 can just be played and then castle this way as well.
Well, it takes some time is the problem. Like you're gonna have to get the knight out too.
Yeah, but why was
wait?
This
why
so
don't you?
shocking?
Yeah. Try your castles.
Why was it so shocking? Is it that risky?
I mean, okay, let's go knight d4.
I love how Jeffrey and I are just playing now. Okay, d5, let's say.
Yeah, I just sort of want to see what happens. No, this is really interesting. I love what we've gotten from these two juggernauts. I really do.
Yeah, no, it's one of those pawn sacrifices that you feel should give you sufficient counterplay, but then you start calculating, you have to find an actual path because the moves that we've just shown are very natural moves, and this king does look a little bit open on G, but Black has all these pieces covering it. The queen's on the wrong side, the bishop is shut down by Black's pawns, and you can play h3, but I may even take that thing over there, and you're not really opening up the king side quickly enough.
Yeah. So Magnus. Yes. Thank you, Yasser. Oh, much appreciated.
Yasser. Oh, come on. You guys were hanging out, so you now know exactly how Yasser's going to think, get his approval, where now I feel like I'm banished if Yasser doesn't.
Yeah, you're getting ganged up on. Whoa, G3.
Oh my gosh, I love that move from Magnus. That is such a stellar move. He just gives away the pawn and says, this bishop on h1 is not even like a pawn. Like it's just can't get out.
So we've seen 3 pawn sacrifices so far. Might we see a 4th? I think g4 looks very logical.
So we saw a bishop sacrifice, and then these pawn sacrifices here, and you're saying g4 would be reasonable, but I don't think that I think I just saw Wait a second.
No, he played G4.
G4, okay.
You have to play G4. Yeah.
Knight takes G4 very quickly. The response, and then he's retreating his queen after the bishop attacks in the center. So Queen E6, getting on the bishop's view. And now you're definitely not castling kingside. So I agree with castling long for black.
Yeah, and it's actually not that easy for white to castle, because bishop f3 runs right into knight h2.
Oh, good point. This is a tricky little knight fork over here. So if white castles queen side, how's black going to...
That is a move, yes. So I take on e2 and you want what?
Honestly,
what do you
I
want,
forgot. No, I'm going to be honest. I just didn't see that the knight was hanging. It somehow works out, but I'm being completely transparent. Didn't realize that the knight was hanging. And somehow this is good for white.
Wait, there must be something beautiful. Hold on.
Yes, right there.
Okay, but how is it working exactly? So I go queen b5, let's say.
Yeah. This much I can do.
Oh, nice.
That's checkmate because my bishop covers d5.
That's
so
a flourish.
That was
He's
an accident. Yeah, he did that on purpose. I did that by accident, just to be clear.
Appreciate your honesty. But now, wait a sec. How many sacrifices now are we at? Is that 5?
My sacrifice counter has been turned off, so you're going to have to calculate for us.
Man, I love when these two get together. Like, I remember there was a Grob game where it was like they played an A3 G5 game. Now we get this. Just so fun.
This is awesome. And it's only move 12, right? This would only be able to happen in Fischer Random. And queen takes e2 is off the table. I get it. Yasser says that black is not going to castle kingside. All right? We know. Yasser's the GOAT. I'm here for it. I respect Yasser a lot. We're good friends. I just don't need to be reminded that I was incorrect.
Wait, let me ask you, over under 10 sacrifices in this game.
How many did you say we're at already?
Actually, 10 might be a bit high. Let's go go with 8. Over under 8 sacrifices. We're at 5.
I'm going with the under. You're going
under?
Over,
okay.
You're going over, I can tell.
No, I'm going exactly 8.
Oh. So you just want the push?
Well, you should give me good odds for that, right? An exact number.
I mean, I'm not really, gambling with you on stream here.
All right, next game. Let's see what else do we have.
Oh, well, so this, if not queen takes e2, by the way, is black gonna just castle?
Wait. For some reason I forgot castling was legal. I thought you had to move the knight first, but it is legal.
Yeah, you can white just did it, so it's only fair. Magnus can do it in response.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, it looks reasonable. My only concern is how are you going to develop your knight on b8?
Well, he went queen f6, so it's kind of a moot point in a way.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, I'm up a pawn. Let's trade queens. Yasser's taking the over on the 8 sacrifices, by the way.
All right, so we got 3 different bets. And he's gone knight c3, so no queen trade for Magnus.
Yeah, it would have been very surprising if Hikaru traded queens because he'd just be down a pawn. With compensation, I'm not going to say otherwise, but why enter that queenless position? His whole point was to get an attack against the king. By the way, there are cool checkmates, Jeffrey. If you castle queenside, it doesn't work because queen takes b2 is check. So let's not play queen takes b2 for a second. I don't know what I can play, like whatever, some random move, and that's checkmate. So I'm just pointing out that the bishop is an absolute sniper from the corner here, cutting off the escape square on b7.
Yeah, these smothered mate ideas can occur in some really funny ways. So knight c6 was played. And now
I like Magnus's position.
Yeah, I feel like Hikaru has to prove something. Maybe is queen a3 an idea here?
Just to try to get that queen up the board. I think black will shut that queen down with a5.
Also, maybe knight e3 would be a move.
Ooh,
Some
Jeffrey with the
tactical ideas.
tactics. Although if I'm being honest with you, I'm thinking about more sacrifices after that move, but I don't know if it works. So like queen a3, knight e3, Jeffrey's points, you distract the pawn for the knight's defense. And I was thinking that in a position like this, at some point I wanted to have like a rook takes d7, but I know it's not going to pan out. It's just
Maybe
wishful
like
thinking.
a king b1 though, like a king b1.
Oh my goodness, look at this. You're enlightened. King b1 is amazing because you have knight d5.
Oh, you mean here? No. I meant after takes. Whoa, but you're saying this works? Wait,
I was
show
giving
this.
you credit.
So...
You said king
No,
b1,
no.
so I was listening to you.
Oh wait, show this. Knight f1, knight d5, queen d6, takes. Or wait, you take it, right? You take.
Yeah.
And
That's
now
checkmate.
that's mate. So he has to play ed. And now how do you is there just rook e1 fe or knight e5 fe?
And this knight's under attack. There's a checkmate threat over here. Actually, maybe even take this knight first or something, or this pawn. Like everything's kind of hanging.
Yeah, that would have been awesome. So rook d1 though was played instead. Also very logical.
Right. Going for the open file for this rook, castles queenside. And I guess now it's time for queen a3 with a double attack of the a pawn and the e pawn. With bishop takes c6 available at some moment.
Oh yeah, I couldn't resist playing queen a3. Also, like in the future, queen a6, knight b5.
For sure. That looks like a nasty little checkmate attack. Although don't move the knight to b5 too soon.
Yeah, you need a king b1 move.
Do you know which very famous game ended with the knight moving and queen a1 checkmate?
Can't say I do.
It's Ludwig versus Logic from PogChamps.
Okay, I don't mind not knowing that. Sorry to these guys, but
whoa! You have not studied your classics. Do you at least?
Yeah, you're
know
right. Okay, next PogChamps, I'm gonna study every single game.
Do you at least know the XQC Moist Critical game, the most famous?
Yeah,
game
Queen
in chess
f2.
history?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Sure,
good. Just make sure you know some of your classics.
Some classics, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this one's really fun, but let's show some other players some love. What else is happening?
Okay. So Hikaru looks like he's about to move, but we'll come back to this game. We have given it a lot of attention.
Wait,
Which
go
one?
to the... Oh, sorry. Wait, I think my board was wrong, but the Wesley game, let's just have a look.
Okay. Whoa. What is E4? What is happening in this game?
I have no idea. So, first question. You have either bishop c3 or rook f6. Which one do you go for?
Probably not rook takes f6 because I don't like walking into pins. So
fair. So bishop c3.
Played. That wasn't even me. That was Wesley.
Oh, okay. And now what is Noterbeck's idea?
Aren't you just in huge trouble if you're Noterbeck here?
I think maybe he wants to just take a knight bd7.
Just to defend this way?
Yeah, because like you'll give up the rook, the two pieces for rook, but you have compensation on the e file, d file everywhere.
So I'll just show that the point is that in this position, you can get two minor pieces here for the rook, two knights for this rook. This gives black chances. I think this is not out of the question. So let's see if e takes d3 was played first. So I just got to take back. And maybe there's some kind of rook e8 stuff as well for black.
Oh yeah, that could be interesting. So c takes d3. And now you want to try rook fe8?
No, but I think this is bad. There's so many problems in this position. Like if I take here and you take on e3, can I just like defend my knight somehow?
Yeah, because your queen and knight are not in the game yet.
Yeah, and if you play rook e8, I have bishop e4, cutting off your second rook from the attack. No, this is bad news.
So what else is there? I guess it is knight bd7, right? You'd probably take knight bd7. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'll play knight bd7. Just hope that he can give a bit of material, yet still hold the game, but it's not looking very good for Nordebek. His position was great out of the opening, but it's more about comfort than it is about evaluation, because you don't have the engine at your disposal and you have no idea the wackiness that the position has.
But Wesley, he's opted for rook d3, which is somewhat surprising.
Okay, so just offering a trade. I guess there's still this issue of this knight on f6, right? So more trades might help white. At least
Yeah, I guess it makes sense in a way. Maybe he just wants to collect material and not have to worry about black having much of an attack.
I respect that. I think it, his life is getting easier while Nordebek's life is getting more difficult thanks to this knight being pinned and hanging on f6. Now, this is not very good for the Uzbek teenager.
Yeah, critical moment here. Let's go ahead and jump. Maybe Fedoseev. Let's check in.
Okay, let's go over there. Fedoseev has the white pieces against Matthias Bluebaum, so we will head to that one. And whoa, Fedoseev early on made this move c4. That's where we left off. So we'll just go through the moves. Knight d7, knight d2. Both players just developing, and d5. That's the whole reason you put your pawn on c4, so you can push to d5, and then g4. He was threatening g5 winning a piece, so h6 was necessary. The brute force method, Jeffrey.
I like it. In
Wins a
fact,
piece.
isn't it hard to stop g5?
Yeah, that's why Bluebaum did it himself. And then greedy Fedoseev knows Yasser's in the chat, so he goes pawn grabbing.
Although, wait, I guess rook g8 is coming to maybe... Oh, no, he's got... knight a4 first, okay.
Yeah, I guess rook g8 is met by knight e4. There's still problems on this diagonal. So
Yes.
knight a4 and c5, just trying to open the position up. And so black is down a pawn. And what does he have to show for it? A worse position.
Yeah, that bishop on d4 is doing a lovely job. Dominating the knight on a4, dominating the knight on f6. That can't move either due to the pin.
Looks really good for white.
Yeah, I'm not sure what black can do, actually.
You can't castle kingside. You just move your rook. And I don't think you want to castle queenside. Although, Jeffrey, let me ask you a question. What's white's next few moves?
I think you could go either like knight b3. You could play knight f4. You could play knight f2. You could play rook h1. There should be moves.
Okay, so you just told me a bunch of moves, but nothing that's going to checkmate me or, make me cry, at least not on the spot. So I'm just trying to figure out if black has some kind of helpful move to counter all that
I
stuff.
forgot to mention that there's also g5 as maybe a big threat.
Okay, that actually really hurts. Yikes. I know I said castle queenside looked terrible, but it does defend the bishop on h8.
Yeah, maybe if there's nothing concrete on the b file, you can get away. Wait a second, rook c8. So
If this were online, I would say maybe that was a mouse slip for castle queenside, but no, they're playing in person.
yeah, probably not a slip. I guess on g5, what does he want? Like some queen e6 or what? Queen d7?
Yeah, but it's already looking dicey. I guess you're right. G5. Oh, this looks so bad. Going after this knight.
Yeah, I mean,
rook
it's a
H1
piece.
there.
It's a piece. You have to show what you want. g5. I don't get it.
Oh, this looks really bad. So, Fedoseev in the driver's seat in the second match. Let's maybe check back in on the Hikaru position. He's at the white piece against Magnus Carlsen. So let's go back there because a lot has changed in a semi-predictable way. The knight on c6 was captured, and the e7 pawn dropped. So in the last few moves, we saw queen a3, a5, and yeah, we more or less consider this as being the likely outcome.
Yeah, some pretty cautious play by both. I think this feels pretty level. Black has an extra pawn island, maybe the weakness on h5 could give white some chances later on, but as of now, it seems pretty even.
I like for Magnus that he has these pawns here. I'm putting them in yellow. So it's like I'm not, they're good to defend against an attack, but they're bad in some end games. But I like the fact this pawn c6 takes away squares from this knight. So that's the good news.
So how about let me play queen g5 here for white.
Are you just going pawn grabbing?
Yeah, but I
really
also
spent way too much time with the opposite.
Yeah, guilty. But look, I like queen g5 because yep, there we go.
Okay, you are the Hikaru whisperer. You suggested b3 for the first move. Are you Hikaru second? You just don't want to tell anybody that because you're commentating?
Yeah, working remote, indeed. You got me. But no, I really like this move because that queen, once I put it on f5, it seems like such a nice spot. I don't know.
You're just going to hang out over here. But what if I play like rook e8 now? Because you need your rook to defend d2.
Uh-huh.
So can I just start taking over some open lines?
Wait a second. Okay, I'm calculating this. Rook e8. Let's say take on e8.
Okay, well, first
you
of all,
wanted to...
the camera people are zooming in on Megs just twirling, very slowly twirling that pawn there. So that's funny. But you're saying...
yeah, rook e8, queen d2, king b2, rook e8. Something like rook d1, maybe?
We'll bring up an analysis board in a second here to show. So you're saying after rook e8, what moves? Give me
rook
e8
again.
Yeah.
Rook e8, queen d2, king b2, rook e8, rook d1.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, knight e3 is a threat. That's why rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
And now, thing is, if I come after f7, like queen h2 protects h5, but then I go queen f5 takes f7, and I think I'm happy.
But don't I have like knight e3 as well? What's happening here?
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice counterattack.
And this is what happens when we're working through a variation, like 7 moves deep and just trying to figure out all the options. Like you may think at the end, all right, just fine. But I don't know. I just get the sense that like going queen g5, you're sort of stepping away from your king, but maybe it's a rook e8, the simple rook e1 is good enough.
But rook e1, I didn't like something. Wait, what didn't I like?
There's back rank problems on g1.
Yeah, can you take queen g1 takes?
Probably. I won't argue with that.
Okay.
And Hikaru, he plays queen g5. He actually looks pretty relaxed. Well, Magnus is the one throughout this entire day so far. He's been the one who seems to be on edge move after move.
Well, I love that look. There was a very brief shot we had he had his arms folded across and really mean mug looking in the distance. I wish Danny were here. He could tell us which Hikaru number that was, but yeah, nice look.
You said he's mean mugging. You're just such an NBA fan.
Well, I wish we could get the shot again. I think you would agree with me.
I almost uncertainly would agree with you because you're Jeffrey Zhang. I agree with most things that you have to say. So, there are a few times I'm going to have to pick an argument with you, but if you're telling me he's like Ja Morant mean mugging over there, I believe you.
Oh, wait, let's go back to the Bluebaum game briefly because he showed what his big idea was. It's quite nice, actually.
It is nice. Okay. The way you said it, I was worried that it was a blunder, but he gives up the bishop. Where was this? Just a few moves ago. Rook c8 was played. Knight b3, and he moves his knight away because after bishop takes h8, he wants queen h6 with a double attack.
So queen d4 by Fedoseev.
He wants that knight, and he wants it now.
Let's say I give you the knight. I take on h3 first. Because, I thought I had some perpetual, but no, your king runs away. But let's say, I make some check. Because why are you so happy about king d2?
I'm not, but I'm just playing the moves that you're suggesting and walking me through.
The annoying thing here for black... Yeah, go ahead.
No, I hate this king on d2. What's it doing here?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But the one bad thing about black is you might think if it's a regular chess game, you could castle, but that rook has already moved a couple times.
Check out this move. Knight takes c5. Just playing down a
Wow.
piece like nothing is happening. Because after knight takes c5, maybe even rook takes c5, and just
Yeah.
go after these two pieces that are under attack.
Why not? Yeah. You're definitely gonna get your piece back. Yeah, I feel like Bluebaum, he's somehow slithering his way back into this.
He's a very strong player, and he, made some mistakes in this game to give Fedoseev the advantage. But right now, Bluebaum's maybe his biggest enemy is his clock. He has only 4 minutes remaining, and it's a very tricky position. His king still sitting on e8, just like White's sits on e1.
True, yeah, that might be the biggest problem for him because right now I'm so unsure like for Fedoseev, his king has nowhere to go. So at the very least, it's not going to be easy to navigate this.
No, it will not. By the way, Jan Nepomniachtchi looks like he's up a piece against Hikaru Gretarsson. So let's go over to that game because Gretarsson in big trouble. The Icelandic hopeful, the hometown hero. Oh, he's just down a piece.
Yeah, and I think Nepo, he's looking for the knockout blow. Queen f7 runs into queen c1, so maybe that's the only hope for black.
Is that big of a deal? Like,
oh, you mean you can just go like king f2, king e1, king e2. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just bring my king out and bring like my king over here and block your checks eventually.
Yeah.
Queen f7 played by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, he finds it, and I don't see. No, there's not much you can do here.
Yeah, king f2 play. How did this happen, by the way? Like we didn't really tune into this game for a long time. He just
Oh wait,
his
no,
king.
go back. But go back. I think this is a very nice moment. Yeah, bishop h3 is a beautiful provocation.
Because f5 was played because after e6 with a bishop takes c7. Was that the idea? Some kind of knight d6?
Oh,
wow, what a ridiculous position.
seems like, yeah.
Just showing that fork. Wow, bishop h3 out of nowhere. And then f5. So as you said, creating some weaknesses in the position. And then once the king gets safe, it's black's king that's in trouble over here.
Wait a second.
What?
G5? Oh, okay. E6, I guess was.
And if black played e6?
But like, I'm worried about your bishop. I go c3.
Yeah, no, the position is very bad. As f3 is about to trap the bishop with queen c1. You're right. This is probably just lost. So I guess there was really no hope, and that's why Gretarsson played g5, but that was just a pawn that was captured, and it didn't really get any better for him as White's pieces still surrounded this bishop and trapped it.
Yeah, so a very nice bounce back game here for Nepo. You always want to take advantage of your chances, and this is just a really convincing start.
So Jan Nepomniachtchi wins this game. Let's go back to some of our others. How is Wesley So doing against Nordibek Abdusattorov? Oh, that one looks pretty interesting. There is a king that is vulnerable on f2. A queen just entered. The position e3 is hanging. a2 is hanging. What's the deal?
Oh, I think he wants to take on e3 and d3.
So he gave away bishop for 2 pawns, but attacking this knight, queen d1 check, things like that. The knight might be trapped over here.
Yeah, look, queen d3, queen f3, you can take on f3 and go rook e3 or rook e3 immediately. So I think he wins.
Oh, you are, I mean, either way, but I think this is less typical to see something like this. Two pieces hanging at the same
this
time.
sort of horizontal, the lateral fork. But the big question is knight c4. So knight c4, h5. What's going on?
Queen's overloaded. Good call. How do you defend both e2 and c4?
Yeah, I don't think you can. So, but wait, why is this equal then? Because I would think black has a lot of material now.
So what's the material count right now? So it's 2 pawns and a rook for 3 minor pieces. So maybe white just gives away a minor piece and then has enough remaining. But that's the only way I could see this potentially being level still.
Yeah, so let's say BC.
Okay. I assume I have to take.
But I take on C6.
Let's move my rook somewhere, right? Like rook.
Oh, wait, you could, yeah, maybe rook E6? Because that rook could join into the attack.
What a strange position.
Very. And if I take on A4 with the bishop?
Apparently the best move. Yeah, I guess I could
wait
take
a
your
minute. If
Whoa.
I consolidate with bishop B3.
No, white's
right,
better.
I'm starting to, yeah.
I agree. And the engine also says white's slightly better. So chances for sure to hold for black, but it's not going to be a fun task. That's for sure. And only on move 22. So 7 to make. So 22 moves have been played. So they're going to have to get to move 30 to gain 5 minutes and the increment. But let's keep checking some of these other games while we have a chance here. Well, those moves have in fact happened. But let's go back to Hikaru and Magnus, because last I just saw, rook d5. This knight is pinned, everybody. Wasn't a blunder. Don't worry, wasn't a blunder. Rook e5 takes, and now Hikaru has to figure out how to capture back.
Yeah, so first instinct you take with the F pawn, but then it's just knight. Wait, actually, where do you go?
Let's go knight g4.
Yeah, let's say
Oh,
knight
this is
g4.
funny. That's really funny, actually. And we see the players on the board on screen. Is knight g4. If you take on f7, there's knight takes e5, right? You take g8,
Right.
I take f3, and d2 is hanging, and black is more active.
Yeah, I'd much rather be black in that position. So, but okay, it might still be a draw in any case, it seems.
It feels like a draw is the likely result in this position.
Like, okay, there's a way to just liquidate, I think. Like queen e5, probably we'd see takes, knight d7 or g4, take on f7, take on e5, rook h7, shake hands.
Oh, yep, that shakes hands in a different way when you mouse it. But yeah, this is just completely level. Same material, same side of the board. Double pawn, not a big deal. So I agree with you. This looks like it is heading to Drawville. And that leaves us with 2 other games. Fedoseev and Bluebaum. I mean, those two are really duking it out. We have Magnus on the big cam here. The organizers deciding to zoom in on the world champion. And there's Hikaru Nakamura trying to win a world championship of his own here in Fischer Random Chess.
Yeah, and he has, let's see, he's taken with the queen, so I assume we're getting this line.
I think that this forces the piece off the board, as you were indicating. And
wait, there's a move. Okay. Oh, he's
whoa,
gone.
Queen d6. I feel like that's such a Magnus move.
Yeah.
Queen d6. I
Queen
wasn't even thinking
F5.
about that.
No, nor was I. Queen f5, yeah. I think it's still just very balanced, though.
And we see the players very concentrated. Queen d6 is one of those moves that just caught me completely off guard, because I was certain there'd be a trade of pieces, as you were calling for. It looked like it was a certain draw at that point. But Magnus was queen d6. Hikaru slides over. The eval bar says zeros, but the players' faces suggest this is still a fight.
That's honestly what Magnus does. It's what I love about Magnus. It seems like he always finds a way to keep the game going.
Right. And this is a position where, in all reality, it still is very even, but I'm looking at the clocks as well, just making sure that the players have enough time. They do, in fact, have enough time, just to see what move it is. Sorry, queen f5 here. It's move 25. So yeah, plenty of time for these speed demons.
Yeah, maybe we jump to somebody in time trouble. Is Bluebaum in time pressure?
Let's go over there to his Bluebaum and Vladimir Fedoseev. That game very interesting the whole way through. And we see 24 moves have been completed. The last move was queen back to h6. And what's the material count, Jeffrey? Whoa. Okay, a bunch of moves just came in at once.
Okay, yeah, so a mass update. So he has, wait a sec. He has 25 seconds, but 2 more moves to make, so he should be okay.
Okay, but the position is looking very good for Fedoseev still. You have this rook on h1, this rook on b1, on nice open files. The rook on g8, not as strong as the counterpart on h1. The king for white looks nice and tucked away. The a7 pawn could probably just be captured right now. So all good news for Fedoseev. Looks really, really good for him. I don't see a problem. I believe I would just take the pawn, Jeffrey. I'm not sure about you, but a7 is hanging on the spot.
Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I got some phone call just now.
Oh.
Yeah, so I was thinking rook h7 for white.
Ooh, you're getting aggressive.
Yeah, basically indirectly, yeah, preventing knight takes d4, and I think I just have a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's not very pleasant either, is it? I mean, white has so many active tries here, and off to the side, I saw that Magnus and Hikaru traded their queens, so likely heading towards that split point that we have been predicting. So this game, no move yet from Fedoseev, but Bluebaum down to 25 seconds for a couple moves with the worst position. I like what Fedoseev is doing here, Jeffrey. It makes a lot of sense to me to sit and think in this specific moment rather than rushing because Bluebaum will make the time control.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can force Bluebaum to maybe find 1 or 2 really difficult moves, that might be just you know, an impossible challenge. So he's spending some time here, maybe gonna. I think he's gonna try and make Bluebaum's life difficult here in the next 2 moves.
Well, Yasser just says take the pawn. So this is not even featured chat. This is just featured Yasser at the moment. But bishop takes a7 is Yasser's suggestion. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, gift me the pawn. And actually, rook b6 would then be a threat. Okay, but okay, queen d7.
He took it and then moves bishop to b6, and now a4, a5 keeps that bishop nice and safe, and time control has been reached, at least for Fedoseev. This is move 30. Bluebaum needs to find a move here to get 5 minutes. He plays king f7, and now I love your rook h7 check move.
That one felt dicey. Yeah, I thought you should go rook a8 or something. But now on rook h7, I guess he wants rook g7?
Just to try to block it. And then queen h6 threatens queen h5 check.
Oh, that looks so scary.
Yeah, I don't like this. Like check here, queen h6. This is a mate threat. Queen h5 and rook h8, which probably means you have to take on
yeah,
h7.
At least you can defend with your knight momentarily, but
now you have a passive knight over here. Not what you want.
Yeah, bishop e3 maybe.
No, this is bad. Very clearly bad, with white playing on all sides of the board and black's king in worse shape. And this is...
It's kind of funny that when I'm used to, like, when a player makes time control, that means like nothing's gonna happen, but they still only have 5 minutes. So
yeah, I like
it's,
it.
Unusual.
I like the fact that they're just constantly in time trouble. They might not like it, but I do. Let's quickly go over to the game between Wesley So and Nordibek Abdusattorov. Much has changed. We were assuming a position like this would happen, but let's go over to that game, where now it's 2 minor pieces for Rook. The black king, the white king, neither king particularly safe. But I'm starting to like the minor pieces, and I believe you were clamoring that white should be much better right now.
I feel like if Wesley's able to coordinate his pieces in an ideal way, it's going to be really hard for black to do anything. Like you sort of just crowd around your king, and then start pushing the a pawn. Coupled with the pressure on f7, black doesn't have a way to get counterplay of its own.
Yeah, f7 is such a target here. This a2 pawn going to be great in the end game. Here with the queens on the board, black has more chances. So if you trade queens, the game's over. Like black just loses. So what Nordebek is going to try and do here, and they have pass move 30, it's move 33. So they have the 5-second increment with every turn. He's going to try to play moves like rook f6 and go after this king and say, you don't have time to push this passed pawn with so many pieces on the board.
Yeah, now that he's probably going to get his rook on f2. So it's still very tricky, of course.
The rook needs to stay defending f7. That's essential because as soon as the rook leaves, there's all sorts of threats to go after this f7 pawn. So I think black is going to stay put. So then white has to prove how he's going to win.
Yeah, and white will also, I think white, he needs to figure out a way to push the a pawn, but the risk of that is by pushing the a pawn, you no longer have like the b3 square for the bishop, and maybe black will find a way to create some threats.
Yeah, you need your knight to play. So I'm already thinking knight f4 to shut that rook out and maybe try to get knight d5 in. Black is kind of stuck. Black is going to shuffle, maybe rook f5, rook f6, or some kind of queen b6, queen c7, queen c5. Queen's going back and forth, but king is on d3. Wesley bringing this king into the middle of the board. So it's a pretty big decision there from Wesley.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Let's quickly jump back to... Okay, as we see Magnus and Hikaru repeating moves. But I wanted to jump back to the Bluebaum.
Okay, well, they just agreed on that draw. It is in the books. No surprise there. So good game from Magnus and Hikaru. And you said you want to go to Bluebaum game?
Yeah, because there are quite a few developments. Bluebaum, he achieved d5, which I think is pretty, or sorry, e5 rather. So he's sort of reconfigured in a way where he has a nice center at least, but what exactly does that promise? I don't know.
Well, it does not promise the Black King any safety whatsoever. There's a rook still on the B file and the H file. Queen Bishop, outside pass pawn. This feels completely winning, and yet the engine only says plus almost 2.
Yeah, I mean, it seems nearly impossible to hold on just because of the open files. But he's trying e4.
Yeah, he played e4.
So wait, is his idea after fe? What does he want?
Maybe d4, but he doesn't have all this stuff because his king on f7's too vulnerable.
Yeah, there's always a rook h7 lingering. But maybe that is his idea. Like, let's say fe4 d4, and what do you play there?
Great question.
Because rook h7, I go rook g7.
Okay, so let's start analyzing this. You're saying fe d4. Where are you moving bishop to d2?
Okay,
Knight,
yeah, let's say bishop d2.
Knight c5. And you have a point there. You said rook h7. There's rook g7 to block that. There's also
and white's pawns.
King e8.
Oh my God, you devil! What is this? Wait, what is this? Oh my goodness!
You take my queen, I take yours with check. I get your rook, and of course it's just even, as are all endgames.
Yeah, that is a really nice spot. Let's see if I mean it's very easy to walk into that because then you're forced to go like queen h3, but all of a sudden it seems like knight e4 comes with check and like in the line rook h7 king e8.
Yeah, knight takes e4 check, and your king has to go back to e1, I assume.
Yeah, and now is queen g4?
Oh, you are seeing checkmates everywhere.
Maybe I'm first in this line.
Wow, that's actually nasty.
So that means, okay, you should probably go like Queen F3, or you give a check.
Yeah, Queen F3 makes sense. Because you also at some moment might have a Queen F5 if Black's not looking out for it. But Queen F3, Queen E6 is going right after E4 pawn. And A2 is hanging in some positions. This is messy.
Very messy. This Black knight on C5 does a great job also covering on B7. So that allows you the flexibility to play Queen E6 and basically attack all of White's pawns.
Oof. So I think Fedoseev is going to regret allowing this kind of counterplay. And I'm just quickly looking, keeping an eye out on the other game between Wesley and Nordebek. I see a bunch of shuffling happening, not necessarily a clear winning attempt for Wesley just yet. So we'll keep on this game for now, and I will continue to scout the other one. And Fedoseev, he's always on the camera. I feel like there are three players that they focus on: Magnus, Hikaru, and Fedoseev.
Yeah, no one else worth a look. But okay, Queen F. I'm trying to find a move after Queen F3, Queen E6. Like maybe I play something subtle. I feel like a King E1 is always going to be useful.
Probably, because you're trying to move this knight without it being check. So you have Rook B7. I see what you're going after. Queen F3. He has in fact played. Bluebaum here on the clock, trying to figure it out. Queen E6 is so logical.
It is. There's also, but there might also be like Rook C8. That's another way to come after the pawn.
True. Very direct.
Yeah, a lot of options here for Black. I think Queen G4 is not a move though. Queen G4, Rook H7.
No, that's clearly bad. Just allowing the Rook to infiltrate. You know what's interesting, Jeffrey? The move E5 for White, like Queen E6. I'm already looking at E5 type of ideas.
Aha. And Queen takes E5
could be very dangerous. And I don't have it here because you cover the 7th rank. Just to show everybody what I'm trying to talk about is like a Rook B7 check would be really dangerous, and maybe actually it is because I can take here, and after Rook C7, I have Queen B3.
Whoa, wait! This is incredible geometry. Wait, that's nice. Yeah.
I was just trying to say E5 is interesting. I didn't actually work through this. I'm seeing the eval bar off to the side, and it's being like you're winning. So, thank you, eval bar. But the point is that this king is very
okay. But I'm very curious. Suddenly, so if I played King E6 instead of Rook C7, what did you have?
Just Rook H7.
Oh, I have no checks. Okay.
So
but anyway, let's go to the live board because they played a few moves. So Rook C8 was played.
E1,
King E1.
G5 was the choice, but apparently it's +7. If not, G5 is still good, but there's a move that was completely winning. So G5 is still plus about 4.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Oh, yeah, he just wants to open the line for the queen.
Yeah, knight takes G5, runs into bishop G5, and then Rook B7 at the end.
Oh, this looks devastating.
Is there even a move here for Black?
Yeah, I was about to say the same. What? Wait, can I play? I was Queen D5. Queen D5. Centralize the queen.
Centralize the queen. There could be like Rook H7 and Queen H5 check. I think that's going to be an issue. Yeah, that's winning for White.
Oh God.
So just to show everybody, Rook H7 to Rook H7 is Queen H5 check, and yeah, your king's getting mated. This is bad. So has he found a move? He's thinking, and we can see he's getting quite low on the clock. Is Matthias Bluebaum. So
White's pieces are basically rushing in from all sides. Like Rook H7, Rook B7, maybe Bishop B4.
And there he's twiddling with pieces, but he's got to move. He's down.
But there's no move.
On the clock.
What do you play? I don't see even. Okay, Queen C7.
You want Queen C7, but I think Rook H7 is lights out.
Most likely, yeah. You win a rook with check.
Yeah, Fedoseev sees it. There it goes. Rook to h7. Here comes queen h5. Very nicely done by Fedoseev.
Yeah, King
Bluebaum.
E1. King E1 was actually a very classy move. Just kind of taking a second to get out of the way of black's threats, and then you just you just crash through.
It's pretty amazing because just when we were suggesting, look at this, all of a sudden Bluebaum fighting, playing e4 and d4, and the game is over. But that's what it was like. It was like, okay, suddenly chances, and Fedoseev says, nope, no chances for you, and he takes this game 1 in the second match, which leaves us with one game remaining between Wesley So and Nordibek Abdusattorov. There are only 46 moves into this game. It's going to last like 146 more.
Could easily. And the king, it marched all the way back to h2. Wasn't it on c2?
It was. It went up this way, and then it ran over to e2, and then went that way.
So,
feel like
okay.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
All right, Jeffrey, I'm going to say something, and you can either back me up or tell me I'm wrong. So those are your two options. I feel like white should not be able to make progress if black shuffles precisely, but shuffling precisely is difficult when you only have a minute and 15 seconds left.
Yeah, I feel like that's very accurate. Yeah. But I like I think he's gonna put his bishop on g2 and then finally push the a pawn.
To get the bishop around that way. Because the one thing that white needs to avoid is giving the black rook an infiltration square. So that makes a lot of sense. You see our featured chat there? Tommy Shelby. Kings have to get their 10K steps in. Yeah, got to be healthy.
Yeah, so once again we see Wesley grinding out an endgame. This one's slightly different. It's quite unique, this sort of bishop and knight against a rook with the far pawn.
And look at that move, by the way. Abdusattorov plays queen d4, offering a queen trade, saying, you're not going to beat me with the queens off the board because the rook is too active and will fend off this passed pawn.
Yeah, this is a very critical moment. I feel like, yeah, it's so hard for the bishop and knight to escort the a pawn in that endgame. So he goes queen c2 instead.
He was kind of holding that piece for a while. He was dragging to c2, wasn't completely sold on it, but he needs to keep pressure on the clock. And by the way, there could be a queen g6 tactic.
Yeah, I was just, he was about to play rook a7, which I think is okay because you attack a2. Although, okay, he goes queen d2 instead.
Okay, you need to keep queens on the board. So queen, I don't know. There's so many issues.
Maybe.
In this position
queen b3
looks reasonable. I'm wondering, Jeffrey, if at some point black can like sacrifice an exchange
on f4. Yeah, it's like if you can win f4 and also a2, that's a dead draw. But
right,
I'm not sure you'll be able to. So okay, queen d4.
Bishop c6. There's queen f2, queen f1 kind of stuff.
But you can always defend it with your knight, so you're very safe.
Right. Drop your knight back to g2 and then try to get this pawn going. I think Wesley's doing the right thing. It just so happens that Nordibek is an amazing defender right now.
Yeah, but I think there's been some progress. Okay, the pawn moved up 2 squares, but also this knight on g2, it's super safe.
Queen d2 check played. King h3. There's no other check after that move, so you don't have to worry about safety and avoiding checkmate. And Nordibek down under a minute. Wesley now the same. This is getting very tense for these two. Wesley looks at the clock, looks back at the board, and he plays
King h3.
King h3. And now Nordibek's under 50 seconds.
What about rook c7 here? I'm trying to line up some attack.
Looks reasonably. Bishop back to g. He goes rook e7. I think you want rook e3.
Similar. Yeah.
Queen d5 is one option.
All right, so he's allowing rook e3.
Mm-hmm. He's
He
not
didn't
afraid
want
of
it?
this move.
Mm-hmm.
It's rook back to a7. So I think Nordebek is using the bend but do not break method, just standing right in front of that passed pawn and claiming no progress can be made with the queen and rook covering a5.
Yeah, and I think he's probably right. There's no way through because you need your knight to sort of assist, but then your king lacks defenders. So we probably see a little bit more shuffling here.
Maybe queen b7. He plays it. Now knight e6 check is a threat. Bishop d5 is also a pretty huge threat. I think this is the moment where Nordebek could go wrong on the spot. He goes queen c2, and that's okay. There's queen f5 check.
Very nice move. Wait, but on bishop e4, what do you do?
Bishop e4. Well, I didn't have to answer.
Okay.
Thank you, Wesley, for not making me answer that question. Wesley, by the way, down under 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, but I think he's done really well here. This looks so tricky for black.
Where's the king going? Up to f6 or back to g8? I think he went back to g8, and after the check, went to h7. Check on g5, king g7 over here.
He's still safe somehow.
Unbelievable. And after queen f4, is there queen f5 check?
I'm sure that endgame is good because I'd taken
Me
bishop
neither.
c6. Yeah.
That's why I'm asking. I'm not telling.
I think
have
rook
no
f5.
idea.
I think rook f5. Okay, he's gone the other check.
Okay, he checks back here. King back to h2. Easy move. And you're saying rook f5?
But no, but then there was queen d4. So yeah, queen d7 is correct. So accurate here.
Oh, that's such a difficult position.
Bishop c6 deflection tactic.
Beautiful. Take that. You get checkmated on h7 right away. So you cannot take. He goes queen e7. Bishop b5.
You imprisoned the rook for a sec. But queen d4 also makes sense because the end games are all unpleasant.
An f6 makes your light square super weak with both players down. Well under a minute at this point. And Wesley, not too much time on his clock. Knight e4 retreats. Oh, that looks like rook e5. And you better watch out if you're Wesley. I feel like if you keep trying to play for a win, you could overstep.
It could go wrong. Yeah, and oh man, I wish we had the full zoomed in shot.
Because 3 seconds.
Oh my god, move!
Oh, we got that off with 1 second remaining. The move knight to d2.
Rook e3, knight f1.
Yeah, they're just chasing
but
each
that
other
was
on the board right now.
That was very smart by Wesley because at least I don't think he can blunder now.
Right. The rook went to a3.
Queen e4. Rook a2, king h1 played.
Wait, why can you trade queens? What's going on here? Isn't
a4
queen hanging?
Oh wait, sorry, he played queen c7.
The queen in c7, not e7.
Yes, queen c7.
When did he play queen c7? This is okay. The moves are now coming in. Great.
Yeah, they're coming in really fast.
They got, that's what happens in these relays. The technology sends them all at once, trying to keep up as best we can here. And the queen is on c7. There is no queen trade, but g3 is hanging in some positions.
Yeah, I think Nordebek, he's forced Wesley in this passive setup with the knight on f1.
Okay, so king g2 is Wesley's choice. And
Rook a2, does he want king f3? Yes, he does.
Wow. The king is running. The knight can help out here.
But now queen d6, look out.
Yeah, queen e6 looks really strong. Trying to go queen d1 check against this now exposed king.
Whoa, and Nordebek is just banging out moves.
Bishop b5, rook a3, knight e3. I'm trying to keep up with this.
No, it's impossible. Still very solid for Wesley, queen e4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nervous. You can see shaking on his hands. Queen c1.
Allowing checks, but still should be okay.
And there's 5-second increment per move. So the players, well, Wesley almost flagged earlier, but you should not be in danger of flagging.
Wait, what did Wesley play? Is he allowed? Is his pawn hanging or?
There's
Yeah,
where's
queen
bishop
h1.
at? Bishop d3, queen h1, and well, that should seal it, right?
That should
Knight
seal
g2.
it, yeah.
There's queen f1 check because the bishop on d3 is pinned.
Yeah, I don't think you can risk it. Just king f2 here.
And Wesley thinking,
Ooh,
what?
He goes for it.
The queen f1 check played. King e3. That allows rook takes d3 check.
Yeah, and what is? Oh, but the king will walk over, so I don't think
Oh, but
white's.
look at that move. Very calm by Nordebek. I was looking at the rook for 2 pieces exchange, and he says, no. Let's just make this repetition. And it looks like this one is
Yeah, I don't think Wesley can play this for a win anymore.
no, just checking him back and forth. And Wesley thinking, and king f3. I believe that should just be a draw. And there
Wow.
it is, handshakes. Whew!
What a fight.
And a huge save for Nordebek Abdusattorov. Wesley So had the advantage for something like 60 moves in that game. But when all is said and done, Nordebek Abdusattorov, the world rapid champion, the Olympiad champion, board 1 for Uzbekistan, he's a teenager, but he is pretty much a veteran in these time controls.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say this kid is good, or this kid is tough, but he doesn't seem like a kid in the way he plays.
Seriously amazing stuff from Nordebek Abdusattorov. He draws, his game against Wesley So. You see the fans still there. They were watching the action live. The boards couldn't even keep up with how quickly they were playing. DGT, I mean, I don't want to say anything about them, but I got to get it up to the player speed because this day and age, the players are playing ultra bullet on these chess boards. But 2 wins, one for Jan Nepomniachtchi, one for Vladimir Fedoseev. 2 draws in the other games. Wesley So, Nordebek Abdusattorov, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen. So, Jeffrey, we had an exciting first game of these second matches. How would you even possibly wrap up what we just saw?
Oh man, this action was crazy. The one thing I'm thinking about at this very moment is will we see this b3 or b4 g5 bishop sacrifice again? Will they have access to Magnus's games, and will they repeat it?
It's a good question. We'll see what the players can work on during the break. They do not get to consult an engine, just talk to their seconds. So we'll see if that G5 move by Magnus is played again. And for the players who lost game 1, if they can strike back. But for now, we're going to give a quick shout out to our presenting sponsor here for this coverage, Brave. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. We'll be right back for more from the Fischer Random World Championship. This coverage brought to you by Brave.
Hey everyone, GM Daniel Nerditsky here. We asked the chess.com community to show us their best games from the CGC qualifiers, and we're here to highlight some of the exciting chess that our awesome community members cooked up in these competitive CGC games. Now here we have CKCA, who faces Demoni66 in a position that looks pretty calm, but watch how quickly CKCA goes after White's king. There's no bishop on g2, the king is exposed, and boom goes the dynamite. He starts by pushing his pawn to h5. White responds with an attacking move of his own on the other side, but black is faster. The pawn gets to h4, the queen swings out to g4, and White thought that he had everything covered with h3, pushing the queen away, but no. Knight f4 check is a brilliant tactical move, using the pin against the g-pawn, forcing the king back, eliminating the pawn on h3, dropping the knight back to h4, and after h takes g3, White's king is toast, but CKCA finishes it in style. There's many winning moves here, but only one sacrificial combination, rook h1 check, and here Demoni resigned, because after king takes h1, the queen drives in to G2 with checkmate. What a lovely attack from CKCA. And this has been GM Daniel Naroditsky with a community highlight from the Chess.com Community Global Championship qualifiers.
Camera feed from the live venue in Reykjavik, Iceland. This is the Fischer Random World Championship, coverage of which brought to you by Brave. Jeffrey Zhang and I on the call here. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. And Jeffrey, you're a super GM. You know, prizes these days, they're going up throughout the events, but the prizes there in Reykjavik, they are huge, very substantial.
It's great to see. Yeah, chess has evolved so much. I think we're very fortunate that we have so many great sponsors nowadays. And yeah, like up top, 150K for first, 85K. I mean, this is it's huge prizes here.
It's unbelievable, especially for players like Fedoseev and Bluebaum, just to qualify their way through and have a shot at that kind of payday. It's really great. And we were talking earlier about the invitees versus the qualifiers. Qualifiers give a chance to players who are 2650, very, very strong in their own right. They may not get the automatic invitation to the Vikings of the world and the Sinkfield Cups, but still, they can put up a great fight, and they're doing just that today.
Right. That's what I love so much about this sort of qualification. Anyone can make it pretty much, and you give a fair chance. So, yeah, I hope. Okay, we've already spoken at length, but I hope that it's a bit different next year, because it's an awesome event.
It really is. And so far, we have the one match in the books and half of the second match, one game down here. We saw Jan Nepomniachtchi take down the local hero, the Icelandic #1, Hjorvarstein Gretarsson. We saw Vladimir Fedoseev play a very nice game with some really brilliant subtleties against Matthias Bluebaum. So Fedoseev leaves 1-0. And then the other two games, those were drawn, Jeffrey, but we saw some real fights.
We did. I mean, especially that Wesley game. How long did it last? Like 80 moves?
82.
Oh my God. Just brilliant fighters. I really admire Noterbeck. I think, like, okay, not only is he an up and coming junior, but every time I watch him play, he just shows such tremendous fighting spirit. Every single game, doesn't matter the position. And he seems in excellent form. Already took down Nepo and now has white against Wesley. So let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I mean, for Nordivik Abdusattorov, just trying to punish his high-rated opponent because he didn't win that game one where he had the better chances. But that's just how strong Abdusattorov has become. I think, Jeffrey, and you can maybe talk about this as well, when we talk about these, the future of chess, Nordivik Abdusattorov, one, he's the present. He is really at the upper echelon, the elite level, no questions asked. But I think people focus on their nice wins and not in their great defensive moments. And to become from 2,700 to 2,750 and so on, it's not just about beating players in a few flashy games. You actually spend most of your time digging deep and finding very difficult moves in positions that look bad for you.
You're absolutely right. The amount of half points you can save with just more tenacious defense, I think that's what separates players from, let's say, the 2650 level to really world-class players. I remember when I first became 2700, I played my first Sinkfeld Cup, jumped on, wrestled with these these legendary players. Anytime, the rare moments that I had chances, they would always sort of lock it down and make it really hard for me to convert. So that is it's a game changer.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the best players in the entire world did just that. I mean, two of them, really, in Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. We actually saw in that game against Fedoseev where Magnus inexplicably blundered an exchange, like a shocking blunder for Magnus Carlsen. And then it almost seemed like the result was never in doubt. There was not even maybe a few moves at most for Fedoseev that he had an advantage for because the advantage quickly went out the window.
That was honestly so crazy now that you mention it. When he played the move Rook F7 to F6, it all of a sudden felt like there was nothing he could do. Like, I'm thinking about it, how do you actually try anything other than you did? So seems like that one mistake cost him chances to level that match score.
Absolutely. So Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, Nordivik Abdusattorov, they have the leads in their respective groups. The next round of action should begin in a little bit. But as we just break it down a little bit more here. So Group A, if you made people choose, Group A seems, at least by the look of it, like the group you'd want to be in because you have Gretarsson, who's a fantastic player, but he is the lowest rated player in the field by quite a margin. You don't have Magnus or Hikaru in there, but you do have Wesley and Jan and Nordivik. So I feel like in Group B, you might have the two top players. And then in Group A, you have numbers 3 through 5.
Correct. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I would still, it's hard to say like Wesley as the defending champion, that dominant performance he put up in the last year's championship, that he would be worse than Hikaru. But my one concern coming in for him was, all of these tournaments lined up. He's got the global. He just played U.S. Championship. He was a bit shaky there, so it does, it takes a toll on you.
It does. And we have to remember in 2019, Wesley was the deserved champion. He did lose one of those matchups in the quarterfinals to Hikaru Nakamura. So the format was a little bit irregular. In the quarterfinal stage, a couple players were invited directly through to the live finals, or semifinals, I should say. And then 6 players were taking part where, like, if you lost, or it was 8 players? Yeah, 8 players, but if you lost, you still had a second chance match. And it was a very fascinating format that allowed Hikaru to beat Wesley, but Wesley to storm back with 2 straight victories just to make his way through to the live finals. But that's neither here nor there in 2022. Wesley So an absolute force, Hikaru Nakamura much the same. And well, let's look at that finale from Hikaru and Magnus in game 1, because we kind of left off here, Jeffrey, where Queen D6, a move that did not cross my mind for Magnus, and he was able to hold the balance.
Yeah, I think Queen E5 was forcing everything off the board, but he wanted to just play a few more moves, and that's exactly what we saw. They played a few more moves here, but I think the result was never really in doubt.
Yeah, it kind of looks like white should be slightly better. Black's pawn split here, doubled over here, but not much material remains. So I think the pieces were quickly just traded off, where white went ahead and won h5 for the g3 pawn, and this was obviously a draw with rook and 4, rook and 4. So I think that game very balanced through and through. The Wesley So Abdusattorov game, which we saw go 82 moves, that one was a bit more one-sided in the sense that Wesley had more chances, but Nordebek deserves a world of credit for holding that game. And the next games should be starting fairly soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the starting position back on, Jeffrey, and based on what we saw, if we go back to, literally move 1, whose strategy did you like best, and what would you recommend for the players here in game 2?
Very difficult question. Yeah, as I said, my initial impression was B3 felt right to me, but Nepo and Wesley maybe, or Fedoseev as well, were successful with, I think they started with, was it D4, G3? I know Nepo started with G3, but let's say, yeah, it was like G3, D5, D4, okay. So, I don't know, to me it still feels like B3 should be right, because I think G3, I don't know, somehow it still gives off like a very quiet vibe to this position.
So you're saying that Magnus's G5, not that it was a bluff,
yeah, okay,
a legitimate try, but you don't think it's actually sufficient in the sense that white should still be better?
I was thinking about something. So let's say start with B4, and I'll tell you why I'm starting with this move in a second. You go G5. Okay. Now I want to play D4. So my whole point is that I avoid C5 from black.
Because your pawn is there covering the square. This one is pinned, but G5 is also under attack.
So I think I get a better version here.
But the problem with B4, at least I think, is what happened in some of the other games, where after B4, I won't play G5 anymore. And instead, I'll play moves like D6 and a quick A5, because it did seem like Nordebek had a good position early on against Wesley.
Right, perhaps. Yeah, you could say that. I wanna refresh my memory. I don't quite remember how Fedoseev played his game.
Okay, I got you covered. Don't worry, I got you.
Oh,
we're partners here, teammates. All right, D4 was his choice, and then B5.
B5 was the response. Okay. Yeah, this is also interesting. I thought Bluebaum had a reasonable position, but Fedoseev, he handled this really well, getting in C4 and then D5.
Yeah, he quickly played D5, and then suddenly things became a problem, not just for the piece on the diagonal, but there eventually was this G4, G5 issue that Bluebaum could not successfully deal with.
Yeah, maybe the issue was he didn't see G4 coming. I think like if he plays a C6 here,
yeah, that's
like instead of knight C5, he was probably okay. Maybe, I'm not sure.
No, I agree with you. And you can also castle, because after G4, you can play bishop G7 and
yes. Yeah, this is a good way to deal with that.
Well, this is how it was dealt with in the end, because that's checkmate against this king in a couple moves. So he resigned down a full rook. So it was not a good finish there for Bluebaum. But the players are seated in their chairs, getting ready for game 2 of their match. Bluebaum needs to win with the white pieces. Tie breaks, who cares about them at this point? He has no choice but to win his game if he hopes to move on.
Yeah, big moment indeed. And let me ask you, so Fischer Random, it really gives you the freedom to be creative. Who do you think has played the most creatively thus far?
Whoa. I might go with Abdusattorov.
Oh, really? Okay. I wasn't
Yeah.
expecting that.
I liked his peace sacrifice in the first match against Jan. And even in this last game, the way he sort of played that opening, I felt like he was just going on all sides of the board. And who were you going to say?
I was thinking along the lines of Magnus or Fedoseev. I mean, Magnus is G5. Like, I've never seen such a bishop sack. Where you sack a bishop, you attack the queen twice, but it's not trapped there. You make a move to cover the escape square. Like, I've never seen that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Neither have I. But it looks like a handshake has just been done. And if I'm not mistaken, if my eyes don't deceive me, Magnus did just play the move B4 on move 1 against Hikaru.
I think he's baiting G5, and he knows that D4 will give him a good position. But D5 comes.
So Magnus plays B4, D5 is the response. And it is interesting to see how the openings take shape, because the players, they have not been able to look with an engine. After that game, they're still probably on edge when you're remembering a game that just happened a mere 15, 20 minutes ago. And then you have to go right into game 2 with an opening that you couldn't possibly have studied.
Yeah, although I imagine that Magnus at least had some sort of idea against D5. So he goes G3.
Now Hikaru.
I want to somehow get what Wesley did, but faster. Like, just get castled first, and then maybe develop the rest of the queen side.
Right, what Wesley went for with D3, Bishop B2, maybe play E4 or C4. I can get behind that. So what is the downside of playing Knight F3?
The downside would be Bishop H3. So I think you usually would start Bishop G2.
Or is it G5?
Oh, wait, you're serious. Okay. Wait, yeah, you're right, because Bishop is, yeah, okay.
I'm trapping you again. So like Knight F3, I was actually serious. Can you play G5? Bishop H3 is the obviously good move, but I'm just wondering, does G5 still work? And yeah, okay, Bishop B2 is just a normal response, but G5 is still an option.
So I think Magnus will play Bishop B2 here, and I'm really wondering, this might be a bit much, but would you consider F6?
So you could play E5 next?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like a bit much. Seems like a completely reasonable choice. And
yeah, I mean, well, I'm not sure certain Ben Feingold would approve of that one, but we'll see, I guess.
Well, Ben doesn't approve of a lot these days, so F6 just another one there. And Bishop G2 was played by Magnus here. He wants to play Knight F3. He wants to castle, get his king out of the center, but he did not want to allow Bishop H3, which is an important move.
Yeah, and I like this approach. So if A5, I think he's going to go B5.
Right. Just push this one up, and if this takes, then D5 becomes a bit loose, and it's a temporary pawn sacrifice. Maybe it's a permanent pawn sacrifice, but there's clear play for the pawn sack.
Well, I think you go Knight C3 and hit both pawns. In that case.
I can't defend them. True. So very quick way to regain the pawn. You give up one on B5, and then Knight C3 attacks both here, and you can't defend two at once. So perfectly legitimate play there.
And we see a very focused Hikaru. I think he's going to spend some time here. Let's check out what the other players are up to.
Okay. Let's go on and look elsewhere. So which matchup? Should we look at Wesley and Nordebek?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull that game up. Where is that game? Oh, there it is. So I was.
Wait, are you sure? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. There we go.
I meant there it is. I need to click on it still.
So, wait, this seems very dry.
Very quick castle from Nordibek.
I mean, if this wasn't Fischer Random, I would think maybe they're making some prearranged draw. Because after knight d4 cd, bishop h3, let's say, like this could really just start liquidating.
Oh, the black king's still in the center, so maybe there's an opportunity.
Yeah, but I think I'm in time, maybe. Bishop g7, knight f6.
Yeah, I'm with you. Because I forgot for a second that you don't need to move this before castling. Oh, wait, but there's bishop h6.
Oh, wait, bishop h6. Okay, maybe you have to be a little bit more careful. You don't have to take on d4.
Okay, so you don't have to take on d4. Here, so you don't take on d4, you're saying?
Yeah, let's say you start with either bishop h3 or bishop g7. I don't know if you want to flick that move in.
Bishop g7, because you're not afraid of e4, which I don't think you should be. You actually have everything defended.
Yeah, seems okay. But I'm sensing a very conservative approach by Noterbeck here. I think a tied match with Wesley definitely is not like a bad result by any stretch.
Right. I think that Noterbeck is happy to end day one with a one-match win and one-match draw, considering he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi and then would have tied a match with Wesley So. So I think that, yeah, he's perfectly fine taking zero risks, even if that means a split match. So should we keep on going, since it seems like Wesley is taking his time?
Yeah, let's check out Bluebaum. He's in a must-win spot.
Okay, Bluebaum and Fedoseev. Matthias gets the white pieces there. So here we go.
Okay, so this one we've not yet seen. It looks like in English.
So this looks, at least at first glance for me, Jeffrey, I don't know what you think. I immediately like it for white.
Did you play these? Like, do you play the English? Because it's sort of a reversed close Sicilian in a way.
I played the close Sicilian as white.
So whenever, I don't know why, but whenever I play, like, let's say I'm on the white side of this, I tend to get mated a lot on the king side. I'm probably doing something very wrong, but that's why, like, I see this and I start getting a bit traumatized.
Yeah, if you're getting checkmate on the king side, then something is definitely going wrong for you. But I guess with the strange or unusual configuration of pieces, there are already plenty of threats in such a position. But I mean, this is a very obvious one: a knight fork with a knight to c2. What if white just moves the queen and Bluebaum does that very quickly? I don't think I
Yeah,
like
maybe he
this.
wants to. Does he want to play c5? So just get, so he can push the c pawn and try and consolidate with b6 maybe. Oh, c6.
C6. I feel surprised by a lot of what's happening here. Okay, e3. There's knight b3. That's very important.
Correct. Very important indeed. So if you start with b4, that knight is a little loose, but maybe there's no way to take advantage. Like on c3, I mean. The knight
Right,
on
the knight c3 is also. But what I was going to say is e3 would win a piece if you had to go to e6 because your bishop gets trapped here with e4.
Right.
Only squares h5 and then g4, and finally the bishop is a goner. So there is the b3 square for now. So using b4, is there a way to take advantage of this? The answer is no.
Yeah, and you have to be careful because if white goes bishop b2 next, then e3 is a very serious idea.
Yeah, white's gaining space. I really do like the look of this position for Bluebaum. I think he should be very happy in a must-win game to get a position like this. It's flexible. He has not taken any risks himself to this point. And what is Black's plan? That's the bigger question.
Agreed. Yeah, I was gonna suggest like some e5 reconfiguring, but the pieces sort of start blocking each other. Like if you have to go knight e6, as you just highlighted, your bishop could get trapped. So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out soon enough.
I think something that Fedoseev will consider after b4 is, can you make this move knight f3 check?
Yeah,
Just
you
force-
trade some pieces. Yeah, so let's say but you help me develop. That's why I wasn't too attracted by it. But maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
he did just play b4, but how would you respond to bishop c3? I don't think you want to trade bishops, right? Like knight d2, keep more pieces on the board. Makes more sense to me, because after bishop d2, if we keep trading things, white is obviously the side for choice with a good bishop, but in the black king still in the center. But I feel like too much has been traded, and more can be traded after bishop h3.
Yeah, you're right. This was some sort of weird optical illusion for me. Like, I assumed knight f3 was giving me tempo, but in fact, it's not a big deal because there's nothing going on in the position. You can even just play a couple of tempos back. But wait, he throws it out. He throws it out the window and goes d5.
He did that very quickly. It's what everybody loves about Fedoseev. The guy fears nobody. He's willing to mix it up in any position. And I guess to what the point you were making earlier, Jeffrey, maybe he is the most adventurous player here in the Fischer Random World Championship.
Yeah, I just want to show a kind of cooperative line, but let's say white gets very greedy here, takes on d5, takes with the knight. Okay, let's say rook d5, bishop d5, knight c2, king d2. You can do the honors here.
Checkmate. King can't escape. Yeah, that would be pretty nasty.
So yeah, don't get too greedy, kids. Maybe I like wait a second. I was trying to make something work, but maybe you just play a move like c5 here.
For white, just keep everything closed.
But it feels a bit wrong, I have to say.
Yeah, I think you want tension, right? Because you can go for b5, but it's almost like you're playing against a Carlsbad structure, but it's not the Carlsbad structure.
Ah, he wants to take first and bishop b2, maybe.
Yeah, just bring the rook. Bishop b2. Wait, what about this knight f3 again?
You mean you get maybe a better version with the queen?
Just trade everything off.
Queen comes in. Yeah, I mean, there's knight f3, bishop c3. Probably go knight d2, and like, oh, maybe rook c1 is a threat in that position.
Okay, but what if I just, I don't know, what do I keep trading things?
So you take on b2, I take. You might be a bit worse. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe, but I still don't feel afraid, even if I should.
No, you shouldn't be afraid here. It's just a slow sort of grind.
Why is this better for black? I'm gonna turn on the oh my! You're not gonna believe this. You ready?
Yes. Oh!
What a tactic! I turned on the move for a second because I was like, how is black better here? Bishop takes d3 is one of the sickest moves I've ever seen. If the queen takes, you lose this bishop on b2. The queen was the only piece guarding it. And if you take with the pawn on d3, then this queen e6 check, and your king has nowhere to go. So your only legal move is bishop e4. And after pawn takes e4, your king's on the verge of getting checkmated. You see a huge advantage for black there. That is sick.
That is so cool. And I think you can only see this in Fischer Random, which is it's what I truly love about this variant.
Wow. That is so disgusting.
I mean, it's because of this rook on f1. Like, you're not going to see rook f1, king e1. So that's the only reason why this works.
That's so cool. Glad I, flicked on the moves for a second there so I could tell everybody what it was. But it's neither here nor there. We're back into the live position. White can now kick this knight away, bring this knight out, and develop it. I feel like still a slight plus for white. Makes sense.
Do it. Do it, yeah. I think if he saw it, he would have definitely done it, but what he did, yeah, it allows this e3 sort of regrouping, and at least blue keeps all the pieces on the board. So, yeah, there could be some chances down the road here.
Indeed. So let's keep on going here. Where is this matchup between Gretarsson and Nepomniachtchi? Because Hjorvar Gretarsson, he needs to win this game against Jan. Otherwise, he's going to suffer a second straight match defeat. And with the white pieces, and with his queen still on A8, this king up on G7, and white's pawns like this, Jeffrey, I have to say, I'm liking the look of this.
Yeah, it looks great. He's pushed F4. He'll probably push E4. And he's just got this huge center. Can we see how exactly they got here? So, okay, another English. Wait, so King's Indian by Nepo when he needs a draw only is a bit odd.
Knight C6, and just development from Gretarsson here. Just Queen C1. I mean, I like what he's done. He's just natural moves. Bring his pieces towards the king side, trades, plays F4 to stop.
I like
E5,
that a lot, yeah.
Because E5,
That's
I think,
quite clever.
Will just lose on the spot. I imagine that there's a rook takes F6 available.
Oh, and Queen H6 maybe to cut off the escape.
Wow, I was going to say Knight D5 right away, but this is even better. You're just cutting off the G7 square. Here comes Knight D5 check. Yeah, this king is getting hunted. It's already +6, so that's a bad sign. So
yeah, but I have a feeling this this live position is still kind of tricky for white because you are overextending. Like you're gaining a lot of space in the center, which is good. But I could see a world where maybe you push, like let's say you push E4, suddenly E5 comes, black plants the knight on D4, and it could suddenly turn around. Yeah, and a Queen A7 might appear as well.
Yeah, like this move already is a problem. This knight gets safe and sound, and you're going to start pushing the pawns to keep it there. And that means that black is definitely no worse.
I'm thinking maybe you don't have to rush with E4. Can you keep some flexibility?
He went Queen D2. So he's trying to keep the flexibility that you're asking for.
Yeah, very sensible move. Okay, I mean it's a clearly in balanced position, just what you want, I think, in a must-win situation.
For sure. So Gretarsson down on the clock. That's my biggest concern for him. He has only played 10 moves, and he has 12 and a half minutes left for 20 more. That's not good in a very complicated position, with a weird starting position, though it's now looking more and more normal, and it looks very nice for white.
Agreed, yeah. So can we go back quickly to the Hikaru game? So some developments have occurred.
Let's go right to Hikaru versus Magnus. And we get the Hikaru elbow shot.
So wait, this looks really bizarre. So what exactly happened here? We left it at it was quite early on. Yeah, we left it around here. A4 was played.
Gaining space.
All pretty standard. Okay, knight A6.
And you went bishop A3, knight E4, attacking the queen. Okay, so he stopped B5. That was what Hikaru was.
Yeah, B5
doing.
was the big threat. And now B5 is, it looks very anti-positional, but he does want to fix the pawn on B4 and also sort of shut off the bishop.
Yeah, it's very strange, but it makes a lot of sense now that a few moves have been played. The bishop on A3 looks terrible. The pawn on C6 potential target, but B4 is also in the line of fire, and A7 is the long-term target. So the bishop on H8, Jeffrey, best piece on the board.
I was about to say, that is a gorgeous piece. And if I was white, I would love to trade it, but it does take some time. Like you need maybe knight BD2, rook B1. But by the way, maybe E5 is another idea to play like this.
So should white maybe play for C4 while black might play for E5? Like
so let's make some moves. Yeah. What do you want to play here? Knight BD2 or something else?
Oh, knight BD2.
Rook C1?
I don't know why I thought my rook needed to be there. Knight BD2, so I can go C4. Oh, I
yeah,
hated that
now.
move.
Maybe there's knight B5. Okay, so you have to be careful here.
Uh-oh. So not knight b2. Okay, rook c1. My instinct
That's where rook c1. Okay.
was just not looking out for that, but it still was okay, I guess. But it's then knight b5 anyway. You can just take this bishop and b4 is loose.
Oh yeah, I mean Hikaru, he solved all his problems here. It feels like a very engine-like approach what he did, like this knight a6, b5, put the knight on d6, but it's okay, c3 by Magnus. He wants to consolidate.
Make sure b4 is defended. Maybe the bishop can even reroute itself. And if e5, what's the response here? Oh, he's setting up tactics. So if e5, there's e4. Oh, that's not e4, but this is. Because takes, and if knight takes, I think there's some kind of b5 in these positions. Is there?
Really? So b5, cb?
Oh my gosh, I totally forgot your queen. It's just me blundering.
Yeah, that gets uncovered.
I was like, oh, what a sweet move. But after CB... Wait a second.
Wait,
Bishop
it's...
F8?
Oh, come on. You're seeing everything. Wait.
No, I'm not seeing... I have the eval bar saying equal. So why else would it be equal? And I'm just being honest with you. I didn't see this in advance. I blundered CB5, and it just so happens that there's a tactic.
Okay, but he went for the calm bishop d7 instead, threatening c5.
It's trying to expand over here. So bishop d7. And, well, apparently the eval bar sliding up in white's favor all of a sudden.
Yeah, maybe I don't get what the point is of, like, let's say I go queen c2, and why exactly is your bishop on d7?
And what white really needs is a knight on b3.
Oh yeah, it can hop there pretty quickly.
Yes, indeed. Just jump over to a5 or c5. So even though the eval bar is still like kind of hovering towards the center, it's not really sure where to go. As it gains depth, it's changing its mind a little bit. But Magnus went queen c2, and Hikaru is back on the clock here. So they have about 14 minutes each to make 17 more moves.
Structurally, I'm worried about Hikaru's position. Like, as you're sort of alluding to, if the knight can get on b3, you would have a clamp on both the c5 and a5 squares. You could play rook a1. You could start pressuring on the queen side. So Hikaru might want a quick c6, c5 here.
Yeah, that's why it was rook c8 trying to blast open the c file. That makes perfect sense. And how do you stop that? You don't want to play d4. That gives the knight the c4 square and the diagonal, things like that. So how do I stop black from playing c5? Or make it less...
Yeah, I don't see a great way. I'm trying to work out like knight bd2, c5, take, and evaluating that position. Although black, he starts getting everything in the game and pressure on c3. So yeah, okay. He goes for d4.
Wow. And the eval bar, not so thrilled, but he's just trying to get a clamp. I sort of like this move for the long-term prospects for white.
Yeah, you also close off the bishop on h8, so there are clear benefits. But if black is probably going to get an a5, and once you get an a5, I believe you solve all your problems.
But how do you get a5 in? That's the big question.
Can't I just... Oh, wait a second. Sorry, the knight appears there pretty fast.
Yeah, and I still have knight c5 as a square that I'd like to hop to.
All right, he starts with knight cb5. Now, bishop b2 or rook a1, both are possible.
Oh, rook a1 giving up, because the bishop's not really...
Yeah, bishop is...
much of a bishop.
Like, please take my bishop. All right, he just drops it back.
Wait, this looks really good for Magnus all of a sudden.
Yeah, I was assuming that he could get an a5, but somehow there was no way. And now if Magnus gets like this sort of clamp, I don't know, how does Hikaru equalize this?
It says even. I guess black does have the c4 square to hop into as soon as his knight goes to b3. That's the good news. The bad news is you have this the weakest pawn on the board on a7.
Bishop f5, probably queen. guess queen a4, keep the b3 square open for the knight.
Ooh, I like that. You can slide over to a1 with your rook. You can even think about trading queens at some point.
Yeah, endgames should be really pleasant.
Wow. And Magnus.
But the only bad thing with white's position is the bishop on b2. That might be the reason why the eval bar still remains level.
Not a very good piece for sure. Queen b3 is Magnus's choice. Interesting. Why queen b3? That's a bit mysterious to me.
Yeah, queen a4 certainly was more logical, but maybe he wants to double on the a file. So he wants to keep the knight on d2 to keep knight on d6 from jumping in anywhere, and now he just wants to double on the a file.
Makes sense. Getting both rooks in the a file, going after this pawn on a7. And for Hikaru, the big question is, what pieces do you want traded? How do you make those trades happen? I'm looking at like knight e4, for example. Does that actually help black in any way? The knight on b5 needs to remain because that pawn is defending the knight is defending a7, also putting some pressure into white's position. So I feel like if you lose this b5 knight somehow, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, it looks like a big positional battle brewing here. Let's move to the Bluebaum game because to my eyes, this looks super promising for the player trailing in the match.
Okay, we'll come back to Magnus and Hikaru's game, but we will go over to Bluebaum against Fedoseev. Matthias needs to win this game. He has the white pieces in game 2, and oh my goodness, this looks great for white.
Yeah, open c file. And what is your queen doing over on h6?
Let's answer that question by just moving back a few moves. e3 is where we left it. So the queen like ran over the h file, and look at that move.
Oh,
h3. So
huge move. Yeah, can't take on rook h1, and that's why the queen got relegated. But this is just a dominating position for white.
What a game so far by Bluebaum. He just is controlling all of the important squares. He's successfully castled his king. This rook can land on c7. If black plays rook c8 here, maybe you can just keep trading pieces and take over the c file once again. The queen on h6, Jeffrey, is so out of play.
Yeah, it is. Like, even just imagine all the rooks come off. Your queen simply invades, and black can't really deal with it in time. And that queen is also stuck to the defensive g5, so it's atrocious.
Yeah, because rook c8, once you take and play rook c1, you would think queen f8 saves the day, but g5 is loose, and that means that queen f8 is not really available. So this is just a great position for Bluebaum. Knight e8, Fedoseev's choice. I like it. He's keeping the rook out of c7. He's offering a trade. He's opening up this queen on the 6th rank. So probably the best move in the position.
Yeah, it looks a bit passive, but I think it was mandatory. As you said, you cover this vital square on c7. And imagine if he plays like e6 and f6. It's possible that he just holds on like that and gets the queen back into the game.
Yes, not pleasant, but sometimes you need to do what's necessary. So
Oh, wait, I have a question though.
Yes,
so can you go back? Was there rook c7 possible? Like go back a few moves? Maybe back one more? Why not rook c7 here?
Am I supposed to answer that question, or was it rhetorical?
I mean, I was just wondering because like Fedoseev played knight e8 to stop it, and I was trying to figure out could he have gone earlier, and it seems like he could.
Yeah, you just bring your knight somewhere here and just white's cruising here.
Yeah, this might have been lights out, but he missed that chance. Now Fedoseev trying to hold things together here with f6.
Okay, knight d4, e5 probably. Although d5 will be permanently a target. The bishop on g2 is nicely placed.
But maybe just e6 here.
calm chess.
Ah, but there could be an f4. Okay, e6 f4 might be Bluebaum's idea.
He needs to break open the position. And what Fedoseev does best is he keeps pressure on the clock, but he's allowing so much play here for white. I feel like black has no actual plan. So e6 is a good start. Maybe you have to reroute your pieces somehow.
Yeah, I like the idea because e5 knight b3 feels a bit too loose. So yeah, maybe e6 f4. You try to just keep it cool here. Can you go queen g7 or is fg already like a threat?
No, I think FG you just take back with the queen. I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
But this would be devastating down this diagonal. Just to show that. Let's check. Let's check. Let's check. To all your pieces at the same time. So yeah, queen g7 is definitely possible after e6 f4.
But still some work to be done here for Bluebaum. Like it's even material after all. Bishop on g2, not a great piece for the moment. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's go to the game between Nordibek Abdusattorov and Wesley So, because Nordibek, he drew game one. It was a tough draw, hard fought battle, 82 moves, and now he gets the. Whoa, what? Sorry, the position was different when I was hovering over it. This was the position when I was hovering over it, and then I saw queen on a1. I was very confused. But b6, an excellent move by Wesley, just trading off the queens, and now the rooks get traded. And I feel like white should be slightly better, ever so slightly better, just because maybe these pawns are a little bit more approachable, but I think ultimately it should just be level.
Yeah, I would have a hard time believing that black could be in trouble here. Because also, you're going to have to spend one move on bishop f3, not to, like, you can't play with the bishop there for long. So, okay, knight b5, bishop d7 played. Yeah, that's a nice way. I think this is
and then knight a8
ultra
at
solid.
some point.
Wait, so knight c7.
You laugh, but I'm not even kidding. Knight c7. How you can defend d5? e6, right?
Yeah, e6 is the most natural.
Like I'm not joking about knight a8.
Yeah, knight a8 is good, but maybe I go. Wait, I can't go rook c4, by the way, or can I?
Because the knight takes b6.
I'm trying to calculate. So rook c4, knight b6, rook b4.
D, you said?
B.
And don't I have check and take on f8?
No, but I go bishop e8.
Oh, so let me take here first.
Yeah, but now
then
it's
there's
protected.
No...
Yeah.
Oh, you are a sneaky guy. Okay, white's obviously the side for choice, but this is nothing. Wait, e6 has happened.
I think you should play knight a8 because knight h5 is a big threat here, by the way.
True. So the other move is rook a7. He plays knight a8. Hey, I'm glad to see this. You know, you laughed when I said knight a8, but
I did. Well, it's funny because it's well known that knight in the corner is a mourner. So when the knight does appear in the corner, it's a good move. It's a rare moment.
Is a mourner. I like that. I've never heard that before. Is that like a common saying?
No, I think I saw it, and there was maybe it was like an anime show. I just randomly saw it, but yeah, it's a
there's
a good
an
one to know.
anime show talking about knights in the corner.
Yeah, I know it sounds very hard to believe, but that was my source.
So you don't watch PogChamps, but you watch random, anime shows with knights in the corner being mourners.
No, I think they were playing a chess game, and maybe the translation was wrong. Like it was supposed to be knight on the rim is dim, but they said knight in the corner is a mourner.
Okay, you're just getting me tongue-tied here. I don't know what to say. So I'm just going to move us to a different game. Well, I think about how knights in the corner are. Whoa, okay, let's go to the game between Gretarsson and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because that one is just an electric position. I'm bringing it up here. And unfortunately, it's very one-sided.
Oh, yeah, like I see an attack on white's king. I
Yeah.
don't see an attack on Black's king.
No, it's desperation times here with the rook takes f6.
Wait,
Let's go
there's an
back.
insane. Hold on. Wait.
Go.
Oh my
Tell
god.
me. Tell me.
Is there rook takes b3 here? Queen b3 and like bishop a4 d3?
Yes, there's definitely bishop a4. You win the queen on the spot. The knight is pinned. So queen takes a4. There's rook takes b2 check, and it's probably a checkmate as well.
It's played. Yeah, Nepo sees that in his sleep.
Ouch. That's just mean.
Yeah, and I think you brought this up. Gretarsson simply has no time. So yeah, it just fell apart for him on the position and on the clock.
Yeah, 9 seconds if that's accurate. We are getting these.
And
moves
I think you
relayed.
take with the king. Yeah, I was gonna say you take with the king here just to avoid any checks.
No checks, and checkmate is about to be on the board for black, and losing on time is the other option. So Jan Nepomniachtchi has won the game. This is over. How in the world did this happen? We were actually enjoying the position for white.
Yeah, but
e5.
yeah, once e5 comes, it gets super tricky. It's like e5 because you have so many ways to react. Okay, so they got this. He castled.
Oof. Yeah, this is not the position you want against Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's going right after the white king. The black king is safe and sound with all these pieces over here.
Yeah, there was just no way to start any attack for white.
No. And black, on the other hand, just went right for the white king. And it was devastating. So Jan Nepomniachtchi loses to Nordebek Abdusattorov. He rebounds in the second match against Stein Gretarsson. But Jan will probably have to take down either Wesley or Nordebek, because otherwise he's going to fall behind those two in the group.
Wait, can we go back to Bluebaum now? This seems like a beautiful demonstration. I just want to show.
Okay, I'm going to go to that game between Bluebaum and Fedoseev.
Look at that stallion on d4. It's simply untouchable now after f5.
It's simply the best, better than all the rest, you'd say, right there on d4. Just unreal. Oh.
And I'm surprised why, like, I would evaluate this as north of winning. But the engine's seen something that keeps Fedoseev in the game.
What's better than winning?
Like completely winning, maybe?
Okay, it wasn't a trick question. You said north of winning, so I was trying to figure out where that left us. But knight on d4 is just ridiculously strong. Oh,
so what exactly do you... Yeah, I mean, it's all flowing in. Oh, maybe like an h5 undermining the g pawn?
But can't that also get your own king in trouble?
Yeah, but... Wait, no, you do make a good point. Yeah, like if the h file opens, I'm probably dead.
But you might have to do that, because otherwise this knight hangs out in d4 forever. And knight b5, by the way, is a way to chase this knight out of d4, or at least offer a trade. But then the knight might even go to the other side of the board. Like,
oh, yeah, knight e2. Suddenly you transfer it.
And now that I'm thinking about it, h5, there might still be knight e2, knight f4, knight g6 as soon as this pawn goes. So we haven't seen a move yet. Knight b5 is just the analysis. So Fedoseev, he should be happy he's ahead in the clock, but otherwise he should be very unhappy. And let's go back to Nakamura and Carlsen. They are the focus of the camera people on site. And Hikaru has given up the A pawn. Jeffrey, you were asking if A5 was possible. Hikaru says, I literally don't care, and gives up the pawn.
Yeah, he literally doesn't, but I'm not sure if he's going to win this back anytime soon. Okay, yeah, let's just... I mean, it was very practical, because otherwise, if you let Magnus double, it was just really unpleasant. So, yeah, he's going to try to play on the B file. There's some compensation, I guess.
Yeah, although Magnus can probably play c4 here, and I think I just saw the way he was about to move a piece. It looks like c4 is going to be his choice, and that makes the c6 pawn a target. And I just feel like,
No, knight d2. Okay.
Knight d2 trading more. All right, how can you fault that decision?
Yeah, c4. Maybe he was worried about knight d6 with like a little discovery.
Ooh, missed that.
But after this trade, oh, there's a nice little tactic here, by the way. Bishop g2, king g2, knight d6. You can play bishop a3.
I'm showing your tactics in silence. Because tactics speak louder than words, Jeffrey.
Yeah, the idea speaks for itself. So now I don't know. How does like knight d6 is such a natural move? It's hard to. Oh, maybe e5 is a thing. Trying to get my bishop involved.
But I don't like e5.
Yeah.
You never really want to take on d4.
Well, yeah, there could always be okay, wait. Oh, he played c5.
Played c5, huh? Okay. Is the idea just play c4 and keep the position as close as possible?
Yeah, there's no way Magnus is allowing black to push c4 here.
Really? Yeah, I guess
No,
you
I
don't
don't
want to
think-
allow the
yeah.
position to be close. But how do you prevent c4?
I want to play c4 myself, but then dc, and there could be like a
Isn't-
check on the diagonal.
Isn't this pawn just hanging?
No, but then I take on like c4, knight d4. I take
Take what?
on d4, cd5.
Isn't your rook hanging?
Oh
anyway?
wait, sorry, I'm blinding. We're getting maybe we're getting late in the show. I'm starting to go blind. I forgot you could take with the bishop.
You're all good. I was just very, very confused there because. I
But
was
you
like,
know what? Wait a second. That position might.
all
I
right,
might
let's
still
see,
have something, but okay.
You'll redeem yourself here. Bishop takes. Bishop takes.
But I'm probably not better. I thought rook a2, but I'm not better. I don't think.
No, but yeah, I think you were just if the rook were on a2, this would all work out for white taking on d5. But no, the rook is loose over there. Oh, sorry, that's just analysis. c5
So
played.
besides c4.
Maybe. So how do I get ready? Because if I can't play c4 myself, that means black's going to do it. How do I best ready myself for the move of c4?
I don't know. Because what I want is, let's say if he goes c4, if I could stick my bishop on b4 somehow, then I'm really happy. But I don't see how I
For
can
sure.
do that.
I don't see it either. So what about rook a2 just to defend this bishop?
Yeah, c4.
And then I almost want to play bishop a1 and use the b file or something, but I'm probably misguided in everything that I'm recommending.
It might. I mean, maybe you can get away with that, but it's hard to play.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about how locked up the queen side is getting. And Hikaru needs to get this counterplay along the A file. And he's going after this pawn. He has the B file going for him, but he is just down the pawn. So rook c2, is Magnus's choice.
And apparently I think that was the correct move. But what is his idea on c4? Just to bring the bishop the other way, maybe.
I'm absolutely shocked that Magnus Carlsen would make the best move. But bishop c1 to f4 at some point could be what he's looking for after c4.
Yeah, I mean,
what if Hikaru
Mhm.
just brings the rooks here? The nice hanging, I guess.
Right, it's sort of hard to untangle. Like the knight on b5 is both a good piece, pressuring c3 and d4, but it's also a bit loose there.
Mm-hmm. And if you ever move it, then the bishop gets to a3, which is exactly what white wants.
Maybe you go like rook a6, knight d6, and then double.
Mm-hmm. Just try to get all the firepower on the a5 pawn. Makes sense to me. There might be knight b3 that you have to look out for after rook a6, though. Because like if this knight, this is actually kind of wild. Rook a6, knight b3. There's no longer do you play c4, but you take on d4 because the rook on c2 is no longer defended by this queen on a4.
Yeah.
Which is a very important distinction.
I'm just quickly scanning. Oh, the Wesley game is still going. It's actually. Can we go there quickly? It's
Let's
also
go
a
to
tied match.
Wesley So.
Knight takes Wow, knight takes d5 was just played.
Let's see. Is that rook trap? Is that the point? What is going on here? What are the last few moves?
If black. Yeah, sure.
So the rook went up to get some back rank help, some luft. So black is actually up a pawn. And
oh, what a beautiful idea.
Oh my gosh. Are we sure we can't do move of the day again? Because knight takes d5 is nasty. This rook is lost over here. Oh my gosh.
He sees everything. So, but bishop c6 looks like a good reaction. And bishop f8, I guess, is just one check, king h7. But
then knight f6 check.
Yes, you do. And you get a bishop here. Ooh, that looks promising. So I think it's forced, right? h7,
Yeah,
knight
if
f6.
you go here, there's bishop here. So king h7, knight f6 check. We saw this in another game earlier where you just give up your knight for the piece at the end of the diagonal, and then you play b. No, this is really dangerous for black.
Ooh. I love Norderbeck's chances in this endgame. So wait, can we just keep going? Because I feel like black's already holding on a thread. You have to play rook c7.
Yeah, then
I
b5.
go b5. Now bishop d6 is a threat.
Yes.
So you play what? Like bishop e5 or what?
You probably have to just keep the bishop out of d6 over here.
But there's got to be a way for me to increase. Do I play e3?
Okay, e3 you probably have to play g5 to stop f4.
Ah, g5 is...
But h4.
Yeah. g4?
We just can't take because f4 gets your rook here. It's trapped. So you play g4 because that thing called en passant that everyone needs to remember. Yeah, this is a very wild game, but white is clearly better with this bishop planted here.
Yeah, Wesley's actually fortunate that he's not losing material by force.
And we're getting word, by the way, that Wesley offered a draw on move 30, which was declined by Norderbeck, seeing this.
Yeah, I mean, you don't accept a draw in this position with white.
No, you can't lose. It's just a better
but
position
also,
for sure.
Wesley, he might have missed this option because in U.S. Championship, no draw offers were allowed. So he's making full use of this benefit.
Well, let's go back to the Magnus game against Hikaru because this has reached move 30. The players got an extra 5 minutes and so on. So we see the players. They are move 28 in this game, and Magnus down under a minute, and Hikaru has a minute 38. So a very
Wait a
critical
second, though.
last few moves.
So can I take and plant my bishop on d4? Like I take in bishop c5?
You absolutely can do that. Take bishop c5, bishop d4, and that's exactly what Magnus is going for, it would seem. And this is move 30 coming up. So Magnus needs to make one more move before his clock hits 0.
Oh wait, and look, he's looking at the DGT, I think. He's looking at the DGT.
Wow. So he was trying to find out if that was move 30. It was, in fact, move 30. But you could see Magnus Carlsen kind of looking for some guidance on what move number it was.
So yeah, probably knight b5.
But this is great for white.
Well, I don't think it's that clear. Oh, he starts with rook b3.
Okay.
So queen e4, he cut off the protection.
That's a great move by Hikaru. Fantastic move, rook b3.
Yeah, it's simply a double threat. How do you... Is there a way to protect... Maybe like rook ac1 feels iffy as well.
Yeah, because then knight b5 and more black's pieces are joining the party. What a move there by Hikaru. And he's taking a drink. We know what that means. He's feeling better about his position.
What's he drinking there?
I couldn't tell.
That's not Red Bull, right?
Is it a spin drift? I don't know what they have in
Spin
Iceland.
drift?
No, I don't know what it is. And Magnus laser focused right now. By the way, Matthias, Bluebaum against Fedoseev. That position is getting increasingly complex, and I think in a bad way for Bluebaum from what I can see from afar.
Should we head over for a second?
Yeah, they just reached move 30 here, so we'll get back to this game. And Magnus soon will be in a bit of time trouble. But let's go to the game between Bluebaum and Fedoseev, because Bluebaum needs to win this game, and we loved his position. I still, can sense that his position should be better. You see the eval bar off the side, but Jeffrey, doesn't it look like all of a sudden Fedoseev has very good counterplay?
It's just chaos. Wait. I'm trying to figure out. No, okay, wait. Somehow it's gotten out of control.
Wasn't this the position and we were loving it?
Yeah.
Everything's locked up here. How did this happen?
This is what Fedoseev often manages to do. In a seemingly hopeless position, he creates a mess.
That move right there, D4, opening up squares for his pieces. Please take me on D4. Then I have bishop B5, and I get the D3 pawn. His rook C7, B5. He takes this way, but look what happens. Bishop takes F5. So Jeffrey, this is exactly what Fedoseev does.
Yeah, somehow I don't think I would have taken, because that pawn on F5 was so important, shutting out all your counterplay, and now we see another trade on D3.
Magnus blundered.
What?
Magnus completely blundered. Oh my gosh.
He blundered a rook?
He missed queen E4 check.
No way.
He did. He missed queen. He went A6, completely overlooking queen E4 check, and he
my.
Beside himself. He's ready to resign, just overlooking a fork.
That's unbelievable.
Wow. Just a one move oversight there. Credit to Hikaru Nakamura for being a tenacious defender. But Magnus, had outplayed him over quite a stretch of this game. And then at that move 30, move 31, you could just tell things were off, Jeffrey. He looked up, trying to figure out what move number it was. And then on the first move after the time control, blunders an entire rook.
It feels like he just panicked, because I see the evaluation was in his favor. So at the very least, he wasn't worse. I don't know what he had to see, but yeah, he blundered the exchange against Fedoseev, which was, he was incredibly lucky to get away with it. And full rook against Hikaru, usually you don't come back from that.
No. And Hikaru, he's sitting here and thinking after the queen D7. There are some threats. Queen takes D5 is one of them. And if this bishop can line up on the dark squares against this black king, maybe there are some checkmating threats. What was that? Rook B1, swapping off the rooks over here. And, okay, it's a full extra rook for Hikaru. Wow.
Oh, he goes queen B5, queen B7, last try here by Magnus. You can even take.
Try.
Yeah, takes in rook B8. How clean is that? I'm not sure. Maybe
but
not.
You might have no choice.
Yeah, maybe a little bit sloppy here by Hikaru.
And then you get bishop D4, and black should be able to win this game, but it's going to take a while. And I guess the thing is, for black, you'll never give up your advantage.
Do you take the bishop, or do you go for that endgame?
Queen takes C5?
Queen C5 doesn't feel trivial to me, because your knight is sort of
very
tied
bad.
down.
And as long as you don't allow this passed pawn to break through, then it feels like white has chances there. So Hikaru, you can tell just by the way he's reacting here. He's like, oh, wait, he blundered a full rook, and yet the game is not over. He's kind of upset with himself.
Yeah, I would be partially annoyed too, but I think he just has to keep his cool here. He should still convert this.
And Hikaru has a big opportunity to seize control of his group. We just saw the trades have happened, where now it's a rook for a bishop. And Jeffrey, when we see dynamics like this, where one side is clearly ahead, we think what trades should you allow, and what trades should you avoid. So take it away.
Yeah, I think White's only potential saving plan is to somehow activate the king on like those dark squares, maybe through g5, h6. But essentially, if black, yeah, okay, he's trying to fix it with g4, g5. But I think the problem in these rook and bishop is at some point you could see like a potential exchange sack. Just imagine like if black were able to take on d4, you have the protected pass c pawn, and you would have the winning king and pawn endgame.
For sure. And Hikaru simply brings his king up. He has all of his pieces on the light squares. He's not going to blunder anything. The bishop can't threaten a single piece. So this is just heading in the direction of White's camp and should be winning. So Hikaru Nakamura will seize control of Group B here. A humongous over. I mean, he being Magnus Carlsen, he blundered a full rook.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus, he'll have to find a way to reset. I think he's played well today for the most part. Like,
how do you win this, by the way?
Aha, you're saying you might. I think
you eventually play Rook D1 and take this. Is that what you're going to go for?
I think there should be like a zugzwang. So, he's going to come to the other side with the king.
So just king like this. But then the king goes to e5.
Yeah, you have to calculate that. It's not crystal clear.
Yeah, because normally if you lose h2, then black can create a pass pawn on the h file. But with this pawn on g5, it's going to be very difficult. So somehow Magnus is like hanging in there. And it should technically be winning. But Jeffrey, when I see the eval where it is, -3.5, that gives me vague sense of a fortress as a possibility. Remember when Magnus played against Sergei Karyakin in the first game of their World Championship match, I think it was something like -3 thereabouts, and it was a fortress. So, oh man.
I mean, I guess if anyone can save it, it's Magnus. But Hikaru, he's gonna see like where should he put the king. He can dance around, like he's got all the time in the world. Wait, but can we quickly jump back to Norderbek because he might be putting the finishing touches.
Okay, let's go to Norderbek Abdusattorov's game against Wesley So, the youngster from Uzbekistan, the Olympiad champion. He is up a pawn and winning this game in the end game. Now, King G5, I actually think that should win, but I'm a little worried that I'm about to checkmate myself. So that's the one thing you have to watch out for.
Oh my gosh, imagine how brutal it would be. Like King G5, Rook B8, you just play B7. Not only is this not a draw, you lose.
Right. That would be game over here with the king kind of self-mating on G5. So after F5 check, do not go up, just go back, and you will win this game. King E3, King D4. You're quicker to the center, and then the king side will be whites for the taking. He does that. I don't think we need to worry about him anymore. And by the way, Hikaru Nakamura's game has officially concluded against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus just resigns after Hikaru's king went a little bit of a journey, I think. So, yeah, they're just chatting. And it's one of those moments where you're just like, all right, next time I won't blunder a rook.
Yeah, let's see the finish really quick. So he played King B5, and the rook on F1 does a great job of tying down the white king.
Yeah, it was actually much easier than it even started to appear. So Magnus walks away. Hikaru leads the group, but 2 players from the group will move through. So Magnus has a whole day 2 and 3 to right the ship and make sure he gets through. But just to point out Jeffrey's line here is that Rook F1 kept the king tied down. So now the black king can just enter and it can go all the way. But all you need to do is bring your king in and then grab this pawn here. Your pass pawn will win. So Hikaru Nakamura, he wins this game. He wins the match against Magnus Carlsen. Back to the matchups between Abdusattorov and So. And we also, what in the world is happening in Fedoseev's game?
What happened there now?
I mean, the guy will like not go down without a fight. He's always swinging, and he's in a position where he should be able to hold.
Looks that way. Yeah, 93. I think if you allow a trade, it's a dead draw. So he's got to try to keep the bishop alive. Maybe some sort of
Something like
check
that.
and yeah, get out of the way.
But I guess the issue is he'll get his bishop e4 first. I guess he doesn't want the knight to get back to f5. In some of the positions, the knight would have established itself on d4. But I think black can just play f5 here himself.
Yeah, f5, and I mean you make a check, king moves. The thing is, a3 is dropping off like super easily. You're not going to be able to hold on to that.
And f5, it looks like knight c4 was rook f3
Rook
was played
f3,
here.
okay.
Excuse me. And then I was thinking the knight could go to c4 just to attack this pawn over here. By the way, Abdusattorov has defeated Wesley So. So the player from Uzbekistan, the teenager, leads that group 2 wins against Jan Nepomniachtchi and then Wesley So. What a performance.
Wow, so impressive. You could not ask for a better start from the young Phenom. And I have to say, like, based on his opening choice, I don't think he got anything. So he has the ability to outplay a guy like Wesley from absolutely nothing.
Nordybek does what he wants. He is just that good, and he took down Wesley So in the end there. So this one, I mean, Bluebaum needs to win, but the way he just looked over is kind of like, I don't really think I have winning chances. Can't Fedoseev take this bishop?
Yeah,
on
take, go
e4?
rook e8, go king g6, king f6. Yeah, that should be pretty comfortably drawn.
We're seeing just that.
You can also start with rook a8, but
then white will try to quickly.
But if I get
grab
my
this one
king
here.
over, you don't win that position.
I agree. And they're often positions. I'll just try to show something like this, where you go rook e8 check, and then you take. And we saw something like this earlier, where this is a draw. And I think Fedoseev is going to go exactly down this variation. So let's watch him do it.
Wait, but isn't there... No, there's no a4, right? Yeah.
No, Fedoseev is going for this. It's that technique, that Russian school of chess technique. Here it comes.
Wait, didn't Firouzja or someone lose like this kind of endgame? He put the king on the wrong square.
I think so. Rings a bell. And Bluebaum says, all right, no liquidation for you. Let's keep this one going with rook over here to h3. And the mistake you can make as black is if you let this white get too much ground and get over to c5. Like that's what you have to avoid.
Yeah, this is a nice try. Actually, what is the cleanest way to make a draw now? King e6 takes. Okay. King
He's
d4.
running with his king. So if there's rook h6 check, the king goes to c7.
I think you can just wait probably, like king c6.
Yeah,
and the moment
the only way to move forward, right, is to give up the a3 pawn.
Exactly.
Giving a bunch of checks just to gain some time. And we're going to see some great drawing technique from Fedoseev. The guy, he looks unfazed.
If I'm Bluebaum, I feel like one got away from me because he played a really nice game, I feel.
He did. But if you're Fedoseev, you're like, you know what? I have a chance in this competition. I mean, he is in pretty good form. He's putting up great fights, and he is about to take his second match.
Well, you mean his first?
Well, his first match victory, but it's his second match today that he is with. But yes, I could have worded that better. But Bluebaum, look at that. Oh, don't blunder in this endgame.
It should be fine. Yeah, you can go to the side here. Yeah, and he can set up the Philidor.
The 6th ranked defense coming your way, right?
Yes.
This is actually quite instructive for everybody watching right now. You'll see how Fedoseev puts his rook in the 6th rank. He's going to wait for the b pawn to push. He's going to go rook h6. And as soon as the b pawn goes up 1 square, you release your rook down to h1. So he's holding the 6th rank.
So I'm curious. I think I remember Fedoseev, he knocked out Hikaru in the World Cup. So I'm wondering if maybe is that like a favor, like somewhat. I mean, it's hard to be favorable against Hikaru, but you know,
Look at that
we'll see.
Suit.
Yeah, that
I was
suit. I
distracted
agree.
by
That
his
suit.
Oh, well, it's going to be a big talking point. Fedoseev and Nakamura have a ton of history playing online last bunch of years. You mentioned the World Cup performance as well. But in that game there, very instructive endgame technique from Fedoseev. He is able to win that match, which means he's tied with Magnus Carlsen in the Group B standings. Magnus Carlsen did just throw away a rook for nothing against Hikaru Nakamura. Jeffrey, I mean, what a day we've had.
I mean, I'm running out of words a little bit here, but yeah, it's crazy. I guess for Magnus, I was gonna say like he's been playing quite well. Just those 2 moments where he blundered once in exchange and then a full rook. If he cleans up that play, I think he should still be able to move on. But in the other group, I mean, the headline, it's Noterbeck.
Yeah, the world rapid champion wants to add another world title after winning the Olympiad as well. Can he be stopped? That's the big question. So if we look at the results that we just had, we saw that Nordibek Abdusattorov, he defeats Wesley So 1/2. He earlier today defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi 2-0. So Nordibek Abdusattorov, he has not run away with the group, nothing of the sort. But Jeffrey, it's starting to look like we have a clear person to make their way through the semifinals. I don't know if Nordibek can be caught.
I wouldn't speak so soon. Like both Jan and Wesley are going to be thirsty for revenge. Right now, I'm just feeling for for Gretarsson. Like I wouldn't want to be facing Nordibek right now.
No, and not only will he face Nordibek, he'll face him twice tomorrow. So we're going to see the 3rd round matchups just reverse and play again in round 4. So it's going to be a very exciting day where people are going to get very familiar with their opponents. So for Nordibek, he has the lead tomorrow. We'll have more matches, but as we bring up the standings here, Nordibek 4 points, 2 points per match win. Hikaru the same. And well, Jeffrey, Magnus and Fedoseev tied, Wesley and Jan Nepomniachtchi. If we give the nod to Nordibek and Hikaru, who's making it through these groups?
Well, okay, I'll talk about Group B first. I actually don't think Hikaru is super secure because again, let's say Fedoseev beats him in that match, which is very possible. Then this is wide open. I still like the favorites to go through. I like Magnus and Hikaru, but Fedoseev in his really sharp suit is gonna give them a run for their money.
And he plays Hikaru 2 times tomorrow, so that's going to be a huge matchup. Hikaru, he just needs to hold off the big fish, but Fedoseev is not to be deterred. The guy is really a player who can compete with anybody in the planet, including Hikaru, but Hikaru has shown good chess today, good Fischer Random to make his way to this lead in the group. So what are the matches for tomorrow? We have, Nordibek is going to take on Gretarsson. Starts with the black pieces in the 3rd round match. Wesley against Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, Jeffrey, we're going to get double Wesley Jan. And by the end of tomorrow's action, we may know which of those two is likely to join Nordibek.
Yeah, it feels like whoever wins that match will probably go through. I mean, it's hard to say. Obviously, there are so many matches here, but I think both sides they're going to try to get a good rest tonight and come back tomorrow ready to play some fighting chess.
For sure. Well, tomorrow's matches will be exciting, and you know what else is exciting is the women's candidates tournament. That's ongoing. With Danya Naroditsky and Jennifer Shadi had the call today, if I'm not mistaken, and it's running parallel to this event. So 8 players will compete for a seat across from reigning champion Zhu Wenjun in the 2023 Women's World Championship. We don't know who will come out on top, so tune in to the women's candidates to find out here at the chess.com channel. Type the command women's candidates in the chat for more information on the tournament. So before we say goodnight, one more quick shout out to our friends at Brave for sponsoring our coverage of the the Fischer Random Championship. It's really hard. These letters, they confuse me. So thank you so much to Brave for that. And Jeffrey, I'll give you some final thoughts before we log off.
Oh man, it's just amazing that we get what do we get, like 3 or 4 more days of this action. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest. I don't think unfortunately I won't be able to get a call, but I'm excited to watch the commentary. Always a pleasure calling the action with you.
You as well, Jeffrey. I believe today is Tuesday, so if that's the case, I hope to see you in Title Tuesday later today. But enjoy yourself, rest easy, and there's more Fischer Random in store for everybody. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place here on chess.com. See ya.